Welcome to Enigma Vault, where every locked memory hides a bloody truth. I'm Nightfall, and tonight we'll step into the shadows where secrets never die. Montreal in December was wrapped in lead-grey clouds. The snow outside the ice hockey arena was pushed into waist-high snow walls by road sweepers, reflecting the cold and hard light. As Erin Visser walked through the player tunnel holding a leather folder, the hair on the back of her neck suddenly stood up. This was an intuition she had had since she was 12 years old, when she hid in the closet and watched the man in the black windbreaker press a silenced pistol to her father's temple. The metal door of the locker room was ajar. She reached out to push it, and suddenly she heard hurried footsteps behind her. "Dr. Visser," said young defender Tom Hawke, whose sweatshirt was zipped up only to his chest, and whose blonde hair was stuck together in clumps. "The locker room. Someone's dead in the locker room." Irene's pupils contracted slightly. She noticed that Tom's right hand was shaking and his knuckles were white. It wasn't because of the cold. The ice hockey arena was kept at a constant temperature of 17 degrees Celsius, but it was more like he had just touched something extremely cold. "Exact location?" Her voice was colder than ice, and her finger had already pressed the anti-wolf alarm in the folder. On the day of her father's funeral, the police said the murderer used a Russian-made silenced pistol. 3 years ago, when she was interning at the FBI, she saw a corpse whose skull was smashed by a hockey stick, and there were jagged scratches on the edges of the wound. Tom was panting like he had just finished a 5-kilometer sprint. In the shower area, Gavin Miles, he was lying on the floor, his blood soaking through the bath mat. Erin rushed into the locker room after him. The smell of blood mixed with the scent of pine hit her face, and her heels made a crisp sound on the tiles. The frosted glass door of the shower area was half open. A body in training clothes was lying on the ground. The wound on the back of the head was still bleeding. The blood dripped onto the metal floor drain, making a slight tick-tick sound. She squatted down, avoiding the pool of blood. The deceased was left guard Gavin, who had just completed his 200th career interception in the game against the Boston Bruins last week. At this moment, his ice skates were still hanging on his belt, and the blade was shining with a cold light. But what caught Irene's attention were the 3 parallel scratches at the base of the blade, as if they were deliberately carved with some sharp tool. "Who discovered it first?" she asked without turning her head. I came to get the protective gear." Tom's Adam's apple rolled. "Gavin said he would have extra training today. But when I opened the door, I saw Lisa." There were hurried footsteps in the corridor, and Lisa Carter, the locker room manager, rushed in with a keychain in her hand, with melted snow on the ends of her hair.
After seeing the body, this middle-aged woman who always had a smile on her face, her keychain dropped to the ground with a clang. "Oh my God."
Irene grabbed her wrist, which was cold to the touch. "Has any stranger entered the locker room in the past 3 days?" No. Lisa's teeth were chattering. "Only the players. The team doctor and I have the access cards. I check them 3 times every day when the gym closes." She suddenly grabbed Irene's sleeve. "Is that the rumor? When Bobby Cole died last year, some people said they saw a figure wearing a titanium helmet." Erin tapped her fingertips twice on the folder. Bobby Cole was the starting goalkeeper of the Maple Leafs 3 years ago. He died suddenly of a heart attack during training, but 3 caddies at the time said they heard a low-frequency buzzing noise in the locker room, like an old refrigerator compressor. As for the titanium helmets, the NHL banned players from using homemade protective gear a decade ago, unless they had a medical exemption. "Lisa, check the surveillance." She shoved her work ID into the man's hand. "Focus on the last time Gavin left the locker room, and who arrived earlier than him today." Lisa ran away, clutching her ID. Irene stood up and glanced at the exhaust fan in the shower area. There was a thin layer of dust on the blades, indicating that it had not been turned on recently. "The ventilation duct is 30 centimeters in diameter, barely enough for an adult male to fit through. but there are no signs of friction on the edge. Dr. Visser, Tom's voice was trembling. How come you are so calm? I've seen worse. Irene didn't look at him, but squatted down and took pictures of the scratches on the ice with her phone. The scratches were of uniform depth, 2 millimeters apart, and looked like the teeth marks of some tool, a wrench perhaps. But professional players' skates are checked by equipment technicians every day, and such damage is not allowed to occur. Several players gathered around at some point. The rookies turned pale, while the veterans frowned and whispered to each other. Center forward. Mark Rollins came over with his shoulder brace on. Since when did a psychiatrist start dealing with homicide cases? The job of a profiler is to find anomalies. Erin straightened up. And Gavin's anomaly is that she pointed to the corpse's right hand. He is right-handed, but when he fell he used his left hand to support himself, which means the attack came too quickly and he didn't have time to react. There were gasps from the crowd. Erin noticed the third player on the left wince. It was backup forward, Ryan Harper, who had been warned by the coach last week for illegal betting. Everyone go away. The assistant coach's voice came from the door. The police will be here in 10 minutes. No one is allowed to touch the scene. As Erin turned around, she caught a glimpse of Gavin's locker from the corner of her eye. The cabinet door was half open, and inside hung his competition uniform with a dark brown stain on the collar. Not blood, but coffee. She remembered that Gavin had a habit of drinking black coffee every morning, but Team Dr. Lucas Gray banned players from consuming caffeine before training, saying it would affect heart rate. Click. The fluorescent light above my head suddenly flickered. Irene looked up and saw the lampshade on the ceiling was shaking. The second flash came more quickly. The light flickered twice like a dying candle and then went out completely with a pop. Darkness instantly enveloped the locker room. Irene's temples were throbbing. This was not an ordinary power outage. The ice hockey arena had a backup power supply, unless someone cut it off manually. She touched the pen in the folder and unscrewed the cap, which turned into a miniature flashlight. "Tom," she whispered. I'm here." The young guard's breathing was close at hand, with an obvious tremor. Erin smelled something about him. Not the sour smell of post-workout sweat, but a faint minty scent, the same as the air freshener in the team doctor's office. "Calm down." She pressed the flashlight against Tom's wrist. "The backup power will be activated in 3 minutes. Now." Suddenly there was a sound of metallic friction in the darkness, like a door being pushed open. Irene's flashlight swept over, and only illuminated the glass door of the shower area shaking slowly. A shadow darker than the darkness seeped through the gap in the door. Tom's breathing suddenly quickened, and his warm breath sprayed behind her ears. "Dr. Visser, I think I heard." "Shh." Irene covered his mouth. She also heard a low-frequency vibration coming from the ventilation duct, like the hum of some machine. Exactly the same as what the caddy described when Bobby Kerr died 3 years ago. The buzzing sound of the backup power supply starting up sounded almost at the same time. When the lights came back on, the glass door of the shower area was closed, and there was a fresh scratch on the blades of the ventilation duct, exactly the same as the mark left by Gavin's ice skates. Tom's back was all wet and his sportswear stuck to him. Irene looked down at her watch. From the time the power went out to the time the phone rang, it was exactly 1 minute and 17 seconds. What is this time enough for? Transfer a small object, or confirm whether a target is dead. "Come with me." She pulled Tom's sleeve and walked towards the locker area. "I need you to recall if Gavin has said anything strange recently." "Like, about the helmet." Tom's Adam's apple moved, and just as he was about to speak, the metal door of the locker room was pushed open. 3 people in police uniforms rushed in, and the old sheriff in the lead held up his ID. "I am Renault from the Montreal Serious Crime Unit." Who was the first person to discover it? Irene retreated to the corner and watched the police set up the cordon. Her eyes fell on Gavin's ice skates, The scratches on them glowed coldly under the light, like some kind of code. The coffee stains in the locker, the mint smell on Tom, the vibrations in the ventilation ducts. These fragments spun in her mind, gradually forming a vague outline. Someone is in the locker room, hiding something more dangerous than murder. Darkness enveloped the Montreal Maple Leafs locker room, like a blanket soaked in ice water. Irene's fingertips still had the dampness of Tom's sportswear fabric from the strength with which she had gripped his sleeve when the power went out. The ventilation duct emitted an old humming sound, mixed with Tom's rapid breathing. The frequency was 20 times per minute, twice as high as normal. A typical acute anxiety reaction. "Tom," she lowered her voice, her Adam's apple brushing against the necklace on her collarbone. It was a modified pocket watch left by her father, and the metal edge made her skin hurt. "Listen to me and count my breaths. Breathe in for 4 seconds, hold for 2 seconds, and exhale for 6 seconds. Her left hand quietly pressed on the other's wrist, and her pulse beat like a hockey puck hitting the backboard. The sound of the metal door of the locker room being slammed open was more sudden than the power outage. As the beam of light pierced the darkness, Aaron squinted and saw that it was security guard Jack. His work badge dangled in the halo of the flashlight, and the rubber soles of his shoes squeaked on the slippery ground. "What's going on?" His voice was hoarse, as if he had been awakened by the night shift. The beam of light swept across the glass door of the shower area. "Gav," Tom suddenly tugged at Irene's sleeve, his nails almost digging into the back of her hand. He was just taking a shower. When I came in with the towel, the lights went out." Aaron noticed that the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. It wasn't pure fear, more like stress triggered by some memory. The beam of Jack's flashlight shone on the locker in the corner, and Irene caught a glimpse of watermarks on the ground. Those were no ordinary footprints. The indentation on the forefoot was deeper than that on the heel, and there was a half-moon-shaped depression at the arch of the foot, like the mark of some special soul. She squatted down, her fingertips almost touching the watermarks. "This is the shoe print of the ice hockey goalie." She had studied the goalie equipment of the Montreal Maple Leafs. In order to prevent slipping, there were 3 diamond-shaped rubber studs embedded in the forefoot of the sole. Tom's breathing became disordered again. "Gavin is a defender, not a goalkeeper." The words were like an ice knife cutting across the ice and exploded in Irene's temple. She raised her head in the direction of the shoe prints. The beam of light was sweeping across the ventilation duct at the innermost part of the locker room. The scratch on the blade was glowing coldly under the light, overlapping with the mark on Gavin's ice skates in a strange symmetry. "Over there," she pointed to the training gear piled in the corner. The sound came from there. When Jack's beam turned over, Irene caught Tom's pupils shrinking suddenly. He was afraid, but not afraid of the unknown, but afraid of the known. There was a rustling sound behind the pile of protective gear, like someone wiping metal with a wet cloth. Tom's knees began to tremble. Irene pressed his shoulders, and the touch came through his wet sportswear. Its infrasonic resonance. She remembered the experiment Lucas mentioned, that sound waves of certain frequencies can cause resonance in human organs and produce auditory hallucinations. But at this moment, the voice suddenly became clear. In fuzzy English, completed instructions. The beam of Jack's flashlight flickered, illuminating the wall behind the pile of protective gear. Irene saw half a screw embedded in the gap between the tiles, and it was the same model as the lock on the locker. She reached out and pressed it, and the tile suddenly sank 2 centimeters, revealing a corner of the document in the secret compartment. Maple Leafs Medical Records 2023 was printed on the cover, but on the raised corner of the paper, she caught a glimpse of the words infrasonic frequency debugging and titanium alloy helmet pressure test. "Stand back." Jack suddenly pushed Irene behind him and turned the flashlight beam towards the locker room door. The hinges of the metal door made a slight friction sound, and someone outside the door slowly turned the handle. Tom's teeth began to chatter, but Irene noticed his clenched fist, a piece of silver was visible between his fingers, a fragment of a hockey mouth guard. The footsteps got closer, dragging in the corridor outside the door, like the soles of shoes were wet. Jack took out the pepper spray from behind his waist, and Irene's right hand quietly reached into the inner pocket of her coat. There was a folding knife left by her father, and the scratches on the handle made her palm hot. The wind blew up a page of the document in the secret compartment, revealing the last line of words. When the frequency reaches 21.7 Hz, the subject's personality will be replaced. The doorknob stopped turning. In the darkness, the breathing of the three people overlapped into a chaotic drumbeat. Irene stared at the crack in the door, where a tall shadow was reflected, slowly raising his arms. Jack quickly stood in front of Irene, his knuckles clenched until they turned white, and the safety buckle of the pepper spray popped off with a click. The moment the metal door was pushed open, the musty smell mixed with the fragrance of Chanel and 05 hit my nose. Irene's pupils shrank in the flashlight beam. The woman standing at the door was wearing a neatly tailored shantung silk suit, and her pearl earrings glowed coldly in the shadows. She was the team sponsor, Margaret Black. "Oh my God, Dr. Visser." Margaret put her hands on her chest, her silver nails casting a sharp shadow on the wall. I saw the lights in the locker room were off in my office, and I wondered if a player had left the power on. "Jack, why are you holding the pepper spray?" Jack's Adam's apple moved, and the nozzle of the pepper spray drooped slightly, but Irene noticed that Margaret's right eyelid twitched. That was a habit she observed at the charity dinner last week. Whenever someone mentioned the word audit, the female philanthropist would have the same micro-expression. "We found something." Irene hid the document in the secret compartment behind her and touched the raised words, "Infrasonic frequency debugging," through the paper with her fingertips. "Miss Margaret, you came at the right time." Margaret's high heels clicked crisply on the wet tiles, then she looked over Jack's shoulder to the documents in Irene's arms. When the words "titanium alloy helmet pressure test" came into her sight, her pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. This reaction was more intense than last week, and Irene's nails almost dug into her palms. "This is the team's medical secret." Margaret held out her hand, her smile still maintaining a perfect arc. "Dr. Visser, you should know that accessing the player's health records without permission, but there are more than just medical records here." Irene took a half step back and leaned her back against the metal door of the locker. "Look at this." She turned the page that was blown by the wind. The number 21.7 Hz glowed coldly under the flashlight. "When the frequency reaches this value, the subject's personality will be replaced. Miss Margaret, is the team you sponsor doing a personality replacement experiment?" Margaret's fingers unconsciously stroked the emerald ring on the ring finger of her left hand. Irene remembered that the ring was a charity item she bought at an auction last year for $3 million. At this moment, the friction between the ring face and the skin made a tiny sound, which was very much like the sound of chips colliding in a casino. "Dr. Visser, you read it wrong." Margaret's voice was still gentle. "That's the team doctor, researching concussion protection technology. Ice hockey is a competitive sport, and we always have to." At 3 a.m. last Wednesday, Gary Hawk, from the second team, stabbed someone in a convenience store. Erin interrupted her, fished out her phone from her coat pocket, and pulled up photos of the crime scene. The surveillance showed that he was staring at the ceiling before the attack. The ceiling is equipped with the team's new ventilation system. I checked the model and found that an infrasound generator can be installed inside it. She scrolled to the next photo. This is the scratch from his skates. Professional players' skate blades are sharpened to a specific arc based on their skating habits, but Gary's scratches have obvious secondary deviations. She paused, like someone is controlling his arms. The first crack appeared in Margaret's smile. Irene pressed the issue. "And Tom?" She pointed at the security guard huddled in the corner. He was holding a broken piece of mouthguard, just now. "It's not an ordinary mouthguard. She took the silver heart from Tom's shaking hand. There's a microchip interface on the inside that can receive wireless signals. The locker room suddenly became quiet, with only a faint hum coming from the ventilation duct. Irene counted the frequency of the sound. 21.7 Hertz, she whispered. The resonant frequency of infrasound can directly affect the temporal lobe of the brain.
Mrs. Margaret, you let the players wear mouthguards embedded with chips, emit infrasound through the ventilation system, and use titanium alloy helmets to enhance the resonance. In this way, they will become puppets, playing, gambling, and even killing people according to your instructions.
Margaret's emerald ring clicked against the locker. She suddenly smiled, her lips painted with burgundy lipstick stretched wide. Dr. Visser, you should write a suspense novel. But her right hand had already quietly reached for her handbag, and Irene caught a glimpse of the black gun handle sticking out of the bag. The night Gary got hurt, the odds on the betting site suddenly changed from Maple Leafs giving 2 goals to 1 goal. Erin continued. The convenience store owner he attacked was the informant who reported the betting to the league last week. And you? She looked Margaret straight in the eye. Are the Mafia's treasurer in Montreal, right? Margaret's pupils dilated completely. She turned suddenly to Jack. Catch her. These documents were team property, and she was stealing them. Jack's pepper spray fell to the ground with a dull thud. He stared at Irene. His Adam's apple rolled 3 times, and finally raised his trembling hand and clasped her wrist. Irene could feel the sweat on his palms, just like the warmth of the corner of his clothes she held when her father was dragged away by the gang. Jack, do you know why Gary attacks people? She whispered. Because the infrasound waves replaced his personality. Do you really want to be the next Muppet? Jack's fingers loosened for a moment. Margaret's gun was already against the back of his neck. Go ahead. A sharp pain came from my wrist. Irene was pinned against her locker, with papers scattered across the floor. Margaret bent down and picked up the page with 21.7 Hertz written on it, her fingernails almost poking through the paper. You are very smart, Dr. Visser, but smart people. Her eyes flicked to the bulging folding knife in Irene's coat pocket. Are prone to early death. Erin stared at the vent duct behind her. The buzzing sound continued. 21, 22, 23. When she counted to the 21st time, she suddenly stepped on the documents scattered on the ground. The page of infrasonic frequency debugging was wrinkled by her shoe soles, and there was half a photo inside. It was a young Lucas Gray, installing a chip in a titanium alloy helmet. The butt of Margaret's rifle struck her on the back of the neck. Before the darkness came, Irene heard her own voice saying, Lucas's experimental records are in the secret compartment. Jack's grip loosened a little. Margaret turned her gun towards him. Take her to the basement garage. Erin rested her forehead against the tile and smelled rust, the blood from where she had just hit the locker. She stared at the broken pieces of the mouthguard at Tom's feet. Her own eyes were reflected in the fragments overlapping with those of the little girl hiding in the alley 20 years ago. When my father was dragged away, his blood dripped onto the bluestone slabs, and there was also the same smell of rust. Her fingers curled up quietly, and her nails dug into her palms, leaving marks. Those were the marks left by the handle of the folding knife left by her father. In the darkness, she felt the metal outline of the inside pocket of her coat, the cool blade against her skin like an unspoken oath. The sound of Margaret's high heels grew farther and farther away. Jack dragged her toward the door, his steps as light as if he were walking on cotton. Irene counted his steps. 1. The hum of the ventilator suddenly rose in volume, and she heard Jack's breathing become irregular. 21.7 Hertz, she said to herself. Now it's my turn. Irene's nails almost dug into her palms. The snow particles leaking in from the vent formed a thin layer of frost on the back of her hand, while her other hand was still holding Jacob's blood. The temperature of the blood was cooling down rapidly, like a piece of melting ice cream, sticky between her fingers. She counted her heartbeats. At the 127th time, the diary shook again. This time it was not an illusion. The rustling sound of the paper rubbing against each other was particularly clear in the silence. She fumbled in the dark and turned the page soaked with coffee. Her fingertips groped along the edge of the stain and suddenly touched a raised scratch. It was carved with fingernails, lighter than ink but painful in the dark. Underground ventilation ducts in the ice hockey arena. The handwriting was crooked, as if it was written by a child, or as if it was written hastily in extreme fear. The hair on the back of Erin's neck stood up. 1993 was the year when the legendary goalkeeper in the old photo retired. She remembered that it was written in the team records that he disappeared completely after the last game, and even his body was not found, leaving only a cracked titanium mask. The footsteps were getting closer.
This time it wasn't an illusion.
The crisp sound of leather heels hitting the concrete floor. Once, twice, and stopped outside the basement door. Erin's breath caught in her throat. She touched the iron pickaxe in the corner of the wall. Jacob had handed it to her before he was dragged away. The wooden handle still retained the warmth of his palm. There was a sudden explosion of sound as the bolt was pried open. Irene raised the pickaxe, and veins bulged on the back of her hand. Amid the shrieking sound of metal rubbing against each other, she saw a ray of light leaking in through the crack in the door. It was not the white of a flashlight, but the cold blue of the snow. Then came Jacob's voice, breathing heavily. "Erin, grab my hand now." She almost pounced on him. Jacob's palms were wrapped in coarse cloth gloves, and there was fresh blood on his knuckles. It was unclear whether it was his or someone else's. There was a dull thud of something heavy falling behind her. The moment she was dragged out of the basement, she caught a glimpse of a man in a black windbreaker, lying behind the door with a piece of broken glass stuck in the back of his neck. Jacob had smashed it with the window frame of the vent. Old John at the east end of town has a hunting rifle. I persuaded 3 hunters. Jacob's voice was like sandpaper grinding on iron. He pulled off his gloves and covered her frozen blue face. "They are guarding outside. Margaret's people can't come in for the time being." Only then did Irene notice that there were more than a dozen crooked footprints on the snow. Some from leather boots, some from rubber shoes, and some from hiking boots covered in grass debris. There was the sound of dogs barking in the distance. It was old John's hunting dog patrolling the border. She fished out her diary, and using the cold light of Jacob's phone, traced the newly discovered words with her fingertips. Underground ventilation duct of the ice hockey arena. The Maple Leafs hockey arena in 1993 was renovated into a commercial center 5 years ago. Erin's voice was trembling, but her thoughts were unusually clear. The underground ventilation duct may be connected to the storage room of the old arena. When my dad was investigating a gangster gambling case, he mentioned that there was a hockey cemetery that was used to hide stolen goods and corpses. Jacob's Adam's apple moved. He fished a crumpled brown paper bag from his coat. Inside was a yellowed photo, a childhood photo of Irene, with the dome of the old hockey arena in the background. "I found it in the back of your old photo album," he said. "It says Pipeline C7 on the back." The iron gate of the abandoned factory groaned harshly behind them. Irene wrapped her coat tightly around her, the smell of mildew mixed with rust rushing into her nostrils. The moonlight leaked through the broken skylight, shining on the rusty assembly line equipment like a handful of scattered silver. Jacob turned on the flashlight, and the beam swept across the base of the wall, then suddenly stopped. There was half a shoe print on the cement ground, deep on the forefoot, and shallow on the back foot, the indentation that would occur if someone wore ice skates for a long time. "Margaret's people," Irene said quietly. "They're following us." Jacob's flashlight suddenly went out. In the darkness, Irene heard the sound of herself swallowing. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding in the distance, like an ice hockey puck hitting a baffle once, twice. On the third time, a beam of light swept over from the other side, illuminating 3 shadows, The man in the lead was wearing a titanium alloy mask, with cracks spreading from his left eye to his jaw, glowing faintly blue in the moonlight. Hide. Jacob dragged her to the corner where old cardboard boxes were piled. Erin's knees hit the rusty gears and she gasped in pain, but she didn't care. The footsteps of the masked man were getting closer and closer, mixed with another person's muffled curse. The psychologist brought by that woman. What tricks can that drunk Jacob come up with? Shut up. The masked man's voice was like the friction of iron sheets. The girl from the Visser family. Her father almost found out the secret of the mask back then. Irene's heart leapt into her throat. She touched something in the cardboard box. It was an iron box with scratches on the edge from an ice skate, which matched the wound on the side of the neck of the body found in the team's locker room. Jacob's hand was on her back, and his body temperature passed through 2 layers of clothes like a dying fire. The masked man's footsteps stopped 3 meters away from them. Irene could hear his breathing through the holes in the mask. It had a whistling sound, like the sound of some machinery running. Then there was the click of a lighter, and the flame reflected the photo in his hand. It was the photo of Irene's childhood, with the word Pipeline C7 on the back circled again and again in red pen. If you find the photo, you can open the door to the ice hockey graveyard, the masked man said. Miss Visser, you are smarter than your father, but you are still 30 years late. Jacob's fingers pinched her waist twice. Irene held her breath and watched the shadow of the masked man turn to the other side, and the light of the flashlight gradually fade away. She didn't dare to look up until the footsteps completely disappeared, only to find that Jacob was staring at the iron box in her arms. The lid of the box was engraved with the Maple Leafs logo, exactly the same as the protective gear of the legendary goalkeeper in the old photo. The sound of sirens came from the distance, very soft, as if floating from another world. Irene was about to speak when Jacob suddenly covered her mouth. At the same time, they heard the sound of an ice ball rolling in the ventilation duct. Once, twice. The third time, a metal collision sound exploded above her head, and a few pieces of rust fell into her hair. The masked man's voice came from the pipe mouth, with an echo. Don't hide. The ice hockey is calling, you can't escape. Irene and Jacob looked at each other. His pupils shrank into pinpoints in the darkness, and she touched the lock of the iron box. It was fingerprint recognized, and the shape of the wound on the hand of the corpse in the team's locker room was exactly the same. The rolling sound in the ventilation duct was getting closer. Jacob pulled off his coat and wrapped her in it. In the shadows behind the pile of cardboard boxes, they heard the footsteps of a third person, lighter than before, but with the sharp sound of ice skates scratching the ice. Irene's nails almost dug into the leather of the diary. The streetlight shone in obliquely through the small window in the basement, casting a cold white spot of light on the yellowed paper. The line of words on December 24, 1992 was like a scar, burning repeatedly on her retina. Jacob's breathing suddenly became heavier. When she turned her head, she caught a glimpse of his Adam's apple rolling. This striker, who always locked his emotions in the bottle of wine, now had his knuckles clenched white, and the blood oozing from between his fingers was dripping on the word C, in ice puck, becomes a weapon. On December 23, 3 men in black windbreakers came to the town ice rink. Irene read aloud, her voice trembling in the damp basement. They watched Tommy practice and said his saves were just like Old Hawk's. Old Hawk was the legendary goalie for the 1980 Maple Leafs. Jacob suddenly pulled the diary away. His fingers were stained with blood, leaving a blurry red mark on the word Tommy. Tommy Perreault, my father's backup goalkeeper. His voice was hoarse. My mother said that he disappeared a week before I was born. The sound of wind blowing snow particles hitting the small window suddenly became muffled. The hair on the back of Irene's neck stood up. The basement door, which had been opened just now, closed with a click at some point. Light. Jacob fumbled to press the switch on the wall. The fluorescent tube first made a crackling sound of electricity, and then began to flash wildly. The bluish-white light tore the shadows of the two people on the concrete wall into pieces. The last long ZZ sound was like a blunt knife, cutting through all the light. The darkness came too suddenly, and Irene's temples were throbbing. She heard Jacob's breathing beside her, mixed with some sticky sounds. His injured hand was dripping with blood. "Don't move." She grabbed his wrist, her fingertips touching the warm blood. "The person who closed the door just now may still be nearby." The vent. Jacob's voice was as calm as the scraping of metal. "I looked at it last time when I fixed the plumbing. It's 30 centimeters below the third brick on the east wall." Erin traced her fingers along the brick wall. The wet moss rubbed against her fingertips. When she counted to the third brick, her fingertips suddenly touched a raised edge, the iron grill of the vent. "Found it." She lowered her voice. "But the diameter is no more than 40 centimeters. You first." Jacob's palm covered the back of her hand, and his body temperature was transmitted through the blood. "I'm big." "No." Irene grabbed his wrist and took his pulse, which was beating abnormally fast. "You are losing blood. We need to go find the police first." She touched the screws on the fence, which were so rusty that they were almost impossible to turn. "Count to 3, and push together." When the first screw fell off, Jacob suddenly groaned. Irene's fingers touched the wound on his palm in the dark. The edges were jagged, scratched by a nail, probably rusted. "Hold on." She pulled off her scarf and wrapped it around his hand. "You must get a tetanus shot when you get out." The moment the second screw loosened, the sound of snow hitting metal could be heard outside the vent. Irene's breathing suddenly stopped. That was not the sound of natural falling snow, but the rhythm of something hard hitting metal. Once, twice. When it came to the third time, she remembered the sound of ice balls hitting outside the car half an hour ago. "Hurry!" She pulled open the last half of the fence and pushed Jacob's back. "Climb out from here. There is a fire hydrant, 20 meters to the right. Knock 3 times. As Jacob's figure disappeared into the vent, Irene heard footsteps above her head. It was very light, like a cat's paw pad crunching through snow, but it was definitely not an illusion. She slid down to the ground, leaning against the wall, the diary still clenched in her hand. A yellowed photo floated out from between the pages. It was Jacob's childhood, standing at the edge of the ice rink, with a man wearing a Maple Leafs jersey. In the background was a masked figure, the frost on the mask cracking into spiderweb-like patterns. There was suddenly no movement outside the vent. Irene took out her cell phone, and the moment the screen lit up, she saw a ball of metal reflecting light in the shadow of the basement door. It was half a mask, emitting a faint blue light, exactly the same as the reflective spots in the file box, and the figure in the rearview mirror. "The battery of the phone is only..." Erin quickly snapped a picture, her finger hovering over the dial. Suddenly there was a muffled sound of something heavy falling to the ground from the direction of the vent, followed by Jacob's suppressed cough. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck. It was metal with icy chips, pressing against her carotid artery. "Dr. Visser." A hoarse male voice sounded close to her ear, mixed with a strong smell of rust. Guess who was the first subject when old Dr. Brown used infrasound to replace personality? Erin's phone screen went dark. In the darkness she could hear her own violent heartbeat, and the sound of the ice ball hitting the baffle in the distance. Once, twice. When the third hit came, the crisp sound of glass breaking came from outside the vent, mixed with Jacob's hoarse cry, "Erin!" The coolness of the metal mask suddenly disappeared. Irene groped her way towards the vent, and her fingertips touched a warm liquid. Blood still at body temperature. She pressed her face against the vent, and snow poured in, freezing her eyes. The world outside was eerily quiet, with only the sound of falling snow and her own rapid breathing. 1, 2. On the third time she heard footsteps coming from the corridor. Very slow, and every step seemed to step on her nerves. The diary vibrated gently in her arms. She turned to the page covered by the coffee stain, and finally saw the words at the edge of the stain. "Will hear the call of ice hockey." The footsteps stopped at the basement door. Irene held her breath. In the darkness, she seemed to see the figure in the metal mask leaning down. The frost on the mask began to crack into more lines, revealing the bluish metal inside, which gradually overlapped with the blurry figure in the photo. The snow was still falling outside the vent, slowly covering the bloodstains left by Jacob into a white bun. Erin pressed her fingertips lightly on Jacob's wrist, and they both held their breath. The darkness in the basement enveloped her like a living thing. Before the tactical flashlight's light suddenly went out, she caught a glimpse of the faint blue reflection in the gap between the archive boxes moving an inch further. It was some kind of metal with jagged edges, like a gnawed hockey blade. "Count to 3, and lean against the left wall." Her voice was softer than a mouse's teeth, and she drew a circle on Jacob's palm with her fingers. It was a soothing signal taught to trauma patients in the psychological clinic. Jacob's palms were covered in sweat, but his knuckles were as hard as frozen hockey sticks. When the scraping metal sound rang out again, Irene heard the sound of her Adam's apple rolling. This time the sound came not from the file box, but from the ventilation duct on their right, as if something was scraping against the iron sheet with its sharp edges. Jacob's shoulders suddenly straightened. His hearing as a hockey player was 30% sharper than that of an average person. "Is it gear?" Before he finished his words, the incandescent light above his head suddenly lit up with a crackling sound. They both looked up at the same time. The glass cover of the old-fashioned chandelier was covered with thick dust. In the dim light, Irene saw the iron grill of the vent slowly turning, revealing a dark hole behind it. The source of the noise just now was now half sticking out of the cave. It was half a titanium alloy helmet with brown blood clots in the dents. "That's Mike's racing helmet." Jacob's voice trembled. Defenseman Mike, who was found dead in the equipment room of the ice rink 3 days ago, was wearing a custom-made titanium helmet the last time he played. The police said at the time that the helmet disappeared after the incident, and they did not expect it to appear here. Irene dug her nails into her palms. She remembered that Mike's autopsy report stated that the fatal injury was a blunt force trauma to the back of the head, but no murder weapon was found at the scene. At this moment, one could vaguely see dark red splash marks on the inside of the helmet. If the helmet was a murder weapon, then the attacker. There was a sudden click sound from the vent, and the rotating iron grill stopped. The helmet fell to the ground with a thud, bounced twice on the concrete floor, and rolled to Jacob's feet. He subconsciously took a half step back, but knocked over the wooden box behind him. Old newspapers, medicine bottles, and bloody gauze fell to the ground with a clatter. Among them, a yellowed photo floated to Irene's feet. It was 2 boys in ice hockey uniforms, one of whom had a missing piece on his right ear, exactly the same as the old wound behind Mike's ear. "This is Mike and his brother?" Jacob squatted down and ran his fingertips over the pencil words on the back of the photo. "Montreal Children's Ice Hockey Game, December." Erin noticed that his hands were shaking, not from the cold, but like the tremors of an alcoholic going through withdrawal. The vodka she had smelled on his sweatshirt in the locker room last week seemed now to be more than an occasional drink. The scraping of metal came again, closer this time behind the iron cabinet directly in front of them. Irene took out a tactical flashlight, and when the beam swept across the iron cabinet, she saw fresh scratches on the cement floor at the foot of the cabinet, in a radial pattern, as if it had been dragged by something with teeth. "Stand back." She grabbed Jacob's sleeve and pressed the flashlight's strobe mode with her other hand. At the moment when the strong light pierced the darkness, a black shadow flashed behind the iron cabinet, as fast as a fast break on the ice rink. Jacob had his hockey stick in his hand at some point. He always kept a spare stick hidden in his boot, a habit that had saved him 3 times. Is it a human?" Jacob's voice was muffled. The shadow knocked over the file box, and old documents flew around like snowflakes. One of them floated to Irene's feet. She bent down to pick it up, and her pupils suddenly shrank. It was a medical consent form from the patient's name was Lucas Gray, and the doctor who signed it was Old Brown, the former team doctor who should have retired 20 years ago. "Watch out," Jacob's club swept out, but only hit the air. The shadow broke open the wooden door of the basement, and cold wind wrapped in snow rushed in. Irene followed it with her flashlight, and saw a series of strange footprints on the snow, deep in the forefoot, and shallow in the heel, as if the person was running on tiptoe, and the shape of the foot was nearly 2 fingers wider than that of an average adult male.
Are you wearing ice hockey skates? Jacob squatted down and traced the indentations on the snow with his fingertips. The grooves are M-shaped, the same as the Maple Leafs training shoes. His voice suddenly dropped. The pair Mike customized last season had M-shaped grooves. The temperature in the basement seemed to drop a few degrees. Erin stuffed the medical consent form into her coat pocket and kicked a metal box as she turned around. The lid of the box was not closed tightly, revealing half of a yellowed diary with Montreal General Hospital 1992 printed on the cover. Just as she was about to reach out, Jacob suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Wait, will the black shadow just now come back? If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it just now." Irene pried open his fingers. "He is leading us to find something." She opened the diary. The handwriting on the first page was so strong that it could be seen through the paper. On December 15, Subject 3 began to hallucinate and claimed to have heard the order to clean up the traitors. After the frequency of the infrasound wave was adjusted to 18 Hz, the tendency to attack increased. Jacob's breath sprayed on the back of her neck. "Is this Lucas's notes?" As the chief team doctor, Lucas also has a leather-covered diary in his office, but this one has thinner paper and tea stains on the edges, and is obviously older. In 1992, Lucas was only 16 years old. Irene's finger stopped on a certain page. It says here, "Old Dr. Brown said that in order to make a player a perfect weapon, you have to break their personality first." She flipped through a few pages and suddenly stopped. The page of January 20, 1993 had a group photo of 2 men in white coats holding a hockey puck. One of them had a missing piece on his right ear, exactly like the boy in the photo. "Is that Old Brown?" Jacob came over to take a look. "My grandfather said that Old Brown conducted human experiments before he retired and was later banned by the league." His words suddenly got stuck in his throat. Irene followed his gaze and saw a line of small words written in red pen on the edge of the photo. The next experimental subject should be little Lucas. The wind suddenly blew in, causing the pages of the diary to flip, rustling. The handwriting on the last few pages became scribbled, as if written in the left hand. "They put a transmitter in the helmet. I heard the puck hit." Mike's voice. No, it was another him. "Clean up." Jacob's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a text message from the team's agent. "The finals roster has been moved up. Meeting will be held at 10 a.m. tomorrow." He turned off his phone and looked up to find that Irene was staring at the last page of the diary. There was a bloody palm print, and next to it was written crookedly, "Don't believe Lucas." The scar behind his ear was cut by Old Brown. "It's time to go." Irene closed the diary and stuffed it into her arms. The wooden door of the basement closed by itself at some point, and the door lock made a slight click sound. Jacob clenched his golf club again, but saw Irene took out a wire and said, "Old-fashioned mechanical lock. I've learned it." Her movements were steadier than half an hour ago. After all, the scare just now made her social phobia subside temporarily. The moment the lock core turned, the sound of snow hitting the window was heard outside the door. As Irene stepped out of the basement, she looked back at the titanium alloy helmet. It had rolled to the front of the iron cabinet at some point, and the blood scabs in the dents glowed blue in the moonlight.
like a pair of eyes that could not close. Jacob stuffed the diary into the innermost pocket of his coat, and his fingers touched the bottle of wine inside. He was about to pull his hand away when Irene suddenly pressed the back of his hand. "Don't drink tonight." Her fingertips were still cold from the basement. "We need to have a clear head, especially tomorrow." When he got back to the car, Jacob's phone lit up again. He glanced at the screen and his face suddenly changed. "It's Lucas," he said. "There are new findings in Mike's autopsy report. Let's go to the team doctor's office now." Irene touched the diary in her arms, and the edge of the paper hurt her ribs. She looked at the snow outside the car window and saw her own reflection swaying on the glass. There was the shadow of a little girl hiding in the alley, watching the man in the white coat drag her father into the black car. "Go to the medical room." She buckled her seatbelt. "But hide this first." She pointed to Jacob's pocket. "Don't let Lucas see it." Jacob started the engine and the heat blew out with a whoosh. In the rearview mirror, Irene saw a flash of light through the basement window, as if someone had shone a flashlight in her direction. She turned back, opened her notebook, and drew a heavy question mark next to infrasound experiment, titanium alloy helmet, and old brown secret. The diary grew slightly warm in Jacob's pocket. None of them noticed that the handwriting on the last page was slowly revealing darker marks due to the influence of body heat. It was written in invisible ink that would only appear when warm. At this moment, a desk lamp was still on in Lucas's office. He stood in front of the window, looking at the car lights gradually disappearing in the snow, his right hand unconsciously stroking the old scar behind his ear. The computer screen on the table was lit, displaying a real-time heart rate monitor graph. Irene and Jacob's heart rate data was beating violently on the green waveform graph as they moved. "It's finally here," he whispered, his voice carrying the sound of cracking ice. "It's time to show you how a real ice ball is carved out of bones and lies." Irene took out a tactical flashlight and shone it into Jacob's pocket. The cover of the diary glowed dark yellow under the beam of light. Just as she was about to speak, Jacob suddenly braked. The traffic light at the intersection ahead was broken, and the red light flickered in the snow like a pair of blinking eyes. "What's wrong?" she turned and asked. Jacob said nothing, his finger slowly pointing toward the windshield. In the snow, a figure in an ice hockey uniform was standing with his back to them, and the maple leaf logo on his helmet glowed coldly in the moonlight. There was something reflecting light at his feet. It was half a titanium helmet, exactly the same as the one in the basement. Irene's throat suddenly tightened. She took out the diary, and her fingertips touched the bulge on the inside of the cover. There was a photo hidden there, which she had not noticed when she turned the page just now. She quietly pulled it out and used the light from her phone screen to see the contents of the photo clearly. Two men in white coats were holding a boy wearing a hockey helmet. The boy had a scar behind his ear, and the position was exactly the same as Lucas's. Jacob honked the horn, but the figure didn't move. Irene swept her flashlight over and saw frost on the helmet visor. It was empty inside, no face. "Let's go." She tugged at Jacob's sleeve. "Let's go back to the apartment and read the diary now." Jacob stepped on the gas. When the car drove 10 meters away, Irene saw from the rearview mirror that the figure turned his head. The frost on the mask cracked into spiderweb-like patterns, revealing the blue metal inside, exactly the same as the reflective spot in the file box in the basement. The diary vibrated gently in her lap. She looked down and found a line of small words, written in red pen, in a corner that she had not noticed before, mostly covered by coffee stains. "When the ice hockey ball hits 3 times, the replaced personality." The words at the back were covered by stains. When Jacob parked the car downstairs of the apartment building, Irene's fingers hovered over the cover of the diary, and she was reluctant to open it. The snow was still falling, covering the roof of the car like a white bun. Jacob took out the key and suddenly paused. "Did you hear it?" Irene pricked up her ears. There was a faint sound in the wind, like an ice ball hitting the backboard once, twice. When the third sound came, the diary in Jacob's pocket suddenly made a slight click sound, as if some mechanism had been triggered. Irene's finger finally pressed down, and the yellowed paper page unfolded under the streetlight. The handwriting was a little blurred due to its age, but the first line was still clearly legible. On December 24, 1992, Dr. Brown said that in order to make the hockey puck a weapon, the player must first be transformed into another person. When the taillights of the car were completely hidden in the snow, Irene's fingertips were still pinching the edge of the evidence bag. The metal fragments hurt through the plastic film like ice spikes piercing the skin. Jacob's coat was stained with sawdust from the warehouse's wooden shelves. He stood in the snow and rubbed the back of his red neck. His Adam's apple moved. Emily's house is the third left. She always leaves the porch light on very brightly. Snow particles hit her eyelashes, and Irene looked up at the dark clouds. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the sky was like a frozen lead plate, and even the stars were frozen stiff. She followed Jacob through knee-deep snow, the soles of her boots slipping on the icy road. The people chasing them just now had walked too cleanly, just like a hunter deliberately leaving a gap before pulling in the net, waiting for the prey to bump into the denser net. As expected, Emily's house had warm yellow porch lights on. As soon as the door was opened a crack, the sweet aroma of baking gingerbread came out wrapped in warm air. The woman in the plaid apron poked her head out, her silver-gray curly hair gleaming softly under the light. "Jacob? Oh my God, you should have called." She glanced at Irene and her eyes immediately curved into crescents. Come in, come in. I just made some hot cocoa." The living room fireplace crackled when Emily pushed the 2 mugs in front of them. Jacob's fingers were still blowing on the mugs. "Emily, about Mary and that photo. I knew you would come." Emily sat down in the rocking chair, her knees covered with a crocheted blanket. "I was an administrator at the community library that year, and I always saw Mary holding that old photo album and writing a diary. One afternoon, a man in a windbreaker came to check the borrowing records. He had a police badge in his ID card, Frank Hawkins. I remember it clearly. He asked very detailed questions, and even wrote down the ice hockey youth training manual that Mary had borrowed."
Irene fished out a notebook from her canvas bag, the tip of her pen hovering above the page. "Did he say why he was checking?"
"He said someone hired the Montreal gang to burn the photos." Emily's nails picked at the tassels of the blanket unconsciously. "I asked him what was in the photos, and he just said, ice pucks, children, eyes that shouldn't exist." Later on the day Mary had the accident, I saw Frank's police car by the lake, but he was transferred to Quebec City the next day and never came back. Jacob suddenly choked on his cocoa, splashing the brown liquid on his jeans. "You mean Mary's death is related to the photo?"
The last page of her diary said, "They found the helmet." Emily's voice was as light as a sigh. "At that time I thought it was just nonsense from a child. Now," she looked up at Irene, "have you seen Mary's ice hockey puck? She always said it was a talking ball."
Erin's pen drew a heavy line under the word helmet. The Maple Leafs logo on the metal scraps suddenly flashed before my eyes. Was the helmet included in the protective gear lost last month? Frank's apartment is on the 4th floor of a tube-shaped building in the old town. The stairwell was filled with the burnt smell of an old coal stove. When Jacob rang the doorbell, Irene noticed fresh scratches on the edge of the door frame, as if it had been pried with tools. The moment the door opened, the aura of the retired policeman surged out. Frank Hawkins had a back as straight as a hockey stick, his white hair cut very close to the ground, and a crescent-shaped scar across his left eyebrow from an old police badge pin. "Dr. Visser, Mr. Gray." His voice was like sandpaper on metal. "Come in." The living room was small, with 20 police badges placed in a glass cabinet against the wall, made of brass or alloy. Each one was polished to a shine. Frank poured them black coffee, but held the empty cup himself. Emily said everything she needed to say. But you didn't say why the gang wanted to burn a photo of a child. Irene stared at his Adam's apple. On the day you were transferred, Mary's diary was stolen from the police evidence room. Frank's fingers paused on the rim of the cup. Irene caught this subtle pause. She had learned in the FBI criminal psychology class that when people conceal key information, they will subconsciously use repetitive movements to cover up their nervousness. There are 7 people in the photo, he said suddenly. 5 kids wearing Maple Leafs practice uniforms, a coach wearing a titanium helmet, and his eyes swept across the police badge on the top shelf of the glass case. A person who shouldn't be on the ice. Erin's breath hitched. Titanium alloy helmet. Exactly the same material as the metal scraps in the warehouse. She remembered that Jacob had said that, among the protective gear lost last month, there were 3 first-team spare helmets. Who are the people who shouldn't be there you're talking about? Jacob's voice was hoarse. Frank didn't answer. Instead, he took out a yellowed newspaper clipping from the drawer. This is the weather forecast on the day Mary drowned. The ice on the lake was 27 centimeters thick, enough to support 3 adults. He pointed to the photo in the corner of the clipping. But the forensic report said that there was lake water in her lungs, which means that the ice was broken when she fell into the water. Irene's heartbeat began to speed up. She opened her notebook, which contained old John's words. Some secrets buried in ice will not rot, but the blood under the ice will melt one day. If the ice surface is damaged by human beings, the photos are hidden in the basement of the old police station, she said suddenly. Frank's pupils contracted slightly. This was his reaction to being hit on the mark. Jacob looked up suddenly. How do you know? The last page of Mary's diary says, the lock of the basement is rusted. Irene tapped Frank's newspaper clippings. When the old police station was renovated 10 years ago, the basement was sealed. You have the key, right? Frank was silent for a moment. Then he took out a brass key from the bottom of the police badge cabinet. The green rust on the surface made his fingertips red. Don't touch the iron cabinet against the wall after you go in. Inside, he paused. There are some things that shouldn't be seen before the ice melts. A red painted sign reading "Renovated in 2013" still remains on the brick wall of the old police station. The entrance to the basement was under the back porch. The concrete steps were covered with thin ice. When Jacob helped Irene walk down, she smelled a damp and moldy smell mixed with a hint of rust. The door lock was an old-fashioned brass latch. Jacob turned it 3 times with the key Frank gave him. With a click, the door hinge made a dying scream. Irene took out a tactical flashlight and shone it inside. The beam swept across the dusty filing shelves, the rusty fire extinguishers, and finally stopped on the iron cabinet against the wall. Just as Frank had said, there was a new lock welded on the cabinet door, and the keyhole was filled with frozen mud. Just as Jacob squatted down to study the iron cabinet, a noise suddenly came from deep in the basement. It sounded like something was being dragged across the concrete floor, and the scraping sound of metal was so piercing that it hurt my eardrums. Irene's flashlight flickered, shining on the old filing boxes piled in the corner. The lid of the top box was slowly sinking, as if it had been pushed open by something. Jacob's breath sprayed on the back of her neck. That is, don't move. Irene held down his hand as he was about to take out his cell phone. She could hear her own heartbeat drowning out the sound of the falling snow. The light from the tactical flashlight swayed on the wall, stretching the 2 people's shadows very long, like 2 knives about to plunge into the darkness. The scraping of metal happened again, closer this time. Irene saw a little reflection coming out of the gap in the file box. Was it a hockey puck? No, that thing was moving, and its surface was the same dark blue as the ice ball in the warehouse. Jacob's fingers clasped her wrist, this time not because of the cold, but because of the trembling. The air in the basement suddenly cooled by several degrees. Irene stared at the slowly moving reflective spot and heard the sound coming from her throat, like bubbles rising from the bottom of the ice. Turn off the lights. The snow in the small town of Saint-Agathe is wilder than in Montreal. The bus rolled over the icy road, and the fir trees outside the window looked like they were sprinkled with salt, with the snow on the branches falling down. Irene pulled her scarf up again, but her nose tip was still painful from the cold. Just like that winter night 20 years ago, even her breath smelled of ice chips. The brass bell of the grocery store rang crisply as she pushed the door open. The warm aroma of wheat, mixed with the scent of pine, wafts out. The tin biscuit boxes and glass sugar jars on the shelves still maintain the same position as in memory. Even the ice hockey poster behind the cash register remains the same. A group photo of the Montreal Maple Leafs winning the championship in 1998, and the frame has turned yellow. "Little Irene of the Weiser family," the voice came from behind the counter. Old John straightened up with the help of his reading glasses. His back was more hunched than it had been 10 years ago, and his white beard was covered with flour. It was obvious that he had just finished baking the day's baguettes. Irene noticed the old wound on his left little finger. It was when she was 7 years old and she broke a glass jar and stabbed him. He squatted down to help her pick up the broken pieces, and blood dripped onto the bluestone slab like a handful of red sugar. "You still remember me?" Irene took off her gloves and tapped her fingertips twice on the glass counter. This was a habit she had developed since childhood. Touching familiar things could relieve tension. Just like now, she could smell the mints lingering in the cracks of the counter, overlapping with the smell of her father's suit. Old John narrowed his eyes and smiled. "How could I not remember? You always like to lie here and look at the orange gummies in the glass jar, but you never buy any. Your father said that you have very good teeth and you can't bear to eat sweet things." His eyes swept across the dark shadows under Irene's eyes, and his smile faded a little. "You came back because of what happened in the past." Irene didn't answer, but took out a blurry photo from her canvas bag. It was a negative she found from her father's old camera, and she could barely make out a few children in down jackets crowded in front of the Christmas tree. "Have you seen this photo?" She pointed to the boy in a red hat in the corner of the photo. "Jacob Kerr. He's now a forward for the Maple Leafs." Old John's fingers paused on the edge of the counter. He reached for the wooden drawer behind him. The metal handle creaked, and he pulled out a manila envelope. A faded photograph slid out, exactly the same as the negative in Irene's hand, only clearer. 6 children with icicles on their eyelashes and snow on them. Irene herself standing in the middle, holding a rag doll, and Jacob, wearing an oversized ice hockey uniform, tilted his head and stuck out his tongue at the camera. "That winter was particularly cold." Old John's voice suddenly lowered. "Your father brought you here to buy hot cocoa and said he wanted to take a group photo of the children. After the photo was developed, he left the original with me," he said. "Some things are safer in the hands of acquaintances." His Adam's apple moved, but 3 months later, a man in a leather jacket came to ask about this photo. He was wearing gloves with an eagle tattooed on his knuckles, and it said Old Visser owed a debt, and he's using the picture to pay it off. The old marks where Erin's nails dug into her palms. She remembered the tattoo, the same eagle, on the arm of the man who chased her father in the alley, the night his father had the accident. "I didn't give it to him." Old John took out an iron box from under the counter. Later, Jacob's mother came to burn the photos, saying, "Don't involve others in the Cole family's troubles." I hid one, thinking that just in case. His words were interrupted by the sound of the door being pushed open. The wind blew the snow in. Jacob Kerr stood at the door, reeking strongly of alcohol, his black down jacket zipped up only to his chest, revealing an unhealed scratch on his collarbone. That was the scratch he had received from a security guard when he attacked an assistant coach in the locker room 3 days ago. His eyes swept over the photo in Irene's hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "How did you find this place?" His voice sounded like sandpaper on ice. Irene didn't answer but held up the photo. "Why did your mother burn it?" Jacob's fingers gripped the door frame tightly, his knuckles turning white. Because the people in the photos are dead. He pulled off his woolen hat, revealing an old scar on his forehead. Mary, Tommy, little Lucy, their fathers either disappeared or committed suicide. My mom said this photo is... He stopped short, turned around, grabbed a baguette from the counter, and took a bite, dropping crumbs onto the bloody stains on his jeans from the bar fight he'd gotten in the previous week. Old John sighed and pushed the tin box to Irene. When Mrs. Cole burned photos, I secretly hid one more. But 3 days ago, someone searched my attic, pried open the lock, and took away half of the photo album without touching other old things. He pointed to the photo in Irene's hand. This is the only photo related to this one left. A chill ran down the back of Erin's neck. She took out her phone, and the tracking points on the positioning software increased from 3 to 5, like a group of red ants crawling on the map. We need to find more clues. She looked at Jacob. Did your mother say anything before she burned the photos, like the location? Jacob took a sip of whiskey from his coat, and the liquid dripped down his chin onto the photo, leaving a blurry trail of water. She said, "Go to the old ice house." He wiped his face. The abandoned ice factory at the east end of town. I sneaked in when I was a kid. There were old ice hockey boards piled up inside. And he suddenly shut his mouth and turned to the door. The iron gate of the ice factory was hung with a rusty chain, but it was not locked. Irene bent down to avoid the falling icicles, her heels slipping on the frosted concrete. She noticed a fresh shoe print on the ground, a size 42, with the same tread on the sole as the anti-slip shoes used in the Maple Leafs training facility. Jacob paused and picked up an iron rod from the corner. The end of the rod was stained with black paint, which matched the color of the newly painted word demolition on the outer wall of the ice factory. Someone got here before us. Irene squatted down and picked up a piece of paper with the tip of her folding knife. It was the corner of a photo with a red hat printed on it. She looked up at Jacob, whose face was paler than the ice on the wall. On the wooden shelf at the deepest part of the warehouse, there are 7 ice hockey balls, exactly one less than the 6 children in the photo. Irene reached out to touch the nearest one, and just as her fingertips touched the surface of the ball, the wooden frame suddenly creaked. She suddenly grabbed Jacob's wrist and rushed to the side. The ice cone above her head fell down with a loud bang, creating an ice pit where the two had just stood. They knew we were coming. Jacob's breath burned against her ear, the smell of whiskey. His hand was on the small of her back, where his father's folding knife was tucked, the handle of the knife hurting her. There was the sound of a car engine outside. Irene looked through the broken glass window and saw the 2 car lights flickering in the snow like the eyes of a wild animal. Jacob pushed her into the wooden cabinet where the ice hockey balls were stored and stood in front of her, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the iron bar. The sound of the engine was getting closer and closer, and the sound of tires rolling over the snow was clearly audible, followed by the muffled sound of the car door closing and the crisp sound of leather boots stepping on the ice. 1 step, 2 steps, and stopped at the door of the warehouse. The sound of Erin's heartbeat drowned out the sound of her breathing. She felt the ice chips in the cracks of the wooden cabinet. It was freezing cold, but warmer than her palms. The words in her father's notebook suddenly appeared in front of her. Infrasound resonates with the ice hockey at a frequency of 21.7 Hz, which can induce ventricular fibrillation, and at this moment an invisible frequency was vibrating in the air, resonating terribly with her heartbeat. The sound of leather boots circled the warehouse and stopped in front of the wooden shelf. Erin smelled tobacco, Marlboro, the same cigarettes the man who chased her father in the alley had smoked. Then there was the sound of paper tearing, and someone swore in French. Damn it, 1 step too late. The sound of the engine began again, gradually fading away. Just as Jacob was about to stand up, Irene held his shoulders. The tire tracks on the snow had not yet frozen, and there were pieces of reflective metal fragments embedded in the tire marks, flashing coldly in the snow. When the two men crawled out of the wooden cabinet, the back of Jacob's down jacket was wet. It was the icy water splashed when the ice cone fell. Aaron picked up the scrap of metal and used the flashlight to see the inscriptions on it, the Maple Leafs logo and the year. It's the number stamped from the team's equipment department. Jacob's voice trembled. Last month, a batch of protective gear was lost in the training hall. The coach said it was dragged away by rats. Irene put the metal fragments into the evidence bag she carried with her. When she turned around, she caught a glimpse of the ice ball at the bottom of the wooden shelf, which glowed in a natural blue color under the flashlight. She reached out to wipe away the dust on the surface, and the words engraved on the ice ball made her blood freeze. It was Mary's name, the girl with twin ponytails in the photo, who was found drowned in the lake west of the town 10 years ago. The snow was still falling outside the warehouse, slowly filling up the ruts. Irene took out her cell phone, and all the red dots on the positioning software had disappeared, as if they had never appeared. But she knew that those people were only retreating temporarily, just like the undercurrent under the ice. When spring came, all the secrets would surge to the surface. Jacob suddenly grabbed her wrist. His hand was as cold as ice. They don't want photos. His Adam's apple rolled. It's us. Irene looked out the window at the snow-covered tire tracks and remembered what old John had said. Some secrets buried in ice will not rot, but the blood under the ice will eventually melt. And now they are standing in the first crisp sound of ice cracking. The back of Irene's neck felt like it had been burned by a pair of tongs. As her consciousness floated in the darkness, the first thing she grasped was the warmth of Jack's wrist, the hand that clamped her arm. His knuckles were white but sickly soft. She heard Margaret's high heels drumming in the locker room, and every step hit her throbbing temple. "Dr. Visser," Margaret's voice was coated with honey. "You should be glad that you are a psychiatrist. Otherwise I would have asked Jack to put you in the ice truck for the nonsense you just said." Irene's eyelashes fluttered twice, and she slowly opened her eyes. The cold light above her head refracted on Margaret's pearl earrings, illuminating her fingers with burgundy nail polish stroking the gun barrel. Jack's shadow fell over them, and his Adam's apple moved. There was an old scar under his Adam's apple, like a faded centipede. During the team's security training last week, Irene had seen this scar on the surveillance camera. It was the scar he got when he saved a little fan who was hit by the puck. The camera in the underground garage has been broken for 3 days. Margaret bent over, the muzzle of the gun against Irene's collarbone. "What do you think? If someone slipped there and hit the back of their head on the ice shovel?" She suddenly laughed. Just like that nosy old Visser 20 years ago. Irene's pupils suddenly contracted. The hum of the ventilation duct suddenly rose, and the 21.7 Hz infrasound drilled up along the spine. This was the frequency that could cause anxiety in humans in Lucas's experiment. Jack's fingers trembled on her wrist bone, and the grip loosened a little. "You checked the gambling network, the titanium alloy helmets, the Hypnotic experiments." Margaret scratched her nails across the inside pocket of Irene's coat. "But do you know, your father died clutching this same folding knife." Aaron's breath hitched. The fishy sweetness of 20 years ago suddenly came to her mind. The sound of blood dripping on the bluestone slabs when her father was dragged into the black car, and her reflection in the broken pieces of the mouthguard under the locker at this moment. Her fingertips quietly hooked the metal handle of the knife in the inner pocket, and the coolness of the blade against her skin spread through her blood vessels throughout her body. "There's the police outside," she said suddenly, her voice cracking like cracks on ice. They checked Tom's phone records and found that he met with a Jersey Devil scout at the pier last Wednesday. Margaret's pupils shrank into pinpoints. Jack subconsciously turned his head to the half-open door of the locker room. He heard vague footsteps outside the door. It was the sound of a cleaning lady pushing a tool cart past. Erin hooked her toes on the ice hockey equipment box at her feet, and the lid of the box slammed to the ground, and the metal knee pads rolled out and hit Jack's feet. Jack's attention was distracted by the noise, and Erin took the opportunity to hit him in the ribs with the tip of her elbow, the place where she observed his old injury recurring during the team training last week. Jack groaned and his grip loosened. Irene ducked down and crawled into the gap between the lockers. Hockey sticks, breastplates and gloves covered with ice chips were spinning in front of her eyes. Her heels rolled over the pieces of Tom's dropped mouthguard, and the fragments pierced into the sole of her shoe, causing her to wake up abnormally in pain. "Stop her!" Margaret's scream pierced the air. Jack's footsteps approached behind her, and Irene caught a glimpse of the ice skate rack in the corner. 12 professional ice skates gleaming coldly in the cold light. She grabbed a handful and backhandedly hurled it at Jack's shin. The blade of the knife scraped past his trouser leg and got stuck in the wall. Jack staggered 2 steps and knocked over a cart full of ice packs, and the broken ice fell on his head. Erin rushed to the door, and just as her fingers touched the door handle, she heard a sudden scraping of metal behind her. She turned around and saw Margaret holding a gun, the barrel still smoking. The bullet grazed her ear and hit the wooden door, splashing sawdust on her face. She flung the door open, and the draft from the corridor rushed in, bringing with it the unique chill of an ice rink. "Dr. Visser," a familiar voice came from the stairs. Irene paused. It was old Tony, the physical trainer of the ice hockey team. He was holding a stack of training schedules, and his reading glasses had slipped to the tip of his nose. "Why are you here?" "I just heard." Margaret's figure appeared behind the door, and Irene grabbed old Tony's arm and dragged him to the stairwell. "Call the captain for me. Quick." She saw Margaret wink at Jack from the corner of her eye, and Jack took out his cell phone and put it to his ear, his knuckles turning white from the effort. The emergency door of the stairwell slammed shut behind him. Irene leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, old Tony's exclamation still buzzing in her ears. She took out her cell phone and saw 3 unread messages on the screen. The password to the secret compartment in the experimental records is your birthday. From Luca, Tom's toxicology report shows the presence of infrasound-sensitive agent from the police station, and another from an anonymous number. Be careful of women wearing pearl earrings. She stared at the last message, and suddenly remembered that rainy night 20 years ago. The handle of the folding knife her father had given her when he stuffed her behind the trash can had the same pearl-like pattern engraved on it. It was 3 in the morning in Montreal, and it was snowing lightly. Irene stood on the escalator at Grand Central Station, her suitcase wheels rolling over the watermarks on the ground. She bought an early bus ticket to the small town of Saint Agatha, where she spent her childhood and where her father said for the last time that he was going to see an old friend before his accident. Outside the glass of the waiting room, a black Lincoln slowly stopped by the roadside. Margaret's pearl earring swayed on the rearview mirror inside the car, like 2 beads of solidified blood. Irene looked down at her phone, and the positioning software showed that 3 unknown devices were tracking her signal. She took out her folding knife and gently opened the compartment of the suitcase with the tip of the knife. Inside was her father's work notes from that year. On the title page was written in red pen, "The frequency of infrasound is 21.7 Hz, which resonates with the sound of the ice hockey impact. The announcement, passengers bound for St. Agathe, please board the plane," was made over the broadcast. Irene pulled up her suitcase and walked into the security check channel. The glass door reflected her shadow, overlapping with the little girl hiding in the alley 20 years ago. At that time, she was holding a folding knife, her nails digging into her palms. Now she was holding the truth, leaving the old marks of her nails digging into her palms. The snow was falling harder and harder, blurring the license plate of the Lincoln. Irene looked at the snowflakes flying outside the window, and suddenly remembered Margaret's last words. Some secrets will not rot if they are buried in ice. But she knew that the blood under the ice would eventually melt. The metal shelf left a ridge on Irene's back. She stared at the flashlight swaying outside the gap between the shelves, listened to the crunching sound of George's leather boots rolling over broken ice, and suddenly remembered the corpse in the morgue 3 days ago. The right hand that was also holding the key. The knuckles were blue-gray due to rigor mortis, and the key teeth were deeply embedded in the palm lines, as if forcibly branded into the flesh by some force. Move 30 centimeters to the left. Lucas's voice was close to her ear, and his warm breath swept over her red earlobe. His fingers were still on the back of her hand, and the 3 taps of the Morse code help were still hot on the surface of her skin. Irene turned sideways in the direction he pointed. The pile of old tactical manuals suddenly made a crackling sound, and the top one, Advanced Neural Reflex Training, fell to the ground with a thud, revealing the blurred Maple Leafs logo on the back in the moonlight. Over there, Diane's scream pierced the darkness. Irene glimpsed 2 shadows overlapping at the warehouse door. George's leather jacket was rubbing against the door frame, and Diane's hand was shaking as she held the walkie-talkie. There was a new scratch on the inside of her wrist, exactly the same position as when Margaret pulled her in the training room. Surveillance 3 days ago. Lucas suddenly squatted down and swept his fingertips across the ground. Irene then realized that he had picked up her dropped flashlight at some point, and the beam of light slanted down the bottom of the shelf, revealing a row of rusty metal boxes. 1993 medical box. He opened the top one, and the musty smell mixed with the turpentine smell hit him in the face. Inside were neatly stacked syringes, blood pressure monitors, and half a box of oxidized infrasound generator parts, the same batch of capacitors used in the smashed prototype in his laboratory. The footsteps stopped 5 meters away. George's shadow fell over them. Irene could even see the shavings from the hockey rink on his boots. Her nails dug into her palms, and the teeth of the key hurt. She suddenly remembered that after the training last Wednesday, when she was sorting out the training data with the medical team, a similar metal box number popped up on the screen of the neuroreflex training system, 0, which was exactly the same as the scratch on the bottom of this box. Erin. Lucas put his hand on her shoulder, warmth seeping through her thin sweater. With his other hand, he held up an old USB flash drive that he had taken out of the medical box. The brittle seal was still stuck to the interface. The backup system in the training room uses a physically isolated network from 20 years ago. Margaret thought that all the terminals had been destroyed, but the team doctor's office would hand over obsolete equipment to the old warehouse every year. George's intercom suddenly rang with noise. Margaret said she wanted to see me alive. He spat, and the barrel of his gun made a crisp sound on the shelf. If she hides again, I'll shoot this woman in the knee. Irene's temple was throbbing. She recalled the surveillance video she secretly recorded in the training room early yesterday morning. At that time, she pretended to debug the psychological assessment equipment, but actually aimed the camera at the operating interface of the neural reflex training system. In the picture, when Diane enters the password, her right little finger always taps the edge of the keyboard. That is a habit she developed from long-term operation of old-style keyboards, because the raised marks on the F and J keys of the old-style keyboards have been worn flat and must be located by touch. Follow me. She pulled Lucas and bent over to squeeze into the gap between the shelves, stopping at the innermost corner. There was a half-person high pile of old computer mainframes. The Maple Leafs logo on the chassis faded to gray, and the power lights were flickering strangely. Someone had recently touched these devices. Lucas squatted down to check the interface on the back of the host, his fingertips leaving a mark in the dust. This is the monitoring host that was eliminated from the training room. I applied for scrapping 3 years ago, but it was rejected by management. He unplugged the power cord on the back of the host, revealing the encryption interface hidden underneath. The backup password system requires a physical connection, and here, he pointed to the key in Irene's hand. This is the key for the 1993 tactical manual. Each main player had one back then, used to open the neural reflex data archive cabinet in the training room. When George's flashlight swept over, Irene had already inserted the key into the lock on the side of the console. Amid the sound of metal friction, the chassis made a slight sound, and the screen suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. Lucas quickly connected the USB drive and his fingers flew on the keyboard. His knuckles were a little deformed due to long-term preparation of medicines, but when he typed on the keyboard, he was as precise as if he was performing surgery. Heart rate 112, pupil contraction 0.3 seconds. Irene stared at the neural reflex data popping up on the screen. These numbers were highly consistent with the player test results she recorded in the training room last week. In order to control the players, Margaret must have planted a backdoor in the training system, and the backup password. She suddenly remembered the key marks on the right hand of the corpse in the morgue. The deceased was the substitute goalkeeper in 1993, and the nerve reflex test data of that year was sealed in this old host. Enter 1993-327. She blurted out. Lucas paused his fingers and looked up at her. Irene remembered the time of death of the deceased in the forensic report, March 27, 1993, exactly the same date as the Maple Leafs lost the finals that year. The screen flashed twice, and a row of blood-red numbers popped up. "Success," Lucas exclaimed in a low voice. But Irene heard a metallic clanging sound outside the door. George was changing the lock. She rushed over and pulled the warehouse door. There was a new padlock on the rusty door handle, and the lock body was plated with rose gold, which Margaret often used. They knew we would crack the code. Erin dug her nails into the keyhole. Margaret didn't want us to die. She wanted us to be trapped here and watch her complete the final step in the live broadcast of the finals. Lucas suddenly grabbed the old host. The backup system password verification requires a physical terminal, and this host is the key. He pulled off the power cord behind the host and wrapped it around his waist. "Come with me to the ventilation duct." Margaret didn't expect us to get the host, and she didn't expect. Diane screamed from outside the warehouse. "George, something is stuck in the keyhole." Erin looked up at the vents on the top shelf. The moonlight shone through the iron bars, casting light and dark shadows on Lucas's face. There was dust from the console on his temples, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. That was the first time she saw the true brilliance in the eyes of this man who always hid his emotions behind his gold-rimmed glasses. The iron grill of the vent suddenly creaked. Irene turned around suddenly and saw George pointing a gun at them, the barrel of the gun shining coldly in the moonlight. And in the darkness further away, she heard Margaret's voice coming from the intercom. With her usual elegant smile, "Dear Irene, welcome to my hockey trap." The thing in the keyhole was finally poked open. The moment George's hand touched the door handle, Lucas suddenly stuffed the host into Irene's arms. "Take this, and don't let go, no matter what happens." His voice was as light as a sigh. "Remember the key to the morgue 3 days ago? It's not just a password, it's..." The door was slammed open. Irene was pushed into the shadow behind the shelf by Lucas, and the weight of the console made her chest feel stuffy. When George's flashlight swept across her hiding place, she could hear her own pounding heart, mixed with the hum of the host's hard drive, like the countdown before a game on the ice hockey rink. And in the deeper darkness, the newly cracked password 57319 was slowly seeping into the rust of the ventilation duct, along with the faint blue light of the host screen, waiting to surface again at some more dangerous moment. The soles of Irene's sneakers rolled over a rusty hockey shoulder pad, and the sound of metal friction exploded in the empty warehouse. She hunched her shoulders and swept the beam of her flashlight across the stacked shelves. This place was like an ice hockey museum that had been gnawed by time, with faded training uniforms drooping like tattered flags, a few pairs of cracked protective gear hanging on the rusty ice skate racks, and a stale smell of moldu and motor oil floating in the air. "Over there." Lucas's voice came from the left. He squatted in front of a pile of discarded tactical whiteboards, fiddling with half a piece of detached magnetic tile with his fingertips. As Irene walked over, The heel of her boot kicked something hard. It was a notebook that had been soaked in water. The pages stuck together into dark brown lumps, and the words Neural Reflex Training 2019 on the cover were barely legible. She squatted down, took out a folding knife from her pocket, and gently picked up the stuck pages. The handwriting under the mold gradually became visible. Subject B7 developed pupil tremors, and the abnormal brainwave segment resonated with the infrasound frequency. The pen tip suddenly twisted into garbled characters, as if it had been slashed by a knife. "Let me see it." Lucas came closer, rubbing his fingertips over the line of garbled code, his Adam's apple moving. "This is the old file of the training room. I applied for access last spring, and Margaret said that everything was deleted when the system was upgraded." Irene looked up at him. A ray of moonlight leaked in through the broken window high up in the warehouse, falling right on his brow, splitting his often smiling eyes into two halves of light and dark. She remembered that 3 days ago in the training room, when he was debugging the infrasonic instrument, similar pieces of paper fell out of the console. When he bent down to pick them up, his back was as tense as a fully drawn hockey stick.
"There's more over here." Her beam swept across the bottom of the shelf and found a half-smashed folder with dark red marks on the edges, like dried blood,
with a dozen R4 papers scattered inside. Erin knelt down and arranged the pages by date, her heart beating faster and faster. December 5, 1993. Helmet pressure test records. 2001 player concussion data revision table. Wait, Lucas suddenly pressed her wrist. His fingertips were surprisingly cold. This one. He pulled out the bottom sheet, which was covered with densely packed waveform graphs and marked with infrasonic frequency 1921 Hz, with the words awakening threshold circled in red pen below. A chill ran down the back of Erin's neck. 3 days ago in the autopsy room, the forensic doctor said that when the murderer, the player whose body was occupied by the legendary goalkeeper Henry, died, an abnormal resonance wave of 19 Hz was detected in his brain, and the infrasonic analgesic device developed by Lucas has a default frequency of 9.
"What are you looking for?"
The sudden female voice pierced my eardrums like an icicle. Irene looked up suddenly, and the flashlight hit a dazzling white. It was Diane, the operator of the training room. At this moment, she was holding her mobile phone as a light source, and her left hand was in the pocket of her overalls. There was a hard object bulging there, maybe a defibrillator, his right shoulder rubbing against the spider web on the wall. His eyes narrowed into two vigilant slits. Lucas stood up first and said in his usual gentle tone, "Erin is doing a psychological assessment of the players and needs old training data for reference." Margaret said there are archived files in the warehouse.
Margaret didn't say that outsiders were allowed to search the warehouse. Diane took 2 steps forward, and the light from her mobile phone swept across the paper at Irene's feet. Neurological reflex training. That's a confidential project. Her eyes fell on the key Irene was holding. The key engraved with 1993 was sticking out from between her fingers. Where did this key come from?
Irene dug her nails into her palms. She noticed that Diane's index finger tapped the edge of her pocket twice. This was a habitual action when she was nervous. She did the same thing in the training room last week when she was debugging an instrument with an error. So she softened her voice and said, "I found it in the iron cabinet. It might have been left behind by the previous custodian. We just want to find some training cases from the 1990s. You know, the psychological problems of players nowadays." "That's enough." Diane suddenly raised her phone. The moment the screen lit up, Irene caught a glimpse of her pressing the call button. "George, they're in the warehouse," she said to the phone, and when she turned around, the vigilance on her face turned into a sneer. "Margaret said that anyone who touches the warehouse will be treated as a thief." Lucas quietly hooked his hand around Erin's wrist. Erin could feel the cold sweat on his palms. This was his characteristic when he was anxious. Last week, the team's main player suffered a concussion, and he was holding his coffee cup like this in the office.
Diane, we just...
Shut up, Diane interrupted him, took 2 steps back, and leaned her back against the warehouse door. Wait for George to deal with it. Her mobile phone screen was dimly lit, showing the prompt location sent. Irene's temple was throbbing. She remembered that when she entered the ventilation duct half an hour ago, Lucas said, "This place hasn't been cleaned in 10 years," but the dust on the shelves they just passed had obvious dragging marks. Someone had deliberately cleared a path to lead them to the iron cabinet and pick up the key, and now Diane appeared, just in time, like a pin in a precision gear, locking just when they touched the edge of the truth. "Why are the lights out?" Lucas suddenly looked up. Only then did Irene realize that the dim ceiling light in the corner of the warehouse had gone out at some point. The moonlight leaked in through the broken window, only illuminating half of the shelf, while the rest of the space was plunged into darkness. Diane's cell phone light flickered, illuminating her suddenly pale face. "It wasn't me who turned it off. It's George." Irene's voice was like ice water. "He wants to close the door and beat the dog." Before he could finish his words, there was a clanging sound from the metal door. Someone locked the door from the outside. In the darkness, Diane's breathing became rapid. The light from her cell phone flickered, illuminating several barrels of industrial alcohol, labeled flammable, piled against the wall, as well as the narrow aisle between the shelves, only enough for one person to pass through.
You don't come over here," Diane's voice trembled, and she finally took out the thing from her pocket. Not a stun gun, but a silver anti-wolf spray.
Irene dragged Lucas back toward the depths of the shelves. Her heel kicked something round. She bent down and touched it. It was an old ice hockey puck with cracked rubber on the surface. In the darkness, she could hear her own heartbeat drowning out all the noise, as well as the sound of footsteps in the distance, which hit the concrete floor like the dull thump of an ice hockey puck hitting a backstop. "They're coming." Lucas's breath brushed the tip of her ear. Irene clutched the key. The coolness of the metal penetrated into her bones along the blood clots on her palm, and she suddenly remembered that 3 days ago in the morgue, the murderer's right hand was also holding the same key. The forensic doctor said at the time that the victim's muscles were stiff before death, so the key was embedded in her palm, like a bone growing in the flesh. The footsteps were getting closer, mixed with Diane's hurried "George, over here." Irene's flashlight fell to the ground at some point, and she could only see Lucas's tense jawline in the moonlight. He tapped his fingers 3 times on the back of her hand, Morse code, then pointed to the top shelf. There were stacks of old playbooks, maybe a ventilation duct hidden behind them. In the darkness, George's voice sounded like sandpaper scraping against metal. "Did you find them?" Irene's back pressed against the cold shelf. She heard a very light laugh in her throat. It turned out that from the moment they entered the ventilation duct, they were no longer hunters, but ice balls put into a trap, rolling along the designed track towards the secret hidden in the 1990s. And now the trapdoor is closing. The smell of rust in the pipes suddenly became strong. Irene's knees pressed against the warped iron, and every inch she moved forward felt like being cut by a dull knife. She heard Lucas's breathing getting shorter and shorter, like a bellows leaking air. She saw the angle of the bone when George hit him in the right shoulder with the iron rod half an hour ago, and now warm blood was oozing out from there, spreading a sticky wet mark in the pipe. 3 more meters, Lucas said suddenly, his voice muffled by the metal pipe wall. Only then did Irene realize that she had stopped moving without knowing when. Her nails dug deep into the wound on her palm. Blood was dripping through the gaps between her fingers into the depression in the pipe, forming a small red pool. George's curses were heard from behind, mixed with the dull sound of the shotgun butt hitting the pipe wall. They were getting closer. Irene licked her cracked lips. When she first went into the ventilation duct 3 days ago, she thought it was just to look for the players' banned drugs. Now the iron box is pressed against her heart. Inside is the infrasound experiment log that Lucas stole. Each page is stamped with Maple Leaf's medical department. At the bottom is a yellowed photo. In the 1993 finals, legendary goalkeeper Henry Leclerc wore his iconic titanium helmet, and the light in his eyes was colder than ice. Ventilation vent. She paused suddenly, her fingertips touching a raised edge on the pipe wall. Sure enough, a few faint lights leaked in through the half-finger-wide gap, and a vague figure could be seen outside. It was the corridor of the training room, and it should be empty at the moment. After all, George had transferred all the guards to seal off the locker room. Erin's heart beat faster, as she recalled that when she was doing a psychological evaluation for forward Kevin last week, he unconsciously tapped on the vent and said, "The sound of this pipe travels far, like someone is playing drums in their head." Infrasound. She turned her head and looked at Lucas across the 30-centimeter pipe. The sweat on the man's forehead dripped onto the iron sheet, reflecting a dark red light. That was his own blood. "Can you control the range?" Lucas's pupil shrank. 3 days ago in the medical room, when he stuffed the infrasound generator into her hands, he said, "This is an experiment. If the frequency is not right, it will shatter the eardrum." But now he smiled with a bit of bitter relief. "Henry's helmet can emit directional signals. I have modified the program." He took out a silver disc from his pocket, the edge of which was stained with the blue potion from the infirmary. That was the core component he hid in the interlayer of the first aid kit. George's panting could be heard from behind, so close that I could hear the phlegm in his throat. Irene counted the footsteps. 2 men, with George in the middle, should be forming a triangle formation to encircle them. Her nails tapped on the iron mesh of the vent. 3 short beats and 1 long. This was the ready signal she and Lucas agreed upon.
Bite it.
Lucas suddenly stuffed his sleeve into her mouth. Before Irene could react, the buzzing sound of the infrasound generator crawled along the tube wall into her eardrum. It was not a sound, but a vibration that struck her directly on the nerves, as if someone was stirring in her brain with a rusty chisel. She saw Lucas's face twisted into a blurry double image, his left hand tightly gripping the generator, his knuckles as white as the boundary walls on an ice rink. He was adjusting the frequency. George's curses turned into screams. Through the gap in the vent, Irene saw that the voice-controlled lights in the corridor suddenly went out, then suddenly lit up, reflecting 3 distorted shadows crashing around outside the pipe. One of the men knocked over the cleaning vehicle, and the bucket rolled to the bottom of the vent. Water splashed onto the iron mesh, forming a swaying curtain of water in front of Irene's eyes. "Go." Lucas's voice suddenly became clear. Only then did Irene realize that the vibration of the infrasonic waves had disappeared, leaving only the sound of her own violent heartbeat. She ignored the taste of blood in her mouth and crawled forward, dragging the iron box. Her knees hit the raised weld and the pain made her vision go black. But she saw the iron net exit just in front of her, the rusty edge glowing coldly, like some kind of ancient door knocker. The last half-meter, Irene's fingertips gripped the iron net. She pulled with all her might, and the rusted screws groaned in agony. "Hold on." Lucas pushed her waist from behind, his movements trembling due to the injury on his right shoulder, but the force was enough to tear a half-person-high gap in the iron net. The moment Irene squeezed out, dust exploded like a cloud, and she fell on the concrete floor, covered with broken glass. She looked up and saw a wooden sign that read, "Abandoned Warehouse," hanging diagonally on the wall. The dusty shelves were piled with ice hockey protective gear from 20 years ago, and the smell of mold and rust went straight into her nostrils. Lucas rolled in shortly after, the blood from his right shoulder soaking through his shirt. He pulled off an old towel from the shelf and pressed it on the wound. When he looked up, he saw Irene staring at the iron cabinet in the corner. A half-broken key was inserted in the keyhole of the cabinet, and there were fresh scratches on the lock, as if it had just been pried open. George's people. Irene reached for the pepper spray at her waist, but her fingers stopped when they touched the iron box. The scratches on the edge of the tin were still fresh, left when she was knocked against the shelf by George's men in the pipeline. But at this moment, the Maple Leafs emblem on the lid glowed unnaturally in the dust, as if it had been wiped by someone. There was a slight sound of breaking wood from deep within the warehouse. Lucas's infrasound generator suddenly vibrated in her pocket, and a line of garbled code popped up on the screen. That was the danger approach signal they agreed on. Irene helped Lucas up and glanced at the shadows between the shelves. Behind the innermost shelf, there was half the toe of a black tactical boot, stained with the same red rust as in the pipes. "Keys," Lucas said suddenly, even softer than before. He pointed to the gap under the iron cabinet, where a silver key lay, with MLH 1993 engraved on the end, the abbreviation of the Montreal Maple Leafs 1990. Irene bent down to pick it up, and just as her fingertips were about to touch the key, the door at the end of the warehouse was slammed open. George's shotgun spit out flames in the dim light, and the bullet grazed her ear and hit the shelf. The ice hockey knee pads that fell off hit her feet and broke into two pieces, revealing the miniature camera embedded inside. Lucas dragged her behind the shelves. Irene's heart was beating fast. She heard George's footsteps rolling over broken glass on the concrete floor, and heard the iron box in her arms getting hot. In addition to the experimental log, it might also contain the design drawings of the titanium alloy helmet from in the iron cabinet in the corner. The scratches of the broken key were still fresh, indicating that someone had been here earlier than them, and left behind this key, engraved with the year of the championship and the camera hidden in the knee pad. "Let's go." Lucas tugged at her sleeve and pointed to the small door on the other side of the warehouse. Irene took one last look at the key and clutched it in her palm. The coolness of the metal seeped into the skin through the blood scalp, like some ancient curse, or like the tip of a knife about to pierce the darkness. Behind the door was an even narrower corridor, and vague voices could be heard coming from the stairwell at the end. Irene helped Lucas walk upstairs, and the key in her palm hurt. She knew that the iron cabinets in the abandoned warehouse, the scraped iron boxes, the cameras in the knee pads, and the key engraved with 1993 were all telling the same thing. They thought they were on the run, but in fact, from the moment they entered the ventilation duct, they had already stepped into an elaborately designed trap. The center of the game is the secret inside the titanium helmet in 1993, and the blood behind the words "Henry is awake" that has not frozen for 30 years. As the sirens tore through the air, Erin's eardrums felt the vibrations before her hearing. The red emergency light rotated on the ceiling of the training room, stretching George's shadow into a distorted monster. He was wearing a black leather jacket, with a hockey stick slung over his shoulder, and the metal blade dragged harsh scratches on the ground. Behind him, 6 gang members spread out in a fan shape, 2 of them holding shotguns with cold light shining from the barrels. "Dr. Visser," George's voice was like sandpaper rubbing against rusty gears. "Miss Margaret said she wanted to invite you for tea. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" His thumb rubbed the handle of the golf club. There were 3 dents there. Irene remembered that Jacob's autopsy report stated that the shape of the deceased's broken ribs matched these 3 dents exactly. Lucas' fingers pinched her lower back gently. Irene lowered her eyes and saw that his other hand was clutching the emergency maintenance panel on the wall of the training room, his knuckles turning white. He had the same grip when he was debugging the infrasound generator in the laboratory 3 days ago. He said it was a non-lethal nerve interference technology at the time. Thinking about it now, perhaps he had been preparing for today from that moment on. "Lay of guns," Erin whispered so that only the 2 of them could hear. She caught a glimpse of the nearest gang member removing the safety of his shotgun. "What is the effective range of infrasound?" "Within 7 meters. Lucas's breath brushed behind her ear. "But it takes 30 seconds to calibrate." There was a new scratch on the inside of his wrist, left by the broken glass just now. Blood was oozing out, and it looked like a dark red mole under the emergency light. Irene suddenly remembered that when he treated the forward for a concussion last week, He covered the same wound with a band-aid, and the medical record said training accident. The tip of George's club tapped the ground with a crisp click sound. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it." His left eyelid twitched, which was a micro-expression that Irene had learned in the profiling class. When the abuser is about to take action, the nerves controlling the face will twitch uncontrollably. "Begin," Irene whispered. Lucas's finger instantly pressed the silver button on the panel. The air conditioning vents in the training room suddenly made a buzzing sound which became lower and lower, too low to be detected by human hearing. But it was like an invisible hammer hitting the spine. The nearest gang member staggered 2 steps, and his shotgun fell to the ground. The one holding the club squatted down, covering his ears, blood oozing from between his fingers. George's pupils contracted violently, and the club fell to the ground with a clang. He held onto the metal bracket of the VR cabin, his Adam's apple rolling as he retched. "Let's go." Lucas dragged her to the corner of the training room. Irene's soles rolled over broken glass, and the stinging pain spread from the soles of her feet to her temples. But her eyes were always scanning the ground. The ventilation duct opening was behind the instrument cabinet, a round iron cover with a diameter of and there were new pry marks on the edge, indicating that it had been opened recently. A brass lock was hung in the center of the iron cover. There were 5 parallel scratches on the lock body, left by repeated scraping by an ice knife. The blade marks were exactly the same as the bloody ice knife next to the corpse in the locker room 3 days ago. Control panel. Lucas followed her gaze and saw 3 green lights on the console on the east side of the training room. Ventilation system control module. Irene rushed over, hunched over, her back pressed against the cold operating table. George's groans suddenly became louder, and she knew that the effect of the infrasound was weakening. Cold sweat was already oozing out of Lucas's forehead. This was his condition. After the last 6-hour infrasound experiment, he fainted in the office at that time, and when she found him, he was still holding a medical record full of brainwave data in his hand. There are 7 buttons on the operating console, and the edge of the 3rd one is worn, which is consistent with the direction of the scratches on the ventilation duct lock. Erin took a deep breath and pressed the 3rd button. With the sound of metal friction, the lock of the ventilation duct popped open with a click. Lucas had already half crouched and entered the pipe, turned back and stretched out his hand. "Quick, Visser!" George's roar made the pipes buzz. Irene turned her head and saw him wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and picking up the shotgun on the ground. The moment the butt of the gun touched his shoulder, his right shoulder sank slightly. This is the compensatory action of a left-handed person forcing himself to shoot with his right hand, and the trajectory of the bullet will deviate 15 degrees to the left. Irene dove sideways into the pipe, her back scraping against the rough iron sheet. Lucas held her waist with his hands, and they crawled in the narrow pipe. Dust rushed into their nostrils, carrying the fishy smell of rust and mold. There was a metallic clanging sound from behind. It was George's men climbing the pipe. Someone cursed. "Where the hell does this place lead to?" "Turn left." Lucas's voice was muffled in the pipe. The main ventilation duct is connected to the distribution room on the 3rd underground floor, where there is a backup exit. His breathing became heavier, and Irene could feel that with every step he climbed, his elbows would press deeper indentations on the iron sheet. The infrasound consumed too much of his energy, just like the last time he said it's just a common cold, but took painkillers for 3 consecutive days. The pipe suddenly narrowed, and Irene's knee hit the raised weld point, causing her to gasp in pain. There were footsteps approaching from behind, and the shriek of a shotgun barrel scraping against a pipe. She crawled forward in the dark and felt something wet with her fingertips. Condensation, which meant she was not far from the exit.
"Hurry!" Lucas's hand suddenly tightened around her ankle. "There's a fork ahead, turn left."
The moment Irene turned into the left pipe, she heard a bang from behind. George fired a shot. The bullet hit the right wall of the pipe, and sparks splashed on the back of her neck. She didn't dare look back and could only rush forward, her nails scratching on the iron sheet, making a harsh sound. The light in the pipe became brighter and brighter, and I could vaguely see a circular iron mesh in front of me. Through the mesh, I could see a metal staircase glowing, with a cold light, but at this moment the pipe suddenly vibrated violently. Irene looked up and saw George's face pressed against the upper pipe. He was grinning, and blood was dripping from his nose onto the iron sheet, like a string of red commas. "Run, psychiatrist." He raised the shotgun and pointed the barrel at her head. Lucas suddenly rushed over and blocked her with his body. Aaron hit her forehead against the back of his neck and tasted blood, is seeping from the wound. The hum of the infrasound generator was still echoing in her ears, mixed with the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, and the faint sound of the ice hockey arena broadcast outside the ventilation duct. There are still 40 minutes until the start of the finals. "Climb," Lucas yelled, his voice hoarser than she'd ever heard it. "Don't stop." Irene gritted her teeth and moved forward. The iron sheet cut her palm, and blood dripped into the pipe, mixing with Lucas's blood, winding into a dark red road. There was more climbing noise from behind, and George's laughter swung like a rusty chain. She didn't know what was waiting for them ahead, didn't know whether there was freedom or another trap behind the iron net, and didn't even know what evidence was hidden in the iron box in her arms that could overturn 30 years of darkness. But she knew that every crawling sound in the pipe at this moment was pushing them into a darker abyss. And there lay the truth of Henry has woken up, the unfinished words in the desperate eyes of the corpses in the locker room, and all the sins covered up by ice hockey, glory, and money. The light outside the ventilation duct suddenly became brighter, and Irene saw the iron net was very close. She stretched out her bloody hand and touched the cold metal. She heard the sound of George loading his shotgun and Lucas's increasingly weak breathing behind her. They climbed faster, like two wild beasts trapped in an iron cage, struggling desperately towards the unknown exit. The rain formed a silver-gray curtain under the streetlights. When Irene stuffed the iron box into the inner pocket of her windbreaker, her knuckles were still stained with the blood from Jacob's wound. Just now in the alley, the old scar that stretched from the wrist bone to the forearm looked like a hideous centipede, and it matched perfectly with the red mark next to VR Training Room Area B on the map in her arms. The wound on the hand of the corpse in the locker room 3 days ago had the same mark. "Go to Lucas's office." She wiped the rain off her face and said to Jacob. Water was still dripping from the hem of the man's shirt, but his eyes were fixed on the poster opposite that was crossed out with red paint. Irene followed his gaze and saw that the photo of the goalkeeper position had blurred into a scarlet color. The 5 words, "Henry is awake," were mottled by the rain, like some kind of bleeding curse. Jacob suddenly grabbed her wrist and asked, "Are you sure you can trust the team doctor?" Irene didn't answer. She remembered the first time she met Lucas 3 days ago. He was standing under the cold light in the medical room, his white coat sleeves neatly rolled up to his forearms, his fingertips stained with iodine that had not been wiped off, and his eyes were like deep pools. At that time, she had just finished the psychological evaluation of the players and found that the EEGs of 3 main players showed abnormal overlap. In the injury report handed over by Lucas, the concussion recovery period of these 3 people was neatly written 3 times. "He needs answers more than I do." She pulled her hand away, turned and ran towards the team building. Rainwater poured into my sneakers, and every step carried a sticky weight. The iron box in my arms hit my ribs as I ran, like a hot heart. Lucas's office is at the end of the 3rd floor. When Irene knocked on the door, there was a rustling sound of papers, followed by the sound of keys turning. The man was wearing a dark grey turtleneck sweater. When he saw her, his pupils shrank slightly, but he still stepped aside. "Dr. Visser, it's so late. Look at this." Irene slapped the map on his desk and lifted up her sleeves to reveal the bloodstains from when she pulled Jacob. Jacob's scar is the same as the mark on Area B. The wound on the hands of the corpse in the locker room was of the same shape. Lucas paused on the map. His nails were neatly trimmed, but there were calluses on his fingertips from years of holding syringes. You said before that the player's brainwaves overlapped. When he looked up, his eyes behind the lenses suddenly became sharp. Is it related to the neurofeedback system in the VR training room? Irene nodded. 3 days ago, she captured the sound of the ice skates cutting through the skin in the player's flashback, but what was even clearer was some kind of low-frequency vibration, like infrasound. Lucas's research area is to use infrasound to regulate the nerve excitement of athletes. There's only one way now. Lucas opened the drawer, and there was a crisp sound of metal colliding. I have a temporary permission card that allows me to enter the VR training room. But Mark, the technical director, he's on duty tonight. He knows you. That's why I need you. Lucas put the card into her hand, his fingertips touching the calluses on her palm. You are a psychologist, so it's only natural for you to check on the player's training status. Mark wouldn't doubt it. Irene stared into his eyes. The team doctor who always puts players' health first now has dark currents in his eyes. She remembered that when she ran into him in the medical room last week, infrasonic wave experiment data, 37th time flashed on the computer screen, and he quickly closed the lid. Let's go. She held the card in her hand and smelled the faint scent of cedar perfume on him when she turned around. If we're any later, Margaret's people will catch up with us. The VR training room is on the second underground floor. As the elevator descended, Irene heard her own heartbeat drown out the sound of the machinery. Lucas stood beside her, his thumb unconsciously stroking the cuffs of his sleeves, a habit he had when he was nervous. She had observed this 3 times. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. The red light at the end of the corridor cast blood spots on the wall. Mark stood at the door of the training room with his hands behind his back, and the knees of his black overalls were stained with motor oil. When he looked up, Irene saw a crescent-shaped scar behind his ear, and the curve of an old wound on Jacob's waist. No, it looked more like the grip mark of a hockey stick. Dr. Gray. Mark's voice was like sandpaper on metal. Dr. Visser, coming to the training room so late. Lucas took a half-step forward, blocking Irene's sight. Dr. Visser said that we need to observe the psychological state of the players during VR training. I will accompany her to get the data. He took out the permission card, and the metal card glowed coldly under the corridor light. The system should be synchronized with the temporary application permission. Mark didn't take the card. He stared into Lucas's eyes for 3 seconds, then turned to Irene. Does the psychological evaluation require entering the core area? Irene remembered what Jacob said, that Mark had worked in the team for 12 years, working his way up from equipment maintenance to technical director, and even the general manager had to look at his face when he wanted to adjust the surveillance. She touched the iron box in the inner pocket of her windbreaker, which contained old videotapes stolen from gang strongholds, which might be used as bargaining chips. But at this moment she could only use the calmest tone. Gavin had a flashback after VR training last week. I need to confirm whether it is a problem with the equipment or psychological trauma. Mark's eyes swept across the team badge on her chest and fell on the medical badge on Lucas's white coat. Finally, he held out his hand. Authorization card. Lucas handed the card steadily, but Irene noticed that his palms tightened slightly. That was the micro-expression he made when he was lying. Mark turned around holding the card and walked to the card reader next to the door. The red light flashed twice, turned green, and then there was a beeping sound. Go in. Mark threw the card back, landing accurately in Lucas's palm. I'll clear the place in half an hour. The training room was larger than Erin had imagined. 6 360-degree cameras are hung from the ceiling. The floor is covered with sensor mats, and 20 VR cabins are neatly arranged like silver cocoons. Each cabin is connected to a neurofeedback device, and green brainwave curves are jumping on the display screen. The core area is at the innermost part. Lucas lowered his voice and walked to the right corner. The equipment control console is in Area B. Irene followed him, the soles of her shoes lightly touching the mat, and the sensor light lit up. She glanced at the nearest neurofeedback device, and the reaction time in the data column showed 0.12 seconds, far exceeding the human average limit of the next one, 0.1. Here, Lucas stopped in front of the VR cabin numbered B7. There was a half-finger-wide scratch on the side of the cabin, and a scar on Jacob's wrist. Erin gasped. She squatted down and touched the scratch with her fingertips. The edge was jagged, as if it was cut by some high-speed rotating metal. It's the same wound on the body's hand in the locker room. She looked up at Lucas. This is the heat dissipation vent of the infrasound generator. Lucas pulled open the baffle on the side of the VR cabin, revealing the densely packed wiring inside. My improved equipment can stimulate the nerve center through low-frequency vibrations, but during normal training, the power will not exceed. His voice suddenly paused, and his fingers pinched the red wire. Someone has modified the circuit. That's when the alarm sounded. A sharp buzzing sound tore through the air, and the red light on the ceiling began to spin. Irene saw a warning pop up on the console screen. Illegal access to core data. She rushed to the nearest surveillance screen. In the picture, Mark was yelling into the intercom, and the command to seal off the second underground floor came from the background. The access card is fake. Lucas pulled off his white coat, revealing the black t-shirt underneath. Mark just swiped the card I invalidated last week. The system is now tracking our location. Irene took out her phone and took a quick photo. The data from the neurofeedback device was still jumping wildly. 0.207 seconds, 0.5 seconds, and the last curve suddenly became a straight line, like some creature had its nerves cut off. The reaction time of these players. When she turned around, Lucas had already removed the hard drive connected to the main console. They are not training, they are being transformed. Let's go. Lucas pulled her towards the safe passage, and the sound of an iron gate opening came from behind. Irene heard hurried footsteps coming from the end of the corridor, mixed with the shouting on the intercom. The target is in Area B. Left. Lucas suddenly pushed her away and rushed towards the fire hydrant. Amid the sound of shattering glass, he grabbed the fire extinguisher and smashed it at the nearest camera. Irene took the opportunity to stuff the videotape in the iron box into the heat dissipation vent of the VR cabin. If they were caught, at least they had to leave a clue. Amid the alarm, she heard Mark's voice blasting out from the intercom. "No tight, George. The target is in the VR training room." The last word was distorted by the sound of electricity, but it was like an icicle piercing the back of Irene's neck. She thought of the poster Jacob had been staring at in the alley, the red paint of Henry Heswake's still dripping, and George, Margaret's right-hand man, the man who had broken the knees of 3 gamblers with a hockey stick, was now leading his gang members to break through the security door of the second basement. Lucas's grip was so tight it hurt. When they turned the last corner, Irene saw the green light of the emergency exit flashing ahead, but she also heard clearer footsteps, coming from above, from below, from all possible directions. The lock of the iron box was still hot in her palm. She suddenly understood that what was hidden in the eyes of the corpse in the locker room 3 days ago was not fear, but despair. They should have known that when the lights in the VR training room came on, what was awakened was never a legendary goalkeeper, but something darker. And now, that thing is finally showing its teeth. Erin nearly dug her nails into Jacob's wrists. The ice ball in the ventilation duct rolled for a third time, and the sound of metal collision was like rusty gears rolling over nerves. She could hear the sound of herself swallowing, mixed with the rapid heartbeat under Jacob's coat. It was an old leather jacket with a pine scent, and the back collar was still stained with the unique cold mist of the ice rink. 3, she whispered into his ear, her breath brushing against his stubble-tattooed jawline. When the masked man dispersed just now, she counted 3 flashlight spots: the shelf area in the left front, the material stacking table in the right rear, and the one directly above the vent, the direction where the ice hockey was rolling. The one in the middle was lame, and his left foot landed lightly, probably because of an old knee injury. Jacob's Adam's apple moved, but he said nothing. His fingers were still hooked on the small of Irene's back, and he could feel the ridge of her spine through her sweater. When she found the body in the locker room 3 days ago, she stood like this, looking down at the wound on the deceased's right hand. 3 half-moon-shaped blood marks, as if cut by some kind of patterned metal sheet. The lock of the iron box in his arms is now in the shape of a 3-petal maple leaf, with a slightly blunt edge, which perfectly matches the curvature of the wound. Follow closely. Irene suddenly pulled his sleeve. The beam of light in the middle paused for 2 seconds at the 10 o'clock position. The lame man was adjusting his route. She remembered that when she climbed over the wall half an hour ago, there was a row of abandoned boiler pipes in the southeast corner, and behind the pipes were fiberboard boxes half a person's height piled up. If she could get around there, she might be able to find the fire escape. The 2 men took 7 steps while crouching, and suddenly the tip of Jacob's leather boot hit something. There was a slight sound of metal exploding in the empty factory, and Irene froze instantly. The light beam swept over, and the masked man's shadow was stretched into a distorted monster on the wall. She saw that the person was holding not an ordinary flashlight in his left hand, but a high-intensity flashlight with a tactical grip, and his right hand was in his windbreaker pocket. The bulging shape there looked like a Browning. Jacob's palm covered the back of her neck, and his body temperature seeped into her skin through his palm. His other hand reached for the corner of the wall, picked up a broken brick, and threw it to the west. The light spot turned around immediately, and the lame man cursed in French, and kicked a few empty cans away with his footsteps. Irene took the opportunity to drag him to the boiler area. Sure enough, there was a staircase covered with plastic sheeting behind the fiberboard box. The fresh scratches on the accumulated dust were like a snake, winding from the bottom of the box to the steps. The basement ice room of the old factory. Jacob squatted down and tapped the steps with his knuckles. The concrete has a muffled echo, which means there is a lot of space underneath. When he looked up, Irene was staring at the edge of the plastic sheet. There was half a shoe print there, and the rubber sole was the hexagonal shape unique to the Maple Leafs training shoes, exactly the same as the pair that the deceased was last wearing in the locker room surveillance. Go down. Irene's voice was colder than the ice rink. She recalled an old photo she had retrieved from the team archives this morning. In the 1993 finals, legendary goalkeeper Henri Leclerc stood at the door of the ice room, with the Maple Leafs logo on his protective gear, and the engraving on the iron box exactly the same. On the back of the photo, Margaret's gift, written in pencil by her father, was now ironed in her inside pocket. Jacob paused his fingers on the banister. He could smell the musty odor mixed with rust coming up from below, which was very similar to the blood his father vomited on the carpet when he was drunk in his childhood. But Irene had already stepped down, and the iron box left a shallow mark in her arms. The lock shone faintly blue under the cold light of the mobile phone. That was the unique fluorescence of the fingerprint recognition area. Footprints. There are fresh footprints here. The sudden male voice from above made both of them stagger. Irene grabbed Jacob's arm and rushed down, the steps clanging under her feet. The basement was deeper than I had imagined. Water began to seep from the 3rd step, and the gaps between the tiles were filled with dark green algae. Jacob fished out a lighter and lit it. In the dim light, they saw a faded shift list nailed to the wall. November 1995, Ice Storage Manager, Leclerc. Next to it was a twisted ice ball, painted in red paint, surrounded by 7 scratches, exactly the same number of times the ice ball rolled in the ventilation duct. Look over there. Irene pointed to the metal cabinet in the corner. The lock had been pried open, and there were some yellowed documents scattered in the half-open drawer. The top one was a handwritten experiment record. Infrasound frequency 4.5 Hz, lasting 15 minutes. The subject showed symptoms of personality dissociation. Her fingers suddenly stopped. The flamboyant LG in the signature column was exactly the same as the initials of the team's chief, Dr. Lucas Gray. Jacob pulled the document over and glanced at it, his Adam's apple rolling violently. Last week when he went to the team doctor's office to get painkillers, he saw Lucas adjusting a silver instrument. The sine wave jumping on the screen was a twin of the waveform image on the paper. Further below there was half a map with the corners torn off. The remaining part was circled in red pen, with VR Training Room Area B, and a note next to it saying, "The key is in Henry's protective gear."
They're coming down. Jacob suddenly pushed Irene into the gap between the cabinet and the wall.
There were footsteps coming from above, from at least 2 people, one of whom had the distinctive metallic scraping sound of ice skates on his sole, the same sound that overlapped with the footsteps of the third person outside the ventilation duct. Irene touched the lock of the iron box, and her heart beat so fast that it seemed to break her ribs. If Henry's protective gear key is in the iron box, and Lucas's infrasound experiment, bang! The light bulb above my head suddenly exploded. Jacob dragged her deeper into the cave and kicked a rusty iron bucket at his feet, from which some round objects rolled out. They were ice hockey pucks, with a bumpy surface and engraved with the same Maple Leaf team logo as the iron box. Irene bent down to pick one up and found that there were tiny scratches on the surface of the ball, as if it had been cut by some high-frequency vibration. "The puck is calling." The voice of the masked man in the ventilation duct suddenly exploded above her head, startling Irene so much that she almost let go. This time it was closer, with the buzzing of a metal loudspeaker. "Henry wants to take back what belongs to him. You have his armor key. You can't escape." Jacob suddenly stopped. In front of them was a concrete wall, with a ventilation hole half a person's height at the base, and a rusty fence leaning to one side. There were footsteps behind them, and the flashlight had already shone on the place where they had just stood. Irene stuffed the map into her inner coat pocket and hugged the tin box tighter. Jacob squatted down and held her waist with both hands. "Climb out, I'll cover you." "No." Erin gritted her teeth and dug her nails into the back of his hand. She saw the bloodshot in his eyes, and remembered how he looked in the morgue 3 days ago, holding his sister's portrait, with the whiskey bottle shattered into glass shards at his feet. Together, the vent was narrower than expected, and when Jacob's shoulder was stuck in the middle, Irene heard him groan. The footsteps behind them were getting closer, and someone shouted, "Don't let them get away. Margaret must live." Irene pulled his wrist outward, and suddenly touched the scar on his inner side. It was an old wound, extending from the wrist bone to the forearm, as if it was cut by some sharp metal, and the same shape as the wound on the hand of the corpse in the locker room. "It's out." Jacob suddenly exerted force, and the 2 of them rolled into the alley outside. The cold rain poured down on her head. Irene touched the iron box in her arms and found it was still there. Jacob stood up with the help of the wall. His shirt was torn, revealing a hideous old scar on his waist. The arc was exactly the same as the mark next to VR Training Room Area B on the map. The sound of sirens in the distance came closer and closer. Irene opened the map. The rain blurred some of the words, but the words VR Training Room were still clear. When she looked up, Jacob was staring at the billboard opposite. On it was the Maple Leafs new season poster. A cross was painted on the goalkeeper's photo with red paint, and the words "Henry is awake" were written crookedly below. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the lock of the iron box felt hot in her palm. Irene knew that they were closer to the truth, but something more dangerous was just beginning to move. The smell of rust from the ventilation ducts, wrapped in damp cold air, penetrated into her nostrils. As she leaned against the edge of the shelf, Irene could clearly hear the sound of George's leather boots crushing over the crushed ice. The host computer grew hot in her arms, and the hum of the hard drive overlapped with her heartbeat, just like the countdown buzzer in an ice hockey arena. That was the most crucial overtime moment of the game, and the breath of all the spectators condensed into ice mist, hanging under the dome. "Come out, psychiatrist." Georgie's voice was filled with heavy breathing, and the flashlight swept across the gap between the shelves where she was hiding. "Miss Margaret said she wanted you alive, but I can break one of your legs first." Irene dug her nails into her palms. The scene in the morgue 3 days ago suddenly flashed back, in the white mist of the refrigerator. Lucas was holding the brass key, and there was half a bloody fingerprint on the key's teeth. "It's not just a password, it's..." He hesitated at the time, but now she finally understood. The string of numbers 57319 was not an ordinary locker password at all, but the key to unlock a more dangerous secret. On the left, Diane screamed from the other end of the warehouse. Irene saw her shadow swaying between the shelves, holding the stun gun in her hand. "George, they may be hiding behind the equipment." The corner of Lucas's clothes suddenly brushed against the back of her hand. He had touched her side at some point, put his knuckles against the metal bracket at the bottom of the shelf, and tapped 3 times gently. This was the code they agreed on in the team's physical therapy room 3 days ago. Prepare for action. Irene's pupils contracted slightly. Her eyes swept across the wooden boarded window in the corner of the warehouse. The edge of the glass was an unnatural silver white. It was the trace of being cracked by frost and then glued together. 2 days ago, when she came to the warehouse to pick up the player's psychological evaluation files, she noticed something unusual about the window. The color of the adhesive was newer than the paint on the window frame, and it was obviously repaired recently. "Signal transmitter." Lucas's voice was like a feather. "It's on the 3rd shelf, in the bottom layer. It's in a black iron box." Irene followed his gaze. The rusty shelves were piled with expired ice hockey protective gear, and on the bottom shelf there was indeed a dusty metal box with the old NHL National Hockey League logo printed on the lid, the team logo before the team moved into. She suddenly remembered that a batch of obsolete equipment was indeed moved here when the old training hall was renovated last year. George's footsteps came closer. Irene rushed over with her back bent. The burrs on the edge of the metal box scratched her wrist, but she opened the lid as if she was unconscious. Inside lay a palm-sized signal transmitter with a folded antenna and green mold growing on the power port. "It will take 3 minutes." Lucas had already taken out a miniature toolbox from the pocket of his white coat. As a team doctor, he always carried tools for treating minor wounds, but now it had become a powerful tool for repairing electronic equipment. He used tweezers to pick away the green rust on the power connector, and pulled out a thin copper wire from the knee pads. "I repaired a concussion monitor for a goalkeeper last year. I remember that this model requires an external power supply." Irene drummed her fingers rapidly on the shelf. She counted George's footsteps. He paused every 2 steps, which meant he was shooting with a flashlight. Diane's footsteps were lighter, but dragging. She had an old injury on her left ankle, which was captured on the surveillance camera in the training room last week. Margaret sent her here, probably because she thought a limp would be less suspicious.
Found it. Lucas suddenly pulled off his tie and untied the metal clip at the end. Emergency power supply. He wrapped the copper wire around the metal clip on the tie and straightened the transmitter antenna. "Erin, go to the window." Irene followed his gaze to the sealed window. There was a thin layer of ice on the inside of the glass, but the adhesive on the edges showed fine cracks with every breath. She grabbed a broken hockey stick from the shelf. The carbon fiber fragments on the stick head pierced her palm, reminding her of the night her father was murdered. It was just as cold, and there was just as much breaking sound. When the gangster's iron rod hit the back of her father's head, she hid behind the freezer in the convenience store and heard the creaking of the freezer door hinges. "Smash it in 3 seconds." Lucas's voice suddenly dropped. "Wait until I count to 3. Erin gripped the club tightly. George's flashlight had already swept across the shelf where they were hiding.
In the spot of light he could see the holster on his waist. A Colt M1911 pistol with a capacity of 7 rounds. He had just fired 2 shots, so now there were 5 rounds left. 1. The transmitter's indicator light starts flashing. 2. Diane's shadow was reflected on the shelf, and the blue light of the stun gun flickered in her palm. 3. The hockey stick hit the glass window with a sound of wind. The adhesive shattered, and ice chips mixed with glass shards fell down with a crackling sound. George's gun went off, and the bullet grazed Irene's ear and hit the shelf, splashing sawdust in her face. There at the window, Diane's scream pierced her eardrums. Irene was dragged by Lucas and rolled to the other side. The sound of George's leather boots was like thunder. The shelves shook under the impact, and knee and elbow pads fell down with a crackling sound. Lucas thrust the transmitter into her hands, pressed the red button for 5 seconds. Aaron's thumb pressed against the button. The transmitter suddenly emitted a sharp beep, which sounded very much like the warm-up sound of the infrasonic therapy device in the team's physiotherapy room. The one developed by Lucas could relieve players' muscle injuries through low-frequency vibrations, but now it became a distress signal. "Break the door." George's roar shook the ceiling so hard that dust fell off. The iron door of the warehouse creaked under the heavy weight, and sawdust fell off the edge of the door frame. Aaron counted the seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the transmitter's beeping suddenly changed into a regular pattern of short and long tones. The NHL National Hockey League emergency code. "Stop." A strange male voice suddenly came from outside the door. Irene heard the sound of metal clanging, and George's scolding stopped abruptly. Then there was the dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground, and Diane cried, "We have an order from Miss Margaret." The iron door was pushed open from the outside. 2 men in security uniforms rushed in, one of them holding a walkie-talkie. "Headquarters, the warehouse distress signal has been confirmed. The target is safe." Lucas held Irene's shoulders. The console was still in her arms. The password 57319 on the screen was glowing blue. Only then did she realize that her wrist was bleeding, and the blood was dripping onto the outer casing of the host like a blooming red plum. The core area of the training room. Lucas took off his white coat and wrapped her wound. "The password needs to be verified." The security captain handed over the first aid kit, and suddenly stopped when his eyes swept across the host screen. Irene noticed that his Adam's apple moved, and his fingers unconsciously scratched the intercom buttons. That was a typical nervous reaction in his micro-expressions, but there was no time to delve into it. She and Lucas looked at each other and turned to walk towards the corridor outside the warehouse. The metal door to the core area of the training room is at the end of the corridor, and the red indicator light of the electronic lock looks like an eye in the dark. Irene entered 57319, and the fingerprint recognition area lit up blue. Drop. The sound of the lock turning was particularly clear in the empty corridor. The door slowly opened, and the air rushing out brought with it a strange vibration, like some low-frequency sound wave brushing across the skin. Irene thought of the infonic therapy device in Lucas's lab, but it was sharper and more dangerous than that. In the darkness inside the door, something flashed, like the reflection of metal. Irene's fingertips swiped quickly across the screen of her mobile phone, and the snowy water slid down the collar of her coat into the back of her neck, but she was completely unaware. When the logistics code on the freight bill popped up in the database, her pupils contracted slightly. The batch of goods marked sports protective gear originated from the Polaris Biotechnology Laboratory, which was deregistered 3 years ago. "Lucas," she said as she turned around. The white mist from her breath wrapped around Lucas's shoulders. The core components of the infrasound instrument were probably provided by this laboratory. Lucas's breath flakes in the cold air. He remembered the day the laboratory was deregistered. He was treating the sequelae of concussion for the main goalkeeper when the smell of Margaret's perfume suddenly wafted into the team doctor's office. "Dr. Gray," Some old equipment needs to be disposed of. He didn't think much of it at the time, thinking it was just a routine operation for the team to update medical equipment, until last week when the striker swung out of control. The mark on the bottom of the infrasound instrument suddenly became clear in his memory. The abbreviation of Margaret Dearmont was like a poisoned needle. Look up former lab employees. Erin had already opened LinkedIn and typed North Star Biotech Lab Assistant into the search bar. Snow fell on her eyelashes and melted into tiny water droplets. Those who can touch the core equipment should be assistants who have been involved in debugging for a long time. Half an hour later, they stood in front of a faded red brick building in Old Montreal. Lucy Carter's address was displayed on the mobile phone map. A dim light was on the eastmost window on the 3rd floor. On the windowsill stood 2 pots of wilted green ivy, with a thin layer of frost on the edges of the leaves. She may have changed her phone number. Lucas held down Irene, who was about to knock on the door, and tapped the scratches on the door frame with his knuckles. 3 parallel dents, as if they were made by fingernails. Last week, an informant said that Margaret's men were cleaning out the insiders. Erin's finger hovered over the doorbell, and suddenly stopped. She smelled rust, very faint, mixed with the musty smell in the corridor, coming from the crack under the door. She squatted down and saw the dark brown liquid oozing from the crack in the door, winding along the cracks in the floor tiles, and forming a small pool in front of the toes of her boots. Blood. Her voice was like an icicle. There was a slight noise coming from inside the door, like a chair being kicked over. Irene slammed against the door, and a rotten wooden frame groaned under the weight. Lucas took out the hemostatic forceps commonly used by team doctors from the inside pocket of his coat, stuck the lock tongue in it, and pried it hard, and the door opened with a creaky sound. Lucy huddled in the corner of the kitchen, holding a rusty metal cookie box in her arms. There was a deep scratch on her left wrist that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood was dripping down between her fingers, onto the tiles, and merging with the pool of blood on the ground. Her eyes were wide open with bloodshot eyes, and when she saw Irene and Lucas, her body trembled violently. The cookie box fell to the ground with a clang, and a stack of yellowed experimental logs scattered out of it. "Don't come over here," she cried, her back slamming against the cupboard. "Are you sent by Margaret?" "I didn't say anything. I really didn't say anything." "Lucy Carter." Erin took off her gloves and slowly squatted down so that her eyes were level with hers. She noticed that there was black powder between Lucy's fingernails, like carbon powder from a laboratory bench. "I'm Erin Visser, the NHL's contracted psychologist, and this is Lucas Gray, the team's chief doctor. We are not Margaret's people, and we need your help." Lucy's breathing quickened as she stared at the work badge on Irene's chest. The silver badge glowed coldly under the light. It was the NHL's ice hockey logo. Her Adam's apple moved. "Have you read my experimental log? We've seen the shipping manifest." Irene took out the snow-soaked paper from her coat pocket. The shipping record of the Infonisuk equipment points to the warehouse on the B2 floor of the ice hockey arena. "But we need to know what happened to this device while it was in the lab." Lucy's eyes fell on the experimental log. One of the pages was folded, and abnormal brainwave frequency, 19 Hz, was written in red pen on it. She suddenly grabbed the page, her fingernails almost poking through it. "They say it's a new device for treating exercise-related anxiety. But at 3 a.m. last Wednesday, Mr. Jones, the engineer in charge of debugging the equipment, stood in the middle of the laboratory and banged his head against the wall, shouting, 'Kill me.' When I held him down, his pupils expanded like black holes, and his mouth was filled with blood foam." Lucas' fingers tightened at his sides. 19 Hz is the critical frequency of infrasound, close to the resonant frequency of the alpha wave in the human brain. He remembered that on the day when the striker lost control, the frequency regulator of the infrasound instrument was adjusted to 18.7 Hz, which was only 0.3 Hz different from the number in Lucy's log. "What happened next?" Irene's voice was very soft, as if she was coaxing a frightened little animal. She noticed that Lucy's right hand kept touching the silver bracelet on her wrist, which was an old-fashioned spring clasp, and might hide something. Then Margaret came. Lucy's voice suddenly lowered. She was wearing a Chanel suit and squatted down to wipe the blood off Mr. Jones's face like she was wiping red wine stains on the tablecloth. She said it was just a minor equipment commissioning issue and had security remove Mr. Jones. The next day, the lab was deregistered. The roar of a car engine could be heard outside the window. Erin pricked up her ears. 3 black cars were coming from the end of the street, their headlights casting huge shadows on the snow. She heard the sound of metal colliding, the crisp sound of the baton being pulled out of its holster. They found this place. Lucas walked to the window and lifted a corner of the faded curtain. The license plate of the front car was covered in mud, but he recognized the scratch. Margaret's driver had crashed into the fence of the team medical room the previous week and had a crescent-shaped dent in the left front bumper. Lucy's face turned pale instantly, and the silver bracelet snapped open, and a miniature recorder fell out. This was recorded before Mr. Jones got into trouble. She rushed over to pick it up. He said that there is a command program in the device, like a curse engraved in titanium alloy. Come with us. Irene grabbed Lucy's arm, and the hemostat was already in Lucas's hand. She glanced at the cookie box at Lucy's feet, which contained a half bottle of medical alcohol and a roll of gauze. Deal with the wound first. No time. Lucas pointed to the door, and heard hurried footsteps in the corridor. There are 5 of them with guns. Erin's brain was racing. The kitchen window faced the back alley, and the security net was badly rusted. There was an old-fashioned fireplace in the living room, and the flue was probably quite wide. Lucy's bedroom had a wall connecting to the next door, and the brick joints could be seen where the wall paint had fallen off. But the most effective thing was to use the blood on Lucy's wrist. She grabbed Lucy's hand and pressed it against the living room wall, leaving several bloody handprints. He threw the bloody gauze under the sofa, and finally tore the experimental log into 2 halves, stuffed one half behind the refrigerator, and held the other half in Lucy's hand. They're looking for someone who knows the secrets of the device, she whispered into Lucy's ear. If they think you're dead. Lucy's head snapped up, realizing what she meant. She trembled as she tore open the hem of her shirt, dipped it in the blood on the ground, applied it to her neck, and put the silver bracelet back on her wrist to cover the wound. Follow me. Lucas had already pried open the kitchen's security net. The sound of rusty iron breaking mixed with the sound of banging on the door outside. Go through the back alley. I know there's an underground pipe that leads to the subway station. The banging on the door became louder and louder, and the door lock began to loosen. Irene took one last look at the living room. Bloody handprints, bloody gauze, and half of an experimental log, which were enough to make Margaret's men believe that Lucy had been killed. She grabbed Lucy's hand and followed Lucas out the window. The snow in the back alley was less than calf height, so they ran with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. There was a sound of glass breaking behind me, and someone shouted, "No one's in the bedroom. The kitchen window's open. Go left." Lucas pointed to the trash can in front. Get in. The 3 of them huddled in a trash can that smelled sour, listening to the footsteps passing overhead. Lucy's breath sprayed on the back of Irene's neck, with the smell of rust. Equipment transport trucks go to the Blue Moon parking lot to refuel every Wednesday at midnight. Her voice was as light as snow. Mr. Jones said that there is a locator hidden in the fuel tank. Suddenly, sirens sounded from the east, and the footsteps of pursuit gradually faded away. Irene climbed out of the trash can, her trouser legs soaked with snow water. She looked at Lucy, whose silver bracelet shone coldly in the moonlight, like an unhealed wound. Blue Moon parking, Lucas repeated, pulling out his phone to write down the address. His finger paused on the screen, and when he looked up, his eyes were burning. The finals are still 6 days away. Irene looked at the ice hockey stadium distance. The electronic screen on the top floor was playing player posters, The ice surface reflected the lights like a huge blue crystal. She touched the inside pocket of her coat, where there was half an experimental log and a miniature recorder that Lucy had stuffed in, which might contain the secret instructions for the infrasonic device. The snow started to get heavier again, falling into the back alley. The name of the Blue Moon parking lot circled in her mind like a mine buried in the snow. She didn't know what they would see when they pushed open the iron gate to the parking lot. A truck carrying infrasonic equipment, or another trap set by Margaret. But at least, they are one step closer to the truth. The iron gate of the Blue Moon parking lot was covered with rust. When Irene pushed it, it creaked, and snow particles rolled down the brim of her hat and into the back of her neck. Lucas's leather shoes crushed the thin ice, casting a thin shadow beside her. He deliberately fell half a step behind, as if blocking some invisible wind for her. The parking lot was worse than expected. The abandoned gas station sign was crooked in the corner, with only the left half of the two neon letters, Blue Moon, still lingering, dyeing the snow a sickly blue. More than 20 vehicles of various types were parked in a haphazard manner, most of them covered with snow, like sarcophagi in a cemetery. Irene touched the inside pocket of her coat, and the sharp edges of the micro-recorder dug into her ribs. When Lucy said that there was a locator hidden in the fuel tank, she smelled blood in the other person's mouth. It was not rust, but fresh blood, oozing from the bitten lip. Refuel at midnight on Wednesday. Lucas lowered his voice, his breath carrying anxiety. It's 11:50 now, and the truck could be here any time. Irene didn't respond. She crouched down and traced the ground with her gloved fingertips. There was a thin layer of ice under the snow, and there were scratches of varying depths on the ice surface. Those were the marks left by tires. In some places, the ice was crushed into star-shaped shapes, like the ruts of an overloaded car. Look here, she pointed to the third lamppost on the left. The indentation on the rear wheel of this silver truck is 3 centimeters deeper than the others. Lucas came closer, and the flashlight from his cell phone swept across the ground. Sure enough, the snow at the edge of the track was squeezed into hard edges, and it was blue under the ice. The core component of the infrasonic device is a titanium alloy diaphragm, which weighs at least 300 kilograms. His Adam's apple moved. If the truck is loaded with equipment, the tires will bear abnormal load. Irene's fingers moved along the direction of the rut and stopped near the gas pump at the gas station. There are salt grains here. She picked up a little snow, which melted and revealed a few white crystals. The gas pump at the old gas station has been removed a long time ago, but someone regularly spreads salt to remove ice, to allow trucks to park smoothly. Lucas's phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a missed call from the team's training hall. He quickly turned it off, and when he looked up, there was a dark current in his eyes. Margaret's people might be checking my whereabouts. Before he finished speaking, the sound of an engine was heard from the entrance of the parking lot. The two men simultaneously shrank behind a scrapped pickup truck. A silver truck drove in wrapped in snow and fog. When its headlights swept across the gas pump, Irene saw the license plate clearly. It was the car she had seen on Lucy's phone, the one that appeared near the scene of the 3 missing players' cases. The truck stopped next to the gas pump. The driver's door opened, and a man in a black leather jacket got out. He had a centipede-like scar on his neck. Instead of rushing to refuel, he took out a cigarette case. The light from the lighter reflected the tattoo on his face, a crow holding a dagger in its mouth. Margaret's symbol, Tony. Irene's voice was like crushed ice. Margaret's chief thug. He hacked 3 sportsbook dealers to death in the port of Montreal 3 years ago. Lucas put his hand on her wrist. How do you know? It's in the profile. Irene pulled her hand back. His right shoulder is 2 centimeters lower than his left shoulder. It's a sequel of an old gunshot wound. Notice how he touches his lower back where the holster is. Tony turned suddenly, his eyes scanning the pickup truck. Irene held her breath and heard the sound of her heartbeat hitting her ribs. The scenes of her childhood suddenly came to her mind, Her father collapsed at the corner of the alley, his blood dyeing the snow red ink. The murderer's leather boots passed by her, curled up body. The iron soles nailed on the heels were exactly the same as the ones under Tony's feet at this moment. Hallucination. She pinched her palm. Now is not the time. Tony didn't notice anything unusual and turned to walk towards the back of the truck. The sound of the metal door opening was like fingernails scratching a blackboard. Irene saw several wooden boxes stacked inside. There were fragile warning stickers on the lids, but the edges had dents from being hit by a blunt object, as if someone had opened the boxes in a hurry to check. "The locator should be in the tank," she whispered. "Lucy said Mr. Jones mentioned that." Lucas nodded and was about to move when the truck's headlights suddenly lit up. Tony's voice was like sandpaper scraping iron. "Have you had enough hiding, my friends?" Aaron's back pressed against the cold bumper of the pickup truck. Tony's men came around the truck from both sides, 4 in total, 2 of them holding iron bars and the other holding an electric baton. The moonlight shone on Tony's scar, cutting his smile in half. Psychologist and team doctor, what a good combination. "Mrs. Margaret said that if she saw you, she would bring you back alive, or dead." He licked his lips. "Even dead, she would bring you back to report." Lucas stood in front of Irene. His voice was unusually steady. "We're just here to cheer you up. Refuel." Tony knocked on the truck's fuel tank with the iron rod. This crappy gas station ran out of gas 10 years ago. He suddenly swung the rod at Lucas's knee. Irene rushed over and pushed him. The iron rod brushed her ear and hit the pickup truck. The cracking sound of the paint reminded her of the muffled sound of her father's skull shattering. "Go right." She dragged Lucas deeper into the parking lot, where there were several abandoned construction vehicles and the steel cylinders of cement mixers that looked like the teeth of giant beasts. Tony's men caught up with them, and the roar of the iron rods hitting the car body drowned out the sound of falling snow. The heel of Erin's boot got stuck in the ice, and she stumbled into a disabled forklift. The forklift still had rusty forks hanging on it, and she suddenly remembered the topography of the parking lot. The entrance was a gentle slope. The exit was on the other side, and there was a row of isolation piers in the middle. "Go to the isolation piers," she shouted. "Push that blue van." Lucas understood immediately. The 2 men pushed the van, which had no handbrake on, together, and the tires screamed harshly as they rolled over the ice. The car slid towards the isolation pier and crashed into it with a bang. The sound of the deformed metal made the pursuers pause. Irene took the opportunity to grab the fork of the forklift and pointed the tip at the nearest thug. "If you come any closer, I'll stab him in the throat." The thug was stunned for a moment, but Tony laughed out loud. "The little girl is quite brave. Courage is forced out of you." Irene's voice was trembling, but her hand holding the fork was as steady as if it were welded. "Do you know how my father died? They were also beaten by Margaret's men, using the same iron rod as you." Tony's pupil shrank. While he was distracted, Lucas took out an injection of adrenaline from the medical bag. As a team doctor, he always carried emergency medicine in his bag. He backhandedly stabbed the nearest thug in the neck, and the man groaned and collapsed to the ground. The remaining 2 thugs rushed forward. Irene forced one back with a fork, and the other hit her left arm with an iron rod. The severe pain made her eyes go black, but she saw Lucas pick up the handle of the cement mixer and hit the man on the back of the neck with a move that didn't look like a doctor's. Tony finally pulled out his gun. Erin's temples throbbed, and she heard herself say, "If you kill me, Margaret will never find the control code for the infrasonic device." The gun stopped. Tony's scar twitched. "What code?" "Lucy didn't tell you." Erin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "The device requires 2-factor authentication. I have half and Lucas has the other half." She pointed to the inner pocket. "If you kill us now, the code will be locked in the recorder forever." Tony's gun slowly dropped. He winked at his men, and 2 of them lifted their companions and retreated to the truck. Tell Margaret that what she wants is in the Ice Lake warehouse, Irene shouted at his back. But she'd better bring enough people. The equipment doesn't recognize its master. After the truck roared away, Lucas squatted down to check her wound. Left arm fracture, need to be treated as soon as possible. Irene ignored him and staggered towards where the truck had just stopped. The fuel tank cap was deformed by Tony's smash. She reached in to feel around and her fingertips touched a cold piece of metal. The locator. Further down there was a folded map with engine oil on the edges, marked Ice Lake Warehouse for core members only. The finals are still 5 days away. Lucas's voice came from behind. Ice Lake Warehouse is in the North Forest, 70 kilometers away from the stadium. Irene stuffed the map into the inside pocket of her coat, next to the micro recorder. The snow was falling more heavily, blurring the tracks of the departing truck. She looked at the road outside the parking lot, where the taillights of a black car flashed by. Margaret's people might have received Tony's message. "We have to find the equipment before they do," she said, but her voice was as soft as snow. Lucas helped her wrap the scarf tightly around her neck, his fingertips lingering on the back of her neck for half a second. "I know a shortcut." Irene looked him in the eyes. The man who always said he was just a team doctor now had a coldness and hardness in his eyes that she had never seen before, like metal vibrating with infrasound. She suddenly remembered a sentence in the experimental log. When the frequency reaches below 20 Hz, humans can hear their own fear, and their fears are just beginning to resonate. As the Camaro's headlights pierced the night, Erin got a full view of the building. It was more dilapidated than I remembered, or rather, more like a ruin than the neatly written No. 17. Old Port District on the note suggested. The faded red brick exterior was covered with ivy, and the rusty iron door was half hanging on the door frame, making a hollow hum in the sea breeze, like some kind of dying whimper. The infrasonic device shows that there are abnormal fluctuations here. Lucas turned down the car radio. The waveform on the device screen was jumping violently. "It's close to the frequency of the incident in the locker room." Irene parked the car behind an abandoned container 50 meters away. She took out a tactical flashlight and put it on her sleeve and gently rubbed her fingertips across the anti-wolf spray on her waist. This was something she had specially taken out of the office drawer before going out. Her father taught her to use it for self-defense. The metal shell still smelled of old leather. "Follow me closely." She pushed open the car door, and the fishy smell of the sea mixed with the smell of rust rushed in. Lucas had already walked around to the passenger seat, holding a pen-shaped flashlight in his hand. The cap was unscrewed to reveal a sharp metal head. She remembered seeing this pen in the team doctor's office last week. At that time, he said it was just an ordinary recording tool, but now it was glowing coldly in the moonlight. The iron door's hinges screamed as they were pushed open. Erin's tactical flashlight swept across the ground. There were fresh tire tracks on the cement ground. They were not from their Camaro. They were wider and deeper. They were from an SUV. "Someone got here before us." She lowered her voice, and the beam stopped on a half-opened cigarette butt in the corner. It was a Marlboro red box with a lavender lipstick mark on the filter. Lucas shone his flashlight toward the ceiling. A faded banner with the words "Montreal Maple Leafs celebrate the 1993 season" hung from a mildew-covered chandelier chain. Irene's breath paused. 1993 was the year Margaret mentioned as the year when Jacques Leclerc had the accident. The door to the third floor was ajar. The moment she pushed open the door, Irene smelled a familiar smell, disinfectant, mixed with the smell of burning electricity, exactly the same as the smell in the team doctor's room. In the middle of the room stood a dusty metal table, on which sat an old computer. The chassis had a label that read, "Customized in 1995, but the keyboard was abnormally new, with not a single scratch on the keycaps. Someone maintains this computer regularly. Lucas ran his finger over the power cord on the back of the computer. The socket is new, and doesn't match the aging of the wall. Irene's flashlight swept across the wall, A half calendar is revealed under the faded poster, stopped at March 24th, 1993, the date of Jacques Leclerc's last race. She squatted down and found half a photo at the foot of the table with curled corners. The photo showed the back of a man wearing a Maple Leafs uniform with a butterfly-shaped birthmark on the back of his neck. Jacques Leclerc's profile mentioned that he had a butterfly birthmark on the back of his neck. She handed the photo to Lucas. The code may be related to this date. Lucas entered 1993-324, and the computer beeped. The moment the file list popped up, they both held their breath. The top document was titled Infrasonic Neural Intervention Experiment, Maple Leaf Special Project, and was created on March 23, 1993, the day before Jacques' accident. In 1993, my father had just joined the Maple Leafs as a team doctor. Lucas's voice was tense, and the sound of the mouse wheel rolling was particularly clear in the empty room. The experimental record said that infrasound waves of a specific frequency can interfere with the brain waves of athletes, increase aggression, but can cause personality dissociation. Irene's finger hovered over the file name Jacques Leclerc experimental log. The moment she clicked it, the computer screen suddenly flickered and a low hum came from the speaker. Exactly the same frequency as the infrasound in the locker room. Not good. Lucas pulled out the power cord, and the buzzing sound stopped abruptly. But it was too late. Hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor, from at least 3 people, and the sound of their leather heels hitting the ground had a regular rhythm. They were well-trained thugs. Window. Irene rushed to the other side of the room. Half of the old steel window was rusted shut, but she saw that the rooftop of the building next door was only 2 meters away from here. Jump over. The footsteps stopped outside the door. The sound of the key inserting into the lock made her heart skip a beat. Lucas picked up the fire extinguisher next to the metal table and smashed it against the window. The moment the glass shattered, she grabbed his wrist and flipped out. As the wind blew into her collar, she caught a glimpse of a photo on the windowsill, half blown up by the wind. The photo showed 7 men in suits, and the back of the woman on the far right was exactly the same camel coat that Margaret was wearing today. Catch them. The loud noise of the door bursting open drowned out Irene's scream. She ran wildly on the tin roof of the rooftop next door. Lucas's hand was still holding her wrist. The sweat on his palm reminded her of the time when he gave her a psychological assessment in the team doctor's office last week. He looked calm on the surface, but his fingertips were shaking slightly. When they stopped in front of the convenience store at the corner of the alley, the footsteps behind them finally disappeared. Irene leaned against the cold glass wall and gasped for breath, her eyes scanning the convenience store's surveillance screen. In the screen, 3 men in black suits were standing at the door of warehouse number 17. When one of them raised his hand, she saw the tattoo on the inside of his wrist, a crow holding an ice hockey puck. Margaret's people. She took out her cell phone to call the police, but Lucas held her hand. He looked in the direction of warehouse number 17 in the distance. The infrasonic device vibrated in his pocket. The countdown on the screen had jumped to 00:35:12. It's no use calling the police. This organization may be deeper than we thought. The neon lights of the convenience store cast red and blue light on his face. Irene suddenly remembered that this afternoon in the team doctor's office, she turned to his experimental record book, and the last page read, March 24, 1993. The experimental subject showed severe personality dissociation and must be terminated, and the signature was Old Gray, Lucas's father. There was the sound of a car engine behind me. When Irene turned around, she saw Margaret's Cadillac slowly driving across the street. The window was rolled down a crack, revealing her hands with burgundy nail polish and a Marlboro red cigarette between her fingertips. Exactly the same as the cigarette butt they found in warehouse number. They won't just give up like this. Lucas's voice was so light it sounded like a sigh. Irene watched the Cadillac disappear into the night and took out the photo she had picked up from the windowsill. On the back of the photo was a line of faded pen writing, March 23rd, 1993. New Order launch ceremony. The vibration of the infrasonic device continued, resonating at the same frequency as her heartbeat. The sound of the ice hockey arena's broadcast came from afar, and the countdown to the finals pierced through the night like some kind of fateful pendulum. Irene's fingers gently stroked the metal casing of the infrasonic device. The surface of the device still bore scorch marks from the fire in warehouse number. When she looked up, Lucas was squatting under the ventilation duct of the abandoned warehouse, removing the last screw with a screwdriver. It was the only one of the 3 possible ambush points they circled on the city map last night that could be connected to the ice hockey arena through the drainage ditch. The frequency regulator needs to be fixed to the load-bearing beam. Lucas's voice came with the sound of metal friction. He took off his rubber gloves, and there was rust on his knuckles. Margaret's people are used to using thermal imaging to scan. The asbestos layer here can interfere with the signal. He paused and took out a silver disc from the toolkit. This is my improved infrasonic diffuser. It covers a radius of 300 meters, but it only lasts for 7 minutes.
Erin placed the device on the cement countertop. The countdown on the screen jumped from zeros.
She took out the photo. The pen writing on March 23rd, 1993 glowed grayish-blue under the cold light of the phone. In the photo, a man in a black suit was holding a metal box, similar in shape to the infrasound equipment, with the dome of Montreal's old city hall in the background. New Order launch ceremony. She whispered the words on the back, and suddenly remembered the date in Lucas's experimental record book. Your father terminated the experiment on March 24, the second day of the ceremony. Lucas paused with his hand on the diffuser. When he turned around, the reflection of the neon light of the convenience store just passed over the end of his eye, where there was a very shallow scar. Irene never asked where it came from. When I was 10 years old, my father locked himself in the laboratory for 3 days. His voice was muffled. My mother said he was burning the experimental data, but I picked up half a piece of recording paper in the wastebasket, which said experimental subject C17 developed an aggressive personality. Frequency. He pointed to the infrasonic device. The basic frequency is the same as this one. Outside the warehouse came the sound of a truck rolling over gravel. Irene immediately turned off her phone and touched the stun gun on her lower back. She had taken it from the team's security room this morning, and the handle still had the body temperature of the previous user. Lucas had already fixed the diffuser and was drawing a sound wave refraction diagram on the cement wall with a marker. When he heard the noise, he quickly pulled off the oilcloth on the workbench and covered the infrasonic equipment. A shadow crept in through the crack in the warehouse door. Irene counted the footsteps. 7 people, 3 pairs of hard-soled boots, and 4 pairs of sneakers, consistent with Margaret's half-veterans and half-street thugs configuration. She took 2 steps back and stepped into the puddle. The coolness rushed up through the soles of her shoes, making her nerves more acute. The moment the door was kicked open, she saw the man in the lead clearly. There was a cross-shaped scar on his left eyebrow, and he was the one who was rummaging through equipment in the team doctor's office 3 days ago. Dr. Visser. Margaret's voice came from the back of the crowd. She was wearing a neatly tailored black suit, her burgundy nails tapping on her crocodile leather clutch. Dr. Gray, your father's skills are more durable than I thought. She raised her hand, and the cross-scarred man immediately stepped forward, pointing his gun at Irene's temple. Hand over the equipment, and I can let you watch the ice hockey arena explode. Irene's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She thought of the old newspaper she found in Lucas's office last night, on March 25, 1993. A gas explosion occurred in the old City Hall of Montreal, killing 17 people, exactly matching the date and subject number in the photo. You use infrasound to induce resonance. She stared at the corners of Margaret's mouth, painted with nude lip gloss. 19 Hz infrasound can resonate with human organs, causing panic, vomiting, and even rupture of internal organs. Margaret's pupils contracted slightly. This was the micro-expression that was mentioned. Irene continued. In 1993, the new order was to use infrasound to blow up the old city hall and clear out the counselors who were blocking your gambling network. Your father's experimental subjects were actually testing the effects of infrasound on the human body, right? She turned to Lucas, who was pretending to tremble, but his fingers were groping for the device switch under the workbench. So when you improved the equipment, you deliberately added a 7-minute limit, because if it exceeds this time, even the user will be affected. The man with the cross scar pressed his gun even tighter. Margaret chuckled, took out a silver fountain pen from her handbag, uncapped it, and revealed a hair-thin needle. Dr. Gray, do you think you can clear your name by destroying the experimental records? I have all the names your father wrote in the test subject report. Her eyes swept over Irene, including Dr. Visser's father, the detective who investigated the bombing of City Hall. Irene's temple was throbbing. Childhood memories suddenly came flooding back. On a rainy night, her father squatted beside her bed and said, "Dad is going to catch the bad guys," and then never came back. She heard her own voice trembling. You killed him. He was the one who insisted on getting to the bottom of it." Margaret's tone was like she was talking about the weather today, but it doesn't matter now. She nodded to the man with the cross scar. "Kill the doctor and I'll take the equipment." The moment the gun went off, Lucas pressed the switch on the device. The infrasonic diffuser made a buzzing sound, and sound waves invisible to the naked eye surged out like a tide. The gun of the man with the cross scar fell to the ground. He squatted down with his hands covering his ears, and a beast-like whimper came from his throat. The 19 Hz infrasound was resonating with his diaphragm. Some of the other thugs slammed into the wall. Some knelt on the ground and vomited. But Margaret was the only one holding onto the door frame, with her pen dropped at her feet, but she still had a smile on her face. "You think I'm not prepared?" She pulled off the diamond necklace around her neck, revealing the silver collar underneath. "This is an old model of protection device from 1993, made by your father himself." She suddenly rushed to the workbench. The oilcloth was torn off, and the red light of the infrasonic device illuminated her face. "As long as we get the core chip." Irene picked up the wrench on the ground and threw it over. Amid the sound of metal collision, blood oozed from Margaret's forehead, and her collar loosened in the collision. She stumbled back, the infrasound finally invading her nervous system. Irene saw her pupils begin to dilate and her hands uncontrollably grabbed her chest, as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart. On March 24th, 1993, my father terminated the experiment. Lucas's voice suddenly became clear. He picked up Margaret's pen, and the needle glowed coldly under the light, because he found that infrasound waves can not only control people, but also make the controller dependent. Just like you can't live without this antique collar. Margaret collapsed to the ground, blood dripping from her chin onto her crocodile leather handbag. She stared at Irene with a strange smile on her lips. "Do you think you win by catching me?" Her voice became weaker. "A new order has never been one person. It is everyone in the ice hockey arena. Everyone." The sound of sirens came from far away. Irene squatted down and took out a USB drive from Margaret's handbag. The cover of the drive had the Maple Leafs logo printed on it. Lucas picked up the infrasonic device, and the countdown on the screen suddenly turned to 0000000, and then a new string of numbers popped up. June 15, 2020 zeros. That was the kickoff time of the finals. The new order she spoke of is still going on. Irene took out the photo and found a lighter pencil mark on the edge of the pen, writing on the back, as if it was added later. "The ritual restarts, led by blood." Outside the warehouse, the blue light of the first police car swept across the window. Lucas looked at the USB flash drive in Irene's hand, then at the countdown to the finals on the device screen, his Adam's apple moving. Maybe your father's case is related to this. Irene held the USB drive tightly and could feel the files stored inside getting hot. The broadcast from the ice hockey stadium in the distance sounded again, and the cheers of the audience entering the finals pierced through the night, overlapping with the hum of the infrasonic equipment, like some kind of giant beast about to awaken. She looked over to Lucas, whose eyes were fixed on the new countdown on the device's screen. Neither of them spoke, but they could hear each other's accelerated heartbeats, a resonance stronger than infrasound, pointing to an impending and more dangerous truth. The night wind from Montreal, with the unique chill of the ice hockey rink, blew into Irene's collar. She moved down the metal handrail of the fire escape, the infrasonic device hurting in her arms. It was still vibrating, like a miniature heart, and every beat hit her ribs. The neon lights of the street below cast spots of light on her retinas, and when she counted to the 7th black car, she felt a sudden chill on the back of her neck. "They're coming." Lucas's voice came from beside her. The back of his suit was torn into 2 pieces, revealing flesh scratched by the metal door. The blood had already coagulated into a dark brown color, but was still oozing. The team doctor, who always wore his white coat ironed neatly, was like a wounded wolf at this moment, his eyes fixed on the end of the street. Margaret's Cadillac was running over the speed bump, and the headlights swept across the roadside newsstand, casting 6 shadows. Aaron's fingers unconsciously clawed at the edge of the device. 3 days ago in the locker room, when she watched the star forward smash the assistant coach's skull with a hockey stick, the murderer's pupils contracted at the same frequency as the defenseman who was affected by the infrasound experiment last winter. And at this moment, when Margaret stepped out of the car in high heels and pointed her burgundy-painted nails at them, Irene caught the same arc in the tail of her upturned eyebrows as the gangster boss had seen when her father was dragged into the alley 20 years ago. "Hand over the equipment, Dr. Visser." Margaret's voice was sickeningly sweet. "You can't outrun my men, and you can't outrun the countdown to the finals." 6 thugs surrounded them in a fan shape. The scarred man in the lead took out a telescopic stick, and the sound of metal friction was particularly harsh in the night. Irene's eyes swept across the street. On the left was a 24-hour convenience store, her pale face reflected in the glass window. On the right was Raymond's Auto Repair. The roller shutter door was half open, and she could see a modified muscle car parked on a lift inside, sockets and wrenches hanging on the tool rack, and a half-finished bottle of motor oil leaking, leaving a dark brown mark on the ground. The garage. She lowered her voice. The Chevy Camaro next to the lift has a modified exhaust. It has more than enough horsepower to outrun them. Lucas's eyes swept across the tool rack, his Adam's apple moving. "Do you remember when he treated the goalkeeper's shoulder injury last time?" he said. Raymond was a former F1 maintenance technician. Irene didn't respond. She counted the pace of the thugs. The scarred man paused every 3 steps, indicating that his old injury on his right leg had not healed. The short man with a gold chain kept glancing at Margaret out of the corner of his eye, a typical follower personality. When the scarred man's telescopic baton was swung out half a meter long, she suddenly grabbed Lucas's wrist and ran towards the auto repair shop. "Stop them!" screamed Margaret. Irene's heels hit the concrete floor and it numbed with pain. When she pushed open the rolling door of the auto repair shop, the smell of engine oil hit her in the face. She heard the dull thud of a metal stick hitting the door frame behind her. She grabbed the adjustable wrench on the wall, turned around and hit the nearest thug. Her target was his right hand holding the stick, which had scars from old burns and made the pain nerves more sensitive. The thug's stick fell to the ground with a clang. Irene took the opportunity to kick over the jack at her feet, and the metal bracket rolled to the feet of the short man, wearing a gold chain. The other party staggered and knocked over the parts box, and the screws and nuts were scattered all over the floor. "Give me the equipment," Lucas suddenly said. He pulled off his tie to wrap around the bleeding wound, and with his other hand he grabbed the infrasonic device, his thumb pressing on the adjustment knob. The device beeped, and the two thugs closest to him suddenly covered their ears and squatted down, their expressions distorted in pain. The infrasound waves penetrated their eardrums and resonated in their cranial cavities. Go. Lucas stuffed the equipment back into Irene's arms, picked up a bench vise and smashed it at the thugs who were trying to go around the back door. Irene rushed to the Camaro on the lift and found that the key was not removed. Raymond probably forgot to remove it after repairing the car, or she didn't have time to think about it, so she opened the car door, got in, and turned the key. The roar of the engine drowned out the sounds of the fight behind them. Lucas. She locked the passenger door. The team doctor pushed away the last thug and staggered into the car. Irene stepped on the accelerator, and the Camaro rushed out of the shelf area like an enraged beast. When it crashed open the half-closed rolling door, the metal door rubbed against the roof of the car with a sharp scream. In the rearview mirror, Margaret's face was pale under the headlights. She took out her cell phone and pressed buttons frantically. 3 black cars started almost at the same time. The headlights formed 3 red lines, casting after images on the street. Left, Lucas shouted suddenly. Irene swerved the steering wheel, and the Camaro brushed past the awning of a convenience store and turned into the alley. Its rear bumper hit the headlights of the pursuing car, and glass fragments slammed on the rear windshield. She controlled the steering wheel with one hand and held the device tightly with the other hand. The countdown on the screen had jumped to 00:50:18:12, 4 minutes faster than before. They installed a tracker. Lucas ripped open his shirt and pinched a rice-sized chip from the skin below his collarbone. Margaret's people touched me during the dark room breakout. A chill went down Erin's spine. She remembered the thug who tried to pull her ankle in the ventilation duct. His fingers did stay on her waist for half a second longer. She looked down at the device and saw the same tiny silver dot in the crack at the bottom. Margaret had expected them to run away with the device. Turn right ahead, Lucas pointed to the intersection. Irene swerved the steering wheel sharply, and the Camaro's tires gave off a burning smell as they scraped against the ground. As the car swerved around a corner, the headlights of the pursuing car swept across a trash can on the side of the road, and the cans inside were blown all over the place by the airflow. She caught a glimpse of half a piece of paper sticking out of the passenger compartment. The corners were wrinkled, as if it had been folded repeatedly. What is that? Lucas saw it too. Irene pulled out the note with one hand and unfolded it in the blue light of the dashboard. On it was a line of crooked pen writing, the ink smudged, as if it was written in trembling. Warehouse number 17, Old Port District. Jacques' secret is under the ice. Jacques, Lucas's voice suddenly tightened. The legendary goalkeeper from 30 years ago, the curse mentioned by Margaret. In the rearview mirror, the lights of the chasing cars suddenly became denser. Irene stepped on the accelerator and the Camaro's engine roared. When she ran through the red light, the bumper of the chasing car on the right scraped past her door, and the sound of metal friction almost pierced her eardrums. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the note was wrinkled between her fingers. Warehouse number 17 in the old port area, the old ice rink that had been closed for 20 years, was now emerging in her memory. The rusty iron gate, the stands covered with thin ice, and the bizarre icefall accident 30 years ago. The body of Jacques Leclerc has not been found yet. Turn off the interior lights, Lucas said suddenly. He leaned over and flipped a switch, plunging the car into darkness. Irene glanced at him in the dim light of the street lamp and found that there was some emotion in his eyes as he stared at the note that she had never seen before, like fear and relief. The sirens of the pursuing cars were getting closer. Irene turned onto the coastal highway, and the sea breeze blew in the salty and humid air through the car window. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Camaro's tachometer soared into the red zone, and the lights in the rearview mirror gradually faded away. When she parked the car at the abandoned freight dock, the engine was still hot, and the rear tires left 2 charred tracks on the ground. "What now?" she asked. Lucas didn't answer. He looked at the dark sea outside the car, and the moonlight broke into silver flakes on the waves. In the distance, the lighthouse of the old port area was looming in the fog, and the outline of warehouse number 17 was like a sleeping beast, squatting 300 meters to the left of the lighthouse. The infrasonic device suddenly vibrated, and the countdown on the screen jumped to 00052207, 5 minutes faster than before. Irene clenched the note tightly, her knuckles turning white. She could hear her own heartbeat, which was exactly the same frequency as the vibration of the device. The Jacques curse that Margaret mentioned, the dark secrets of 30 years ago, were now condensed into the address on the note, burning in her palms. "Go there," Lucas said suddenly, his voice so light it sounded like a sigh. He looked in the direction of the warehouse in the distance, his Adam's apple moving. "Whether it's a trap or not, we have to go." Irene started the car. As the Camaro drove back into the night, she caught a glimpse of the sign of warehouse number 17 in the old port district in the rearview mirror. The rusty iron plate swayed in the sea breeze, making a creaking sound. 3 kilometers behind them, Margaret's Cadillac was running over the speed bump on the coastal highway, and its headlights were like 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisp flames, chasing them closely. The metal door of the dark room was twisted and deformed by the explosion, and the cold wind that rushed in, carrying broken glass, scratched the back of Irene's neck. She staggered into Lucas's arms, their backs pressed against the damp concrete wall, looking at the glass container 5 meters away that was emitting a strange orange-red glow. It was not an ordinary high temperature, but more like some kind of awakened living thing, surging under the skin. The infrasonic resonance frequency is overloaded. The hem of Lucas's white coat was already burnt. He pulled off the tie at his collar and wrapped it around Irene's hands. "This equipment is an old model from 1993. I've seen similar maintenance records in the team doctor's office." His voice suddenly stopped and his eyes swept over the melting nameplate at the bottom of the container. The numbers 1993 were like wax scalded by boiling water, slowly twisting into another shape, the outline of a hockey goalkeeper's mask. Irene's eyelashes were toasted to a crisp, and she stared at the fine beads of water condensing on the surface of the container. Those water droplets were not formed by condensation, but were traces of some liquid that evaporated at high temperature and was forced back. Ventilation vent. She suddenly grabbed Lucas's wrist, her nails almost digging into his skin. "Look at the corner." Following her gaze, Lucas saw 3 rows of diamond-shaped grids embedded in the wall. There were fresh scratches on the edges of the grids, as if someone had recently used tools to pry them open and then resealed them. Irene bent down and picked up half of the broken lens, holding it against the grid for reflection. "The last time I came to the dark room, it was covered in dust, and now there are oil stains in the grid gaps." She lowered her voice and said, "The temperature control system cannot be installed in this position, unless this is an emergency heat dissipation vent." Lucas's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly remembered the old-fashioned sound wave generator he had seen in the medical school laboratory 20 years ago. In order to prevent resonance from getting out of control, those devices would have independent heat dissipation channels around the core module. He pulled the lens from Irene's hand and gently pried the edge of the grid. The metal buckle made a crisp sound, revealing a palm-sized control panel at the back. The symbols on the panel looked like corroded Morse code, and some of the letters had blurred into black spots. When Erin leaned over, her nose almost touched the cold metal. "These are a combination of Greek letters and ice hockey terms." She pointed to the top row. "DAD is the resonant frequency. Pivot is the gate axis. It's the control key for the ventilation valve." Lucas's fingers suddenly trembled. He recalled the 1993 training accident report he found in the team archives last week. The team doctor at the time drew a similar symbol in the notes, and wrote fuse for future lunatics next to it. He pressed the rightmost button with a cross hockey stick pattern on it, and the dark room suddenly emitted a dull roar. The metal blades of the vent began to rotate, and a draft rushed in, causing the red light on the surface of the container to dim significantly. The temperature has dropped by 10 degrees. Irene touched the wall and the cement was no longer hot. She turned and rushed towards the container, but stopped half a meter away from it. A line of blood-red numbers appeared on the glass surface, beating in seconds. Countdown to self-destruction. Lucas's voice was heavier than she had ever heard before. This device is not just an infrasonic generator. His words were interrupted by a sudden beep from the container. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the glass, revealing the black metal box inside. There is a combination lock in the center of the box, and the pattern of ice hockey goalkeeper's protective gear is engraved around the keyhole. Irene's temple was throbbing. She thought of the notebook she found in the abandoned factory 3 days ago. The same protective gear pattern was drawn on the yellowed pages, and 3971 was written in scribbled handwriting next to it. It was a relic of the former team psychologist. The last page was stained with dried blood and read, "The goalkeeper's curse is in the numbers. Try 309071, she said to Lucas, but her voice seemed to come from far away. Lucas's finger hovered over the combination lock and he suddenly looked up at her. "Are you sure?" "The date in the notebook." Irene recalled the rainy night when she squatted in the ruins of the factory. Rain dripped down her helmet onto the notebook, blurring the handwriting of March 9th, 1993, 7:01. March 9th, 1993, 7:01 was the time of the last game of the old goalkeeper Jacques Leclerc. The combination lock clicked. Lucas opened a metal box and inside lay a palm-sized black device with the same goalkeeper mask as the container engraved on its surface. Just as Irene was about to reach out and touch it, the metal door of the dark room was suddenly pushed open, and a cold white beam of searchlight shone in directly on her head. "Dr. Visser, Dr. Gray." Margaret's voice was like silverware dipped in ice water. "It seems that I underestimated your curiosity." Erin narrowed her eyes. The female gangster boss was wearing a custom-made suit, followed by 6 thugs wearing tactical helmets. 2 of them were holding stun guns, and the other 4 were holding modified ice hockey sticks. The stick heads were embedded with cold titanium alloy blades. Margaret's eyes swept over the device in the metal box, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Jacques destroyed himself with this thing 30 years ago. Do you want to repeat the tragedy 30 years later? Lucas's hand quietly pressed on the device. Erin noticed a fresh bite mark on the inside of his thumb, a habit he had when he was nervous. Your gambling network needs to control the outcome of the game, she began, her voice steady, as if she were doing a psychological assessment. Infrasound waves can interfere with the player's nerves, causing them to make mistakes in crucial shots. Jacques discovered this secret. So you used this thing to split his personality into another goalkeeper, right? Margaret interrupted her, tapping the Bluetooth headset behind her ear with her fingertips. But you won't have a chance to tell the secret. She nodded, and the thug closest to her raised the stun gun and rushed over. Erin's peripheral vision caught sight of the broken glass at her feet. She suddenly bent down, grabbed a piece of sharp glass, and slashed the wrist of the thug closest to her with her backhand. This was a technique she learned when she was 8 years old in the alley where her father was murdered, to attack the opponent's armed hand. The thug screamed and stepped back, and the stun gun fell to the ground and rolled right to Lucas's feet. Next, Lucas picked up the stun gun and accurately hit the knee of another thug. Taking advantage of the chaos, Irene dragged him towards the ventilation duct on the other side of the dark room. That was the backup exit they found when they came in. Margaret's sneer suddenly changed. "Close the door. Don't let them run away with the equipment." The metal door began to close slowly. Erin's heel got caught in the door, and she could hear the door screech on its hinges. Lucas used his shoulder to hold the door, blood oozing from his forehead, dripping onto the metal surface. "Take the equipment and go first. I'll hold on." Irene gritted her teeth and crawled into the ventilation duct. The device in her arms suddenly emitted a low-frequency vibration. As she crawled along the wall of the pipe, she heard Margaret's voice coming from below. "The final will be held in 4 days. Do you think you can stop me?" Jacques' curse has never disappeared. As the moonlight from the end of the pipe streamed in, Irene's hands were still shaking. She turned around and saw Lucas squeezing out from the crack in the door, with a long cut on the back of his suit scratched by the metal door. The moment the two looked at each other, the device suddenly made a sharp beeping sound, and a new line of numbers popped up on the screen.
"That's the countdown to the finals." Lucas's voice was as light as a sigh.
Irene looked at the city lights lit up in the distance. 4 days later, tens of thousands of people would be cheering there. The things in their arms, with 30 years of blood and ice, were burning in her palms. Irene's fingers gently stroked the remaining pages of the notebook. The faded words, "Goalkeeper's curse," were like icicles, drilling into the bones along her knuckles. The warm wind from the passenger seat made her eyes sore, but she stared at the snow marks on the front windshield. Those arcs swept by the wipers were surprisingly similar to the ice tracks on the back wall of the factory warehouse. "Turn around," she said suddenly. Lucas paused on the steering wheel. The car's thermometer showed -18 degrees, but the sweat on his palms left wet marks on the leather steering wheel. Margaret's people may still be nearby, but the underground resonance chamber mentioned in the notes. Irene opened the inner pocket of her coat, revealing a half-written diary with key pages torn out. The edges of the pages were still stained with rust from the factory warehouse. The experimental log said that infrasound waves need metal structures to amplify, and the ice surface on the back wall of the warehouse. She pointed out the car window. "I counted it when I passed by just now. There are 7 ice ridges at the base of the wall. The spacing is exactly the same as the curvature of the crossbar of the NHL standard goal." Lucas's Adam's apple moved. When he first met Irene in the team doctor's office 3 months ago, she was like this, staring at the second button of his white coat and saying, "When you were giving player number 3 a sealed injection yesterday, the needle advancement speed was 0.3 seconds slower than usual, because an old injury to your right little finger recurred." The slightly raised curve at the corners of her eyes at this moment was exactly the same as that day. As the pickup truck rolled over the snow and turned around, the outline of the factory became clear again in the rearview mirror. Irene felt the pepper spray on the inside of her coat. The metal shell was as cold as a tombstone against her skin. The night her father was murdered, she also hid behind the convenience store freezer, holding the whistle he stuffed into her hand, and watched 3 men in leather jackets drag him into the alley. The icicles on the back wall of the warehouse glowed blue under the car lights. Irene squatted down and ran her gloved fingertips across the frosted brick cracks at the base of the wall. The cement on the 3rd brick was lighter in color than the surrounding bricks, and there was a half piece of silver metal shaving stuck in the crack, which was consistent with the material of the infrasound wave conduction sheet recorded in Lucas's experimental log. "Here," she tapped on the brick. Lucas took out a pair of medical tweezers from the toolbox and gently pried the cracks in the bricks. As the cement slag fell, a hollow echo came from within the wall. They looked at each other, and his fingertips brushed her frozen red earlobe. The action was so light as the infrasound waves floating in the laboratory. Even they themselves were not sure whether it was real. The moment the secret door opened, the smell of mold mixed with metallic rust hit me in the face. The narrow staircase extended downward. Water seeping from the wall formed a thin layer of ice on the steps. Irene walked down holding the wall, and her fingertips touched an uneven groove. It was a letter, a deeply chiseled G, exactly the same as the first letter of the last name of Montreal Maple Leafs, legendary goalkeeper Greg Hawk. The air is cooler. At the bottom of the stairs, Irene's breath condensed into white mist in front of her, but suddenly stopped when it touched the glass container in the center of the dark room. It was a cylinder that was 2 people tall. Its surface was covered with dust, but it could not hide the sophisticated metal structure inside: the spiral conduction tube, the frequency regulator, and the most core infrasound generating device, which were exactly the same as the design drawings that were destroyed in Lucas' laboratory. "This is impossible." Lucas staggered 2 steps, his fingertips almost touching the glass. "The patent application I submitted 3 years ago was rejected by the Alliance, saying it said that infrasound waves can put players at risk of concussions." Erin finished for him, her eyes sweeping across the nameplate on the bottom of the container. "But someone secretly made it." The date on the nameplate was 1993, the same year as the team's bizarre finals forfeit 30 years ago. The sound of metal friction came from all directions. When Irene turned around, 6 men in black tactical uniforms had blocked the stairs. She had seen the man in the lead before. He had held Margaret's diamond handbag in the hospital corridor 3 days ago. "Dr. Visser, Dr. Gray." The man took out a silenced pistol with a silver coil wrapped around the barrel. Miss Margaret said, "I want to show you the real goalkeeper's curse." Irene's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She noticed that the metal patch exposed on the man's cuff was made of the same material as the bullet casing found at the crime scene. It was an infrasound shielding device. Lucas's infrasonic device was still in the trunk of the pickup truck, but the closest weapons at the moment were the pepper spray in her pocket and the adrenaline injection hidden under Lucas's white coat. "Dodge to the left." She grabbed Lucas's wrist. The first bullet hit the wall, brushing against the end of her hair. Gravel splashed into her left eye. She blinked, and through her blurred vision she saw the man raise the muzzle of his gun again. Lucas suddenly crashed into the nearest metal pipe. The pipe made a humming sound, which was an infrasound frequency below 20 Hz. He was using the resonance characteristics of the pipe itself to create interference. The thugs paused, but the leading man sneered and patted the earphones on his ears. "It's useless. Our equipment can block 15 Hz. Erin sprayed his eyes with pepper spray. While he was covering his face and retreating, she rushed to the iron frame in the corner, grabbed a wrench and smashed the nearest pipe. At the moment the metal collision sound exploded. Infrasound waves spread through the pipe network, and the entire dark room was vibrating. The thugs began to stagger. Some squatted down with their hands covering their ears, and some knocked over the laboratory table. The sound of reagent bottles breaking mixed with their groans, like an out-of-tune requiem. "Go to the container," Lucas yelled. His white coat was torn and blood was oozing from his arm, but he was still adjusting the angle of the pipe to enhance the resonance. Irene stepped on the broken glass and rushed towards the container. As soon as her fingertips touched the switch, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on the glass surface. The temperature is soaring. Irene's eyelashes were curled by the heat, and she saw the metal parts inside the container begin to turn red, like ice balls thrown into a furnace. Lucas rushed over and pulled her back, their shadows twisting on the wall into 2 entangled monsters. "It's a self-destruct sequence." Lucas's voice was torn apart by the high temperature. "When the infrasonic device is overloaded, it will..." In the bright light, Irene glimpsed that the nameplate at the bottom of the container was melting, and the number 1993 was distorted into a strange shape. And deeper inside, something is awakening. Not fear, not anger, but an older, icy malice that slowly opens its eyes from 30 years of slumber with the roar of equipment. When the last bit of her sanity had not yet been devoured by the heat, she heard her own voice shouting, "The goalkeeper's curse in the notes." But Lucas's answer was drowned out by the explosion. All the lights in the dark room went out, and only the white light from the container became brighter and brighter, just like the spotlights in the final stadium. 4 days later, there will be tens of thousands of witnesses there, and at this moment, the secret under their feet is tearing open the bloody curtain that has been frozen for 30 years in the most violent way. Snowflakes from the northern forests hit the windshield like a handful of crushed ice. Lucas's old pickup truck rolled over the icy ruts, and the yellow light on the dashboard flickered with the bumps. Irene spread the map on her knees and rubbed her fingertips along the words Ice Lake Warehouse repeatedly. The oil stains emitted a faint metallic smell in the heater, which overlapped for a moment with the smell of exhaust from the gangster's car in her memory. On the night her father was murdered. "Turn left," Lucas said suddenly. Irene looked up and vaguely saw a half-rotten wooden sign inserted diagonally into the snow through the car window, blurred by the snow and fog. 2 of the 3 letters Ice Lake Road were missing, and the remaining Ice L glowed coldly under the car lights. As the pickup truck left the main road, the rear axle made a harsh grinding sound. Irene reached into the inner pocket of her coat, and the edges of the micro-recorder poked at her ribs through the fabric. It contained Tony's gasps when he was tortured, and his last vague sentence, "The infrasonic generator is..." Margaret's people arrived so quickly that they didn't even have time to ask about the model of the equipment. As the factory came into view, the back of Erin's neck sensed danger before her eyes. It was a building that had faded to a lead-gray color, with a corner of its iron roof collapsed, like a skinned beast. The weeds outside the wall were covered with ice, and the iron gate that should have been locked was ajar. The wind that leaked out through the crack smelled of rust and was colder than the snow outside. "Camera." Erin suddenly grabbed Lucas's sleeve. Her eyes swept across the brick crack on the left. There was a thumb-sized black spot there, almost invisible against the backdrop of the snow. Lucas followed her gaze and looked up. Another camera was watching them from the shadows of the ventilation duct. "How long before us did Margaret's people arrive?" Irene lowered her voice, her fingertips unconsciously picking at the buttons of her coat. She remembered that 3 days ago, in the team's physical therapy room, Margaret's hand, with burgundy nail polish, patted her shoulder. "Dr. Visser, there are some secrets. People who know too much are more likely to get the flu." She didn't respond at the time, but now she thinks that it was not a warning, but a preview. Lucas took out his phone, and when the screen lit up, Erin caught a glimpse of his lock screen wallpaper, a yellowed old photo of a goalkeeper wearing a number 1 jersey holding a trophy, with eyes and eyebrows that looked 70% similar to Lucas. "My grandfather." He noticed her gaze and quickly swiped the screen. The main goalkeeper of the Maple Leafs' last championship. In the surveillance footage flickered on the phone. The cracking software that Lucas got from somewhere was running, and green codes were crawling all over the screen. 3 cameras. The monitoring room should be on the east side of the 2nd floor. He tapped the screen with his fingertips. Guards, 2, possibly with guns. Irene dug her nails into her palms. She thought of the player whose internal organs were shattered by infrasound in the morgue last week, and the blood in his chest froze into dark red ice. If Margaret's device really can adjust the frequency, follow me. Lucas suddenly bent down and crawled under the car. When he straightened up, he found a rusty exhaust pipe in his hand. Irene reacted immediately. She went around to the other side and pulled off a piece of iron sheet from the wreckage of an abandoned truck, with half a faded Maple Leafs logo hanging on the edge. When the first sound of metal collision was heard, the lights in the monitoring room came on. Irene counted the rhythm, 1, 2, and on the 3rd time she deliberately let the iron sheet scrape across the ground, dragging out a long, harsh sound. Through the air window on the side of the factory, she saw 2 men in black down jackets rushing out, one of them holding a walkie-talkie and shouting, "There's movement in the east. Go." Lucas dragged her towards the side door. The door latch was new and didn't fit in with the rusted keyhole around it. Irene took out the pen she carried with her, and the pen cap popped out a thin wire. This was what her father taught her 3 days before he was blocked by the gang in the alley. Click. The moment the door opened, foul-smelling dust poured out. Irene covered her mouth and nose, and swept the light of her cell phone flashlight across the ground. There were fresh tire tracks on the concrete ground. The people who arrived earlier than them might have just left half an hour ago. The inside of the factory is even more chaotic than the outside. Abandoned compressors lay in the corners, and conveyor belts coiled under the ceiling like rusty pythons. Lucas's beam of light stopped at the base of the wall. "Look there." Irene shone it over there, and saw several wooden boxes leaning here and there. The seal on one of them was printed with medical equipment, exactly the same as the seal on the team's warehouse. The Hypnotic generator requires a stable power supply. Lucas squatted down and ran his fingertips over the indentation on the bottom of the wooden box. "There should be a backup generator here." His words were interrupted by Irene's light cry. In a corner piled with old gears, half a notebook was visible from under the oilcloth. As Erin squatted, her knee pressed against a sharp piece of metal and she gasped in pain. But her attention was focused on her notes. The cover was dark green, with shiny edges. There was a yellowed photo on the first page. A man in a white coat, standing in a laboratory. The instrument behind him was 70% similar to the infrasonic therapy device in Lucas's office. On March 12, 1995, Subject B7 began to hallucinate. Irene read aloud. He said he heard the gatekeeper talking, saying it's time to clean up the house. She turned the page, and the ink suddenly broke. 3 pages were torn in the middle, and the cuts were jagged, as if they had been hastily cut with a knife. "There's this at the back." Lucas held up his phone and moved closer. There was a line of small scribbled words on the blank space of the last page. "Under the frozen lake, time will freeze." Suddenly, the sound of a car engine was heard outside the factory. Irene looked up suddenly and saw 2 car lights piercing through the snow through the cracked glass. Lucas quickly closed the notebook and stuffed it into his arms, then pulled her towards the emergency passage on the other side. How did they find it? Irene's breath condensed into white mist in the cold air. Lucas's hands were abnormally strong, and she could feel the thin calluses on his palms. These hands were so gentle when he usually massaged the players, but now they were like iron clamps. "Locate." Lucas's voice was filled with self-mockery. "I installed the tracker in the truck's fuel tank. Margaret may have reversed the signal." He kicked the iron barrel, blocking the road. "Hurry up, there's a drainage ditch behind." As the security door slammed shut behind them, Erin heard the gunshot. The bullet grazed the door frame and left a charred hole in the wall. She reached into the inside pocket of her coat, the hard cover of the notebook pressed against her heart. Through the fabric, the words inside were still hot, like a piece of red-hot iron. "The snow is falling heavier." As Lucas's pickup truck returned to the main road, Irene saw in the rearview mirror that the lights of the factory were gradually blurring, like a dying star. She lowered her head and flipped open her notebook. On the edge of the torn page, she could vaguely see a few remaining words. "Goalkeeper's curse. There are still 4 days until the finals." Lucas broke the silence. His knuckles turned white as he tapped out a regular rhythm on the steering wheel. The frequency was strikingly similar to that of infrasound. Irene suddenly remembered the words in the experiment log. When the frequency reaches below 20 Hz, humans can hear their own fear. And now she heard more than just fear. Even deeper inside, something that had been frozen for 30 years was slowly cracking as they approached. The snow in Montreal became sharper at 3 in the morning, like broken pieces of frozen glass, hitting Irene's eyelashes. She huddled in the shadow of the abandoned steel mill, looking at the concrete warehouse. 50 meters away, Henry's residence was just a cover-up. The outer wall of the 3-story building was covered with rusty fire escapes. The only lighted window on the 2nd floor had a thick bulletproof curtain drawn. The searchlight in the corner swept across the snow-covered ground every 17 seconds, and dense snow particles floated in the beam of light. The patrol team consists of 2 people, from the east wall to the north wall, with a cadence of a lefting. Irene's breath formed frost on her scarf, and her fingers unconsciously rubbed the pocket inside her coat, where the miniature recorder she had borrowed from the psychological clinic was placed. The angle of the camera on the west wall is wrong. When the beam of light swept through just now, Half a person could be hidden in the shadow area. Lucas crouched beside her, his gloved hands on the backpack. The infrasound device began vibrating regularly half an hour ago, with the frequency stable at 18 hertz, like some kind of heartbeat. He could feel the heat from the device casing through the fabric of his backpack, which was 2 degrees cooler than outside the hockey arena. This made him feel a little relieved, but also more confused.
Henry is known in the industry as the ghost supplier, he said in a very low voice, and the white mist he exhaled was torn into pieces by the wind as soon as it floated. 3 years ago, he supplied physical therapy equipment to the Boston Bruins, and then suddenly disappeared.
Last week I checked the serial number of the equipment and found that the production batch number did not match any manufacturer registered by the NHL. A crisp sound of metal collision came from the direction of the warehouse. Irene's pupils shrank instantly, and she pulled Lucas's sleeve and shrank into a darker corner. 2 men in black windbreakers came out of the side door. One of them was smoking a cigarette, and the sparks flickered in the snowy night. The old man is going crazy again, saying something like Lmmerse goods can't go wrong. Lmmerse? The other sneered, stamping his snow-covered boots. Mrs. Margaret's cousins are all dead. Who would mention that old name now? Irene dug her nails into her palms.
Margaret Dumont. This was the name that suddenly popped up on the device the night before, when she was doing a psychological evaluation on Lucas. The instrument that was supposed to be in sleep mode suddenly beeped, and garbled characters scrolled on the screen, finally freezing at these 5 letters.
Show. The curtains on the 2nd floor were opened a little, and a dim light leaked out, illuminating a hunched figure. Henry, the one they had seen in the archives, hooked nose, old scar on the left side of his face, from brow to jaw, now clutching the phone and yelling. I said delayed delivery. There was a problem with the resonant frequency of the last batch of goods, and 3 players were sent to the ICU. Is it Margaret's people? Irene leaned close to Lucas's ear, and her warm breath swept over his earlobe. His Adam's apple moved, and he thought of the tampered heart rate monitor in the locker room. All the players who used the infrasonic device would have their data manually adjusted by him. Maybe. The Dumont family is a long-established Montreal mafia that controlled the ice hockey league's gambling network in the night. Suddenly, the window on the 2nd floor slammed shut. Henry's roar was cut off, replaced by the dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. Just as Irene was about to stand up, the searchlight on the left suddenly turned, and the beam accurately covered the iron frame where they were hiding.
There's movement, the cigarette-choking guard shouted, his voice trembling with alertness.
Lucas's backpack vibrated violently at this moment, the frequency soaring to 25 hertz, making his shoulders numb. Irene pulled him in the opposite direction, and the snow made a crunching sound under her feet. 4 men rushed out of the side door of the warehouse at the same time. 2 of them picked up rubber sticks, and the other 2 took out short knives. The blades shone coldly in the snow. Go to the east alley, Irene shouted. She remembered the terrain she had observed 10 minutes ago. There was a rusty gap in the east wall that people could squeeze through, but the guards on the left had already surrounded her, and the closest one was only 3 meters away from her, and the rubber stick hit the back of her head with a sound of wind. She instinctively lowered her head and raised her knee to hit the other person's abdomen. The man groaned and bent over. Irene took advantage of the situation to grab his wrist and twisted it, and heard the crisp sound of bones being dislocated. The sudden gust of wind from the right sent a chill down her spine. She spun to avoid the dagger, but ended up crashing into the arms of another person. The man's arm was like an iron hoop around her neck. Her vision began to blur. In her peripheral vision, she saw Lucas throwing his backpack towards the 3rd attacker. The vibration of the equipment turned into a sharp buzzing sound. The 2 guards who rushed up suddenly covered their ears and squatted down with painful expressions. Infrasound. Lucas's voice was filled with labored gasps. He tore off his gloves and pressed the device switch with his bloody fingers. The vibration frequency of the equipment suddenly increased to 30 hertz, and even the air vibrated. The last guard with a knife stumbled back, hit a fire hydrant and passed out. Irene pushed the man who was strangling her away and slapped him on the back of the neck with her backhand. 5 guards were lying in a mess on the snow, their groans mixed with the hum of equipment. The window on the second floor was opened again. Henry's face was as white as a piece of paper in the shadow. He grabbed the documents on the table and stuffed them into his briefcase, then turned and ran towards the stairs. Chase. Irene wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and was about to rush in, but Lucas grabbed her. The temperature of the equipment is over 50 degrees. Only then did she notice that the fabric on the backpack was smoking. When the two rushed into the warehouse, Henry had already escaped through the back door, leaving only a half-open drawer with a few yellowed shipping documents scattered inside. Irene squatted down and quickly flipped through the pages. The date on the bottom one was 3 days ago. The shipper was written as HD Technology, and the delivery address was Montreal Ice Hockey Arena B2 Warehouse. The remarks column was marked in red pen. Must be delivered before the finals, personally addressed to Margaret. Finals. Lucas's voice tightened, and his fingers unconsciously stroked the outer casing of the device, where there were still traces of blood from the previous battle. The vibration of the device suddenly subsided, as if the pause button had been pressed. But a new line of garbled text popped up on the screen, slowly pieced together. Demands revenge. Awakened beneath the ice. Sirens sounded outside the warehouse. Irene grabbed the shipping bill and stuffed it into her coat pocket, then dragged Lucas toward the alley. The snow was still falling, but less than before. The moonlight shone through the clouds onto the address on the freight bill. The words B2 Warehouse glowed coldly. That was the underground storage room of the ice hockey arena, which usually only stored cleaning tools and old sticks. Will he tell Margaret? Irene asked, as she ran, the wind rushing into her throat like swallowing a handful of crushed ice. Lucas didn't answer. He looked at his bloody fingers and recalled that when he was giving physical therapy to the main striker last week, the infrasonic machine suddenly went out of control. The striker's pupils dilated instantly, and he swung his club at the glass of the team doctor's room. He had spotted a line of scratches on the bottom of the device, and now he remembered what it was. The initials of Margaret Demart, engraved in the most hidden corner of the metal casing. The sirens were getting closer. Irene paused and looked back towards the warehouse. Their footprints on the snow formed a winding clue, and the address on the freight bill was like a time bomb, beating with her heartbeat. There are still 7 days before the finals, and the staff of the ice hockey stadium have begun to pour water on the ice surface, and the first layer of ice is forming. She didn't know how many secrets hidden in the warehouse on level B2 would be forever sealed under the ice when the last layer of ice covered the area. The cold light in the training room cast pale edges on the metal cabinet. Irene's fingertips pressed against the outer shell of the infrasonic device, and she could feel condensed water droplets sliding along the titanium alloy lines towards her palm. This instrument, which they had hidden in the deepest part of the ice hockey protective gear cabinet, was now connected to the alarm device in the corner through a silver-gray wire. The wire glowed dangerously in the darkness, like a snake that could bite people at any time. It's a parallel circuit. Lucas lowered his voice, holding a micro screwdriver in his medical rubber gloves. The main line goes through the fire protection system, but this branch line is directly connected to the equipment sensor. His lenses were covered with mist, and his breath condensed into tiny ice crystals on the metal cabinet. Erin noticed his Adam's apple move. A nervous habit, he did the same thing when she was doing psychological evaluations on the players last week, standing by the treatment table, swallowing with the same frequency to cover up the trembling in his hands when he injected sedatives into the injured. Cut it off. Erin dug her nails into her palms, and the gunshots from her childhood suddenly exploded in her ears. When I was 12 years old, my father collapsed in a warehouse in the old port of Montreal, and his blood spread on the ice like a frozen red rose. Hiding behind a wooden crate of code, she saw 3 men in leather jackets connecting a black suitcase with the same silver wires. Later, police said they were locators used by gangs to track stolen money. The moment Lucas's screwdriver tip touched the insulation of the wire, the alarm's small red light suddenly flashed twice. Irene's breathing paused, and she could hear the dull thump of her heartbeat hitting her ribs. But the light only flickered for half a second before dimming, like a cigarette butt being extinguished. When the wire snapped off, she smelled a burning smell. Not the smell of a burnt wire, but more like the bitter smell of some chemical evaporating. It's an anti-tamper coating. Lucas pulled off his gloves and rubbed his fingertips over the dark brown marks on the broken part. It's commonly used by the mafia. Cutting the line will release a small amount of tear gas. But the amount was not large, so it should not have triggered the alarm. When he looked up, Irene saw bloodshot in his eyes, like cracks under the ice. 3 days ago in the basement laboratory, he stared at the microscope with the same look and said, "The interference of infrasound on brain waves requires more precise data." She didn't think much about it at the time, but now she understands how many players' headaches are contained in those data. As the equipment was being packed into a waterproof backpack, the metal door of the training room suddenly made a muffled sound. The tip of Irene's ice skates left white marks on the ground. Those were left when she was teaching the rookie players how to stop suddenly last week. But now they became the best mark. The doorknob turned slowly, like a rusty gear gnawing at time. Lucas's hands were on the buckle of his backpack, his knuckles turning white. Irene felt the pepper spray on her lower back, which was a gift from her coach when she was learning self-defense after her father passed away. The metal shell still had body temperature. The moment the door opened, cold wind blew in with the smell of tobacco. George stood at the door, with a scar running diagonally from his left eyebrow to his jaw, like an unhealed wound. There were 6 men behind him, 3 of them holding rubber sticks, 2 holding switchblades, and the one on the far right had a maple leaf tattooed behind his ear, the symbol of the Montreal gang, ice blades, exactly the same as the tattoo on the man who killed his father. "Put your bag down." George's voice was like sandpaper scraping against iron, and his eyes swept over the spray on Irene's waist. "Dr. Visser, you should know that some secrets are thinner than the ice in the hockey arena." When he raised his hand, Irene saw the bruise on the inside of his wrist, shaped like a syringe. At 3 o'clock in the morning last Wednesday, she ran into Lucas in the team doctor's office giving a forward an injection. His hands were shaking so badly at the time, and the needle poked the same bruise on the player's wrist. Lucas suddenly took a half step forward, his shoulder hurting from the backpack strap. "This is the medical equipment in the team doctor's office." His voice was trembling, but he tried to maintain a gentle tone. "If you break into the team training room, I can call the police." "Call the police?" George smiled, his scar twisting. "Last month, McDonald's skull was smashed by a hockey stick, and the team doctor said it was an accident. The month before last, Kevin Lee fell into a coma during training, and the team doctor said it was hypoglycemia." "Who wrote these reports?" "Dr. Gray." He licked his back teeth. "Now you want to walk away with something that can expose these lies." Irene's temple was throbbing. She recalled the anomaly she had discovered in the player's psychological file yesterday. On goalkeeper Taylor's post-traumatic stress disorder assessment form, she had written moderate anxiety in the first half, but someone had changed it to mild in the second half. The handwriting was exactly the same as on Lucas's prescription pad. "Do it." George's roar shook the ceiling lights. The man on the far left rushed over wielding a rubber stick. Erin dodged sideways and the heel of her ice skate boot hit his shin hard. The man staggered with a scream, and she took the opportunity to grab the hockey stick in the corner. The wooden shaft hit his elbow, and she could hear the crisp sound of bones being dislocated. When the switchblade came at her from the right, she remembered the code box dodge her father taught her, bent down and crawled under the equipment rack, and sprayed the nearest eye with the spray with her backhand. "Turn up the frequency," she yelled, as Lucas opened his backpack and his fingers flew over the device's control panel. The buzzing of the infrasound waves is very similar to the boos from the audience in an ice hockey arena, but sharper than that, and it brings a burning sensation as it penetrates the eardrum. The two gang members suddenly covered their ears and squatted down, their foreheads against the ground and twitching. Irene remembered Lucas saying that 17 Hz infrasound can cause nausea and imbalance, and 19 Hz can make people have the hallucination that there are ghosts in the room. George's rubber stick hit the equipment rack, rubbing against the ends of Irene's hair, and the metal hook fell to the ground with a clang. She turned and swept the hockey stick across his knees, but he grabbed the shaft and pulled her over. The scar was almost touching her face, and the hot breath he exhaled smelled of whiskey and tobacco. Your father was also this tough back then. The second half of the sentence was interrupted by a muffled groan. Lucas raised the device and hit George on the back of the neck, denting the metal casing. George loosened his grip, and Irene took the opportunity to knee him in the stomach, watching him collapse to the ground like a sack of flour. When the last gangster curled up like a shrimp holding his crotch, the training room fell silent again. Irene bent down and picked up George's dropped phone. The screen was lit, and an unread message read, "Margaret Dumont, 12:37. The device must be retrieved and must be seen alive. Let's go." Lucas tugged at her sleeve. The backpack had been buckled back on, and the device inside was humming softly. Irene noticed that there was blood between his fingers. The sharp edge of the device had cut his skin when he had hit George. The blood drop fell to the ground and quickly froze into dark red ice crystals. As they rushed out of the training room, the emergency exit light at the end of the corridor suddenly turned red. Irene looked back and saw George standing up with the help of the wall, and said to the phone, "They went to Area B." "Yes, Miss Margaret." The infrasound device vibrated even more violently in the backpack, with a frequency 2 Hz higher than before. Lucas paused, looked down at his backpack. His Adam's apple moved, but in the end he said nothing. At night, the Montreal ice hockey arena is like a sleeping monster, and the lights in the dome cast huge shadows on the snow. Irene wrapped her coat tightly around her neck, and the snowflakes fell into her collar, making her feel bone-chilled. She touched her backpack and found that the temperature of the equipment was higher than before, like a heart awakening. "There's a taxi at the intersection ahead." Lucas pointed to the street corner, his breath condensing into white mist in the cold air. Irene stared at his bloody fingers, and remembered the leather gloves he always wore in the psychological evaluation room. Today he didn't wear them. The snow fell heavier and heavier, blurring the street lights in the distance. Irene heard the device making a low beep in the backpack. The sound was like some kind of countdown, or like someone typing out Morse code under the ice. She didn't know who Margaret Dumont was, how many secrets were hidden in the device, or why Lucas's blood made the device heat up. But she knew that when the last layer of water was poured on the ice surface of the finals, all the frozen truths would melt. Irene's heel rolled over a piece of broken glass, and a crisp sound exploded in the night wind. She froze in place, staring at the two figures wrapped in leather jackets, 20 meters away. Their patrol flashlights swept across the wall like two snakes spitting out their tongues. "Shift changes every 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Lucas's voice came from behind her ear, and his warm breath brushed against her hair. He held up a telescope removed from the ventilation duct of the cold storage, with a thin layer of frost on the lens. The first group went around the east wall to the loading and unloading port. The second group guarded the iron ladder entrance, and Tony was smoking at the door of the equipment room. He suddenly stopped, his Adam's apple rolling. He has a dagger tied to his left calf. Irene dug her nails into her palms. She had seen the same knife wound in the morgue on that stormy night 3 days ago. The knife marks on the chest of the forward player, who had been cut open, were in a counterclockwise spiral, which was exactly the same as Tony's gesture of touching the scabbard at that moment. "Margaret's people," she whispered, and childhood memories suddenly came flooding back. Her father collapsed at the corner of the alley, his cheap suit soaked in blood, the murderer's leather boots rolling over his glasses, and the sound of metal fragments piercing flesh overlapped with the crisp sound of broken glass. Lucas lowered the binoculars and pressed his knuckles against the wall. The dark red brick core was exposed in the loose bricks, like a peeled wound. The load-bearing wall of the equipment room was built in 1978, he said. I checked the old urban construction archives. In order to prevent ice storms, ventilation ducts were buried in the foundation. His fingertips moved along the cracks in the wall and stopped at the third brick. Here, Irene leaned over and saw half a rusty screw embedded in the cracks between the bricks. Exactly the same fragments found in the player's locker room 3 days ago. That day, when she squatted in the blood and picked up the screw with tweezers, she smelled the unique ozone smell of the infrasonic transmitter. That was the smell of Lucas's laboratory. You hit the mark. She looked up at him. In the moonlight, Lucas's lenses glowed coldly, hiding the emotions in his eyes. 3 days ago, he admitted that in order to cover up the player's concussion data, he secretly installed an infrasound modulator in the helmet. I thought I could control the frequency, he said at the time, until the striker, his personality, was replaced by the old goalkeeper. I didn't know. The freighter's whistle sounded again, and in the long tail note Irene could hear her own heart beating rapidly. She took out a fountain pen, and the moment she unscrewed the cap, the coolness of the metal of the lock-picking tool climbed up her palm. Using the abandoned warehouse as bait, she pointed to the old building with a collapsed roof on the left. Their patrol route bypassed the pile of broken tiles, because there's a tripwire. Lucas suddenly grabbed her wrist and pressed his fingertips on the back of her hand. Look at the ground. The moonlight illuminated an almost imperceptible line extending from the base of the wall to the warehouse door. Irene gasped. That was no ordinary nylon rope. It was bulletproof fiber, and once triggered, the alarm would sound throughout the entire dock within 3 seconds. I'll take care of it. Lucas took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket. It was the muscle relaxant spray commonly used by the team. He unplugged the nozzle and poured the liquid into his palm, rubbing it evenly. The ethyl chloride in the spray can make the fibers brittle. He squatted down and gently stroked the tripwire with his fingertips. After 30 seconds, it will break with a slight pull. Irene looked at his back. The team doctor, who always buttoned his white coat to the top button, was now kneeling in the broken glass, as if he was repairing a precision instrument. 3 days ago, in the lab, he smashed all the discs recording infrasound frequencies. He didn't say a word when the fragments pierced his hand until she held his wrist and said, "Now is not the time to atone for your sins, but to cut your losses." Done. Lucas stood up and wiped the dust off his trouser legs with his fingertips. His cufflinks gleamed in the moonlight. They were the team's 30th anniversary edition, engraved with the words "Fight Forever." Irene remembered that during the team celebration last week, he said that this was a relic left by his mother. She always said that some mistakes should be corrected personally. In the distance there was the clicking of a lighter. The flickering of Tony's cigarette revealed the snake tattoo on his neck, with the snake's head facing the iron door of the equipment room. Irene counted his steps. 7 to the window, 5 to the steps. "Do it," she whispered. Lucas pressed the jammer in his pocket. It was modified from the blood pressure monitor sensor in the team doctor's box, and at this moment it made a shrill sound, like an ice knife scraping across glass. The 2 thugs on the east wall turned their heads at the same time and swept their flashlights in the direction of the warehouse. Tony cursed and kicked the metal bucket on the steps. The sound of metal collision mixed with noise exploded on the dock. Earring dragged Lucas into the shadows. They ran along the wall, and the broken glass made a tiny sound under their feet, as if someone was sprinkling salt in their ears. The iron door of the equipment room was within reach, with a thumb-thick iron chain hanging on the door handle. But that was not the most difficult part. Irene's eyes swept across the door lintel, where a black box was mounted with a flashing red light. Heat detectors. Lucas's voice tightened. Margaret's people upgraded the equipment. Erin's fingers traced the metal plate in her pocket. It was found in the secret compartment of the murdered forward's locker, engraved with a string of numbers and an ice hockey pattern. 3 days ago, she used the profiler's software to analyze it. The numbers corresponded to the dates of the NHL finals over the years. The position of the gap in the ice hockey pattern was exactly the same as the curvature of the door axis in the equipment room. Squat down. She suddenly pulled Lucas down. There was a sound of wind behind her, and Tony's dagger brushed against her hair and was nailed into the wall. The friction between metal and cement gave her goosebumps on the back of her neck.
Bitch! Tony's voice was like sandpaper grinding against iron. Margaret said she wanted to kill her alive, but
Erin rolled over and kicked him in the knee. This was the self-defense technique she had learned in her criminal psychology class, specifically designed to target attackers who used force from their lower limbs. Tony groaned. His body swayed, but his left hand moved to his waist faster. Lucas picked up the iron bucket at his feet and smashed it over. With the sound of metal collision, Tony's gun fell to the ground and slid into the shadow of the equipment room. "Get the jammer," Irene yelled. Lucas rushed to the backpack he had just discarded, but Tony had already pounced on him, his strong arm strangling Irene's neck. Her pen fell to the floor, and the lockpick rolled into the cracks between the bricks. Childhood memories came flooding back. Her father's blood on her little white shoes, the murderer's laughter mixed with the sirens. She hid behind the trash can, smelled the stench of rotten fish, and listened to her own rapid breathing. "Are you scared?" Tony's breath sprayed behind her ears, carrying the sour smell of cheap whiskey. "If you are scared, beg me." Irene bit the back of his hand. The taste of blood exploded in his mouth, and Tony screamed in pain and let go of his hand. She took the opportunity to grab the pen on the ground and stabbed the tip of the pen cap into the nerve plexus of his forearm. This was a weakness in the human body that she had studied, and it would render the arm numb within 3 seconds. Tony's face twisted into a ball, and he was half a beat too slow to throw a punch. Lucas's jammer was already against the back of his neck. Infrasound. Lucas's voice was as cold as the wind on an ice rink. 40 hertz. Enough to give you tinnitus until next week. Tony's knees gave way, and he fell to the ground. The footsteps of other thugs came from the direction of the warehouse, and a light of flashlights swam over like countless white snakes. Irene picked up the pen, turned around and rushed towards the iron door of the equipment room. The heat detector's red light was still flashing, but she saw a coin-sized indentation in the shadow of the door lintel, a perfect match for the hockey puck's notch in the metal plate. She pressed the metal plate in. With a click, the chain fell off automatically. The iron door opened inward, and the red light of the infosonic transmitter rushed towards us, like a pair of awakening eyes. But what made her heart stop even more was the combination lock under the transmitter. The brass shell was engraved with a classic ice hockey tactical diagram. The number keys were designed in the shape of ice skates, and a line of blood-red words jumped on the display. "Enter the secret you most want to keep hidden." Lucas's breath fanned the back of her neck. His fingers gently touched the back of her hand, carrying the usual smell of disinfectant in the laboratory. "These are my experimental data from that year," he said, his voice as light as a sigh. "When calibrating the infrasound with the player's brainwave frequencies, I changed 3 sets of key values." Irene turned to look at him. The moonlight shone in from behind him, casting a white patch on the lenses and covering his eyes. But she could see the rolling of his Adam's apple and his clenched fists. His knuckles were bluish white, like frozen snow on an ice rink. The thugs shouting got closer. Irene took out a pen and pointed the tip of the pen at the number keys of the combination lock. Her finger hovered over 3, which was her age when her father was killed, and Lucas's hand came up and pressed on 7, the month his mother died. The display screen of the password lock suddenly went black. When the red light came on again, they heard clearer footsteps and a familiar female voice floating in the night wind.
Welcome to the real trap, dear.
The night wind from the old industrial area blew into her collar, carrying the smell of rust. Irene's heels rolled over a piece of broken glass, and the crisp sound echoed in the abandoned machine workshop. She raised her hand to block the spider web that was flying towards her, and turned to look at Lucas beside her. He was bending over to check the ground, with some black oil stains on his fingertips, which had a suspicious metallic luster in the moonlight. 3 sets of tire tracks. He wiped the oil off his fingertips with his sleeve. The newest one is over the previous 2, and the track is 10 centimeters wider than that of an ordinary truck. Irene followed his gaze, and saw that there were indeed ruts of varying depths on the cement floor, with half a piece of silver debris embedded in the deepest one. She squatted down, gently scraped off the metal with her fingernails, and put it to the tip of her nose. It was titanium alloy, exactly the same material as the helmets in the metal cabinets in the training hall. "They're moving the equipment." Her voice was low, her Adam's apple moving. "Margaret's people may be faster than us." Lucas clenched his knuckles at his sides. The alarm at the training hall 3 days ago was still ringing in his ears, the blood oozing from Irene's cut wrist, and the titanium helmets with the players' numbers on them were like thorns piercing the back of his neck. He originally thought that the infrasonic technology he developed was only used to relieve players' joint strain, until he saw the brainwave data jumping in the holographic projection. Those were not treatment parameters at all, but mental control frequencies accurate to hertz. "This way." Irene suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Her sight fell on an abandoned warehouse 20 meters away. The iron door was half open, and a dim light leaked through the gap. As the 2 of them moved closer to the wall, Irene felt a sticky note in the inner pocket of her coat. It was taken from the desk of the security captain in the training hall. On it was written Warehouse No. 3, in the old industrial area, crookedly, and it was now wrinkled by the sweat on her palms. The moment the iron door was pushed open with a creaky sound, the smell of mold and mildew mixed with the sweet smell of some chemical agent hit me in the face. Irene's pupils contracted in the darkness, and she vaguely saw a person standing in the shadows. He was not tall, with a beer belly that made his plaid shirt bulge out, and he wore a faded gold ring on his left little finger. He was waving the flashlight from his cell phone at them.
Dr. Visser, Gray's doctor. The man smiled, revealing a missing front tooth. Why are you coming to this place so late at night? Are you looking for old Henry's stuff?
A chill ran down the back of Irene's neck. 3 months ago, when she was doing a psychological evaluation for the Maple Leafs, she had seen this man in the team doctor's office. He was holding a sealed box, and said he was sending experimental materials to Lucas. But Lucas frowned and told him to leave quickly. Looking at him now, the greed in his eyes is even stronger than in my memory, like a ball of ink that cannot be dissolved. "We need the location of the infrasonic transmitter." Lucas's voice was unusually steady. "Name your price." Henry's little eyes narrowed into slits. He walked between the 2 of them and tapped Irene's bandaged wrist with his fingers. "I heard that you guys uncovered the secret of the helmet in the training hall. Margaret's people are looking for you all over the street." He suddenly leaned close to Irene's ear, his bad breath mixed with the smell of cheap cigars. "But I am the most loyal person. Give me $100,000, and I'll tell you where the equipment is hidden." Irene dug her nails into her palms. She remembered the anchoring effect she learned in psychology class. Greedy people always like to start with a high price, leaving enough room for bargaining. She pretended to hesitate and reached for her pocket, but paused when her fingertips touched the note. When she looked up, her eyes were filled with panic. 100,000. I need time to raise the money. Then there's nothing to discuss. Mr. Henry, the sudden female voice startled the 3 of them, and they all turned their heads. The girl in the beige sweater came out from the corner where the oil drums were piled. There were spider webs on the ends of her hair, and a fresh scratch on her left wrist. Irene recognized her as Lucy, the lab assistant who had left 3 months ago. At that time, Lucas said she was not suitable for participating in core experiments. Now it seems that it might be because she revealed her flaws too easily. Lucy. Lucas frowned. Why are you here? Lucy's lips trembled violently, but her eyes were fixed on Henry. Don't believe him. The address he mentioned is fake. The equipment is not there. Not there. She suddenly covered her mouth, as if she was afraid of revealing more, and her right hand subconsciously touched the silver chain around her neck. The pendant was a tiny metal plate, exactly the same as the mark on the metal cabinet in the training hall. Henry's face instantly turned the color of liver. He picked up the iron rod at his feet and hit Lucy. Irene was quick to grab the girl and threw her to the side. The iron rod hit the wall, hitting the top of Lucy's head, causing the line to fall down. Stinky girl. Did I raise you for 3 months in vain? Henry panted and approached, the iron rod dragging on the ground, making a harsh sound. Do you think they can protect you? Margaret's people dared to kill even the police. Enough. Lucas stood in front of the two men, his voice filled with ice. His right hand quietly reached for the inner pocket of his coat. There was his homemade nerve-blocking spray, which was specially used to deal with emergencies in the laboratory. But Irene was faster. With Lucas's help, she quickly scanned Henry's left hand. There was a distorted S engraved on the inside of the gold ring, which was exactly the same as the control code symbol in the holographic projection of the training hall. It's the shipping markings, she whispered in Lucas's ear. Same as on the equipment box. Lucas's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered that last week in the team doctor's office, Margaret's men delivered a new batch of training aids with this symbol printed on the packaging. At that time, he thought it was just an ordinary logistics number, but now it seems that it is the exclusive mark of the infrasonic equipment. Lucy, Irene said, turning to the still shaking girl, trying to keep her voice as soft as possible. You know the real hiding spot, right? Lucy glanced at the furious Henry, then at Irene's wrist wrapped in gauze, and finally bit her lip and nodded. She took off the metal plate from the silver chain and pressed it on Irene's palm. Each equipment box has a corresponding tracker. I removed this one from a scrapped box. The real hiding place is in the cold storage at the old dock, cabin 7. You fucking... Henry rushed over with an iron rod in his hand, and Lucas's spray accurately hit his face. The man fell to the ground with a groan, and the iron rod fell to the ground with a clang at his feet. Erin crouched down, fished her phone out of Henry's pocket, and quickly took a picture of the symbol on the inside of his ring. Lucy leaned over to take a look, her fingertips trembling slightly. This is the mark of the Dark River, Margaret's underground transportation network. They use different symbols to distinguish the types of goods. S represents electronic equipment. How do you know? Lucas asked. Lucy lowered her head and twisted the corner of her clothes. I helped Henry register the cargo list. Once when he was drunk, he let slip that S was the Greek word for deception and was most suitable for things that were not to be seen in public. Irene clenched the metal plate in her palm. She remembered the trembling eyes of the training hall security captain when he saw the password. That was a typical micro-expression of fear, indicating that he knew there was something more dangerous hidden behind the password. And now all clues point to the cold storage at the old dock. As the three of them followed the oily trail from Henry's shoes to the alley entrance, Irene's phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and found an anonymous text message. Cabin 17 has been deployed. Margaret's people will take over the shift tonight. The sender's number was encrypted, but there was a tiny Lucy in the remarks column. The girl had sent it when she wasn't paying attention. Irene turned to look at Lucy, who was huddled in the shadows, fingertips to her lips and winking at her. The timidity in her eyes faded a little, like a little animal that finally dared to poke its head out of its den. The wind at the old dock is colder than that in the industrial area, and it blows into my collar with a salty and humid smell of the sea. Irene stood on the abandoned lighthouse 100 meters away from the cold storage and looked through Lucas's telescope. The iron door of cabin 17 was hung with an iron chain as thick as a thumb. 4 men in black jackets were smoking at the door. One of them had a headset flashing red, which was a communication device. Behind the container further away, there was a van without a license plate parked, with its hood not completely closed, revealing the bulletproof steel plate inside. At least 6 people. She put down the binoculars, her voice like it was soaked in ice. Probably armed. Lucas's fingers flicked across the screen of his phone, pulling up the surveillance plan of the dock. His Adam's apple moved. The ventilation duct of the cold storage is on the roof. It has a diameter of 60 centimeters, which is enough to crawl in. But he looked up at Irene, the moonlight streaking a cold white light on his glasses. Margaret's people deployed defenses in advance, which means they may have noticed that the equipment was exposed. Irene took out a piece of notepaper from her coat pocket. The words "Warehouse Number 3" in the old industrial area on it were blurred by sweat. She suddenly remembered the helmets and the metal cabinets in the training hall. The player numbers on the inside of the goggles glowed with a faint blue light under the holographic projection. Noavan was the captain, number 24 was the scoring champion, and number 3 was the rising star. Their recent slump in form is not due to injuries, but to the interference of infrasound waves on their nerves. We must get the equipment before they move. Her voice was as light as a sigh, but as sharp as a knife. Otherwise, in the next finals, a player will die on the ice. Lucas looked at the dancing cigarette butt in the direction of the cold storage and suddenly reached out and pressed her shoulder. The warmth of his palms came through his coat, like a fire that refused to go out. I know an alternative route. 3 years ago, when I was giving first aid to dock workers, I saw the inspection hole of the drainage ditch. Irene turned to look at him, the moonlight illuminating the dark tide in his eyes. She recalled the first time they met, 3 months ago, when this team doctor, who always wore a neatly dressed white coat, said to her while debugging an infrasonic instrument in the laboratory, "This is an invention that can change sports medicine." Only now did she understand that some inventions had the smell of blood and rust from the moment they were born. Suddenly there was a sound of an iron door opening in the cold storage. The 2 men held their breath at the same time, watching the 4 men file in. When the last man turned around, the holster on his waist flashed coldly in the moonlight. Irene's fingers unconsciously rubbed the metal plate in her palm, which still retained Lucy's body temperature. She remembered what Lucy said before she left. Margaret's people use infrasound to control the players, and after winning the game, they double the money through underground gambling websites. They don't care about the lives of the players at all. The sea breeze blew up her hair, and in the distance came the sound of a cargo ship's whistle, long and dull. The light from the cold storage leaked out from the crack in the door, casting a dim yellow spot on the ground, like a pool of solidified blood. Lucas's phone vibrated at this time. It was a location map sent by Lucy. The inspection port is 50 meters south of the lighthouse. There is an iron ladder under the concrete slab. Irene shoved the metal plate into Lucas's hand and turned toward the darkness. Her shadow was stretched out by the moonlight, overlapping with Lucas's shadow on the ground, like 2 swords about to be unsheathed. As the iron door of the cold storage closed behind them, vague footsteps were heard in the distance. Was it the shift reliever that arrived, or did Margaret's men discover something? Irene took out the pen she carried with her and unscrewed the cap to reveal a lock-picking tool as thin as a hair. She looked at Lucas, who was looking down at the inscriptions on the metal plate, his eyes behind his lenses abnormally bright. "Are you ready?" she asked. Lucas looked up. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "It's time for me to make up for my mistake." The shadows of the 2 people overlapped on the wall, and as the footsteps approached, they gradually twisted into 2 crossed swords. And in the deepest part of the cold storage that they could not see, the red light of the infrasonic transmitter was flashing regularly, like the eyes of some ferocious beast about to awaken. The moment the metal door opened completely, the hairs on the back of Irene's neck stood up. It wasn't because of the temperature. Even though the ice hockey arena was freezing cold, the air flowing out of the door at this moment carried a kind of sticky tremor, like an invisible hand moving under the skin. She thought of the infrasound therapy device she had seen in Lucas's laboratory last week. When the machine was turned on, the water droplets on the wall would condense into thin chains. But this time the frequency was higher and sharper, causing even the spine to tremble. Infrasonic resonance frequency. Lucas's voice was 2 degrees lower than usual, and his fingertips gently touched the back of her hand. This was the pay attention to abnormality signal they agreed upon. Irene followed his gaze and saw that the metal pipe above the console was glowing with a faint blue light. The fine lines on the pipe wall undulated slightly with the vibration, like the skin of some living creature. The two of them walked into the room, along the wall. The core area is smaller than expected. The space of about 20 square meters is packed with various equipment. On the left is an electronic screen, with 3 sides spliced together, with a green waveform jumping on the screen. On the right are 2 metal cabinets, as tall as a person, with several sections of silver cables sticking out from the gaps in the cabinet doors. The control console in the center is covered with knobs and buttons, and a holographic projection board is embedded in the most conspicuous position, on which half a circuit diagram is floating. As soon as Irene's fingers touched the edge of the console, the holographic projection suddenly unfolded automatically. The words Infrasonic Neural Control System Vi328 floated in the air, and then a string of player information popped up. Name, number, dominant hand, brainwave frequency threshold. The red mark at the bottom made her pupils contract. 16 Hz infrasonic waves stimulate the motor cortex, which can reduce reaction speed by 23% and increase error rate to This is Margaret's gambling control center. Lucas pressed his knuckles against the edge of the console, his fingertips turning white from the force. Irene remembered that 3 days ago in the hospital, the arrested former Captain Mitchell murmured, "The helmet is making noises," before he fell into a coma. At that time, she thought it was a sequelae of concussion. At this moment, looking at the icon of microtransmitter built into the titanium alloy helmet on the projection, her back teeth suddenly felt sore. "She makes the players unconsciously fake the bull," she whispered, her fingertips running across the timeline in the hologram. In the 3rd game of the finals last year, our team made 3 consecutive pass errors in overtime. The odds for that game increased from 1-3 to 1-8. Lucas responded so quickly, as if he had been prepared. Irene turned to look at him, and found that his Adam's apple moved. This micro-expression was exactly the same as the one he showed in the laboratory the night before when he said, "The infrasound therapy device is only used for rehabilitation." That's when the alarm sounded. Bang! The loud noise of the metal door being kicked open drowned out the buzzing sound, and Irene instinctively dragged Lucas towards the equipment rack behind the console. The draft blew in with a chill mixed with a strong smell of tobacco. It was Tony, the security guard with a scar on the left side of his cheek, who always smoked at the back door of the training hall. At this moment he was holding a modified shotgun in his hand, with light blue smoke still coming out of the barrel. The boss said that anyone who touches the core area will be killed by the ice lake. Tony's scar twisted into a centipede with a grin. "I wanted to wait until you guys finished stealing the information before I did it, but I didn't expect the young doctor to be so good at picking the time." Irene leaned against the metal shell of the equipment rack and could clearly hear her own heartbeat. She quickly glanced around. There was a backup power box 3 meters to the left, a ventilation duct to the right, and a holographic projection on the console directly in front of her. Lucas's fingers were shaking, but his eyes were fixed on Tony's gunman. "His center of gravity is on his left leg." She lowered her voice. "Bastards like Scarman are used to punching with their right hand, but when they shoot, they will subconsciously tilt their hand 10 degrees to the left. Lucas's eyelashes trembled, and he suddenly grabbed the wrench at his feet and smashed it into the ventilation duct on the right. With a clang sound, Tony's gun muzzle turned to the right. Irene took the opportunity to duck and rush to the control console, her fingers moving quickly across the operating area of the holographic projection. She remembered that the infrasound generator in Lucas's laboratory had a counterattack mode, and the equipment in the core area was likely to use the same system. Bitch. Tony's bullet grazed her hair and hit the wall, sending ice chips flying everywhere. Irene dug her fingernails into her palms and finally found the sound wave interference option. The moment she pressed the confirmation button, the equipment in the entire room suddenly made a sharp beep. The frequency of infrasound began to fluctuate violently. Tony's shotgun fell to the ground with a clang. He squatted down, covering his ears. The skin under the scar turned abnormally red. This was the dizziness caused by the infrasound stimulating the vestibule of the inner ear. Irene grabbed the fire extinguisher at her feet and rushed over, while Lucas picked up a wrench and pressed it against the back of Tony's neck. "Where did your boss hide the infrasonic device?" Lucas's voice was colder than she had ever heard before, and he pressed the wrench down again. At 3 a.m. last Wednesday, the brainwave data of player number 11 suddenly became abnormal. Was the equipment upgraded? Tony's face was pressed to the ground, and his saliva mixed with blood foam dripped onto the ice. Margaret said the new equipment is. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his head tilted and he fainted. Irene squatted down and searched his pockets, but found only half a pack of crumpled Marlboro and a greasy note with Old Steel Plant Area B, 10 p.m. written on it in marker. "He's being drugged." Lucas touched Tony's carotid artery. "It's a short-acting anesthetic. He'll wake up in 10 minutes at most." He took off his tie and tied Tony's wrists. When he looked up, sweat was still hanging on his forehead. "I wrote down the equipment number in the file. It matches the last digit of the batch of sonic generators that disappeared last year." Erin folded the note into small pieces and stuffed them into her sleeve, her eyes scanning the holographic projection on the console. At some point, a new prompt popped up at the bottom. "The main device has been moved. Positioning coordinates 45 Dursity N, 73 Dursity 5 W. Those are the longitude and latitude of Montreal's old industrial area. It's time to go." She picked up the host on the ground. The metal shell still retained the warmth of her wrist. The captain's nervousness when he saw the password was not a coincidence. Margaret's people may have already blocked the training hall. Lucas pulled off Tony's coat and wrapped her wound. The bleeding had stopped, but the red mark on the gauze looked like a wilted rose. The two of them moved towards the door, along the wall. When passing by the metal cabinet, Irene's elbow accidentally knocked the cabinet door open. 20 titanium alloy helmets were neatly placed inside, and the inside of the goggles of each helmet had a player number on it. Noah, they were the main players whose performance had plummeted in the past 3 months. Their helmets, continuously emitting infrasound during the game. Lucas finished for her, his voice so soft it sounded like a sigh. "I should have thought of that sooner." The alarm was still sounding and hurried footsteps could be heard in the distance. Erin took one last look at the coordinates of the holographic projection and rushed into the corridor, dragging Lucas with her. The emergency exit indicator light at the corner was glowing dark red, making the shadows of the two people twist into a ball on the wall, like two fish trapped in a glass jar. The night wind in the old industrial area should be even colder, right? She thought, the note on her sleeve hurting her wrist. The vault is closing, but the next enigma awaits. Click that bell, or the truth may bury you forever.